Hey, Fan Gang, hope we're all having a fantastic Sunday. Today we are finally returning to the life and suffering of House Brante, Sir Brante, who was a part of House Brante. Let me load that up. Let me switch us over. Is this the true violence arc? Maybe? I haven't quite decided. I'm thinking my goal is to just get House Brante into the best possible position without sacrificing anyone in it. Suffering! Yes, there will be suffering. And also Wahoo! Because I tried to run off stream to get us back to where we were without being cornered into a death. But it wasn't quite working because I was making changes and the changes were cascading into bullshit. Because, like, I tried to just completely cut off, what's our sister's name? Our sister, the dumb bitch. I tried to completely cut her off. And it just shattered the family because it tanked our family unity completely. So, there has to be a minimum of compromise within the family to keep House Brante together. So, I'm gonna have the same spirit, the same, I don't know, in the methodology of the original run. But we're gonna do things a little different to try and get ourselves into the family, the House Brantes, to be the best possible position. And also our boy, our BFF. Tommy? Yeah, it was Tommy, that was his name. We are Sir Powerlines Brante. We don't need restarts on this run. Consequences? Yeah, open. And I've been messing with my mic options because I just realized after a spot check for the past week, all my mic audio has been just hot garbage. So let me know if it's better today. It started because of last weekend when my sore throat started. I was trying to speak softer, so I got up on the mic closer and I forgot to get off the mic as my voice was improving. I need my fan on. Okay. We are the man. We are Sir Brante, Powerlines Brante. Quick recap for this world. It is the Archnean Empire, which is like a fucked up flipper baby version of the Holy Roman Empire, ruled by Smurfs. But some of the Smurfs are cool because we like our girlfriend. That's one change I'm planning to do, where we're not just gonna sell her hanky. We're gonna get on side with Octavia early. I want to see if that will help our family. We got to duck and weave. We got to duck and weave.
The story
as
of
we
my
square up.
life remains written on these pages. But my fate has always been my own.
We're still anti-gods.
deed,
I'm still convinced the
every
twins are the
choice,
false gods.
every
We're gonna
person I
we're gonna
met
smile at the
made me
shadow and the
what I
smile
am.
will shadow back.
Could I have taken a different path? Could I have found a different calling? Altered the very course of history? And what price would I have to pay?
So I think some linchpins for this run is one, a minimum of all skill points, so we don't get tanked by like having one as a baby in any stat like we did in the first run. Second linchpin is have a minimum of relationship with each family member, excluding grandpa maybe. So the family stays together and doesn't distract us from the bullshit. Because we're the man. I mean, our dad is the man, in theory, and then our brother, our bro, Stefan, is the man to be. But we're the shadow man, because we smile at the shadow and the shadow smiles back. And we have to tank all the bullshit. We're face tanking that shit for the entire family in the Empire, honestly. Okay. How do we reach this end? We're gonna skip through a lot of the early stuff, just going by this stuff. There is no destiny. Fuck it. Destiny does not exist. Human life is an exercise in chances, not governed by any laws. Fuck it, we ball. You stand tall and stare death in the face, unflinching, as we slam our desk. Ah! There was no higher power guiding your life. It was just a wild jig, chaotic tangle of innumerable human wills, actions, and accidents. The only thing that could ever turn this chaos into an orderly narrative is the eternal drive for human storytelling. Your life had no greater meaning. You were neither cursed by fate nor guided by providence. And this is what made us truly free. But are we right about this? Is it true? To learn the truth, we have to return to the very beginning, remembering every step we took along the way. Literally, the very beginning, before we're born. Negative years. We in babyhood. We're just a babby. And unlike my hostile co-workers in Repo, we're not going to be put in the fireplace as a babby, despite mother's postpartum depression. We'll let Nate take that. Childhood, where life begins. First words, first unsteady steps. You are but a small child learning about the world in which you were born. To you, everything is new, baffling, and unforgiving. A long, trying life stretches before you. So many feats and faults, so many fateful choices to come. Yet you are already sowing the seeds of your future self. You are learning to live and survive in this world, looking for a place within it to call your own, choosing your future destiny. Whom stithither will we grow up to be? I'm a gamer. I don't need the tutorial. Yeah, we got it. Begin. We gaming. Birth. At first, there is nothing. No time, no sensation. Nothing but darkness and the void. But then a will breathed life into nothingness. Matter and spirit were set in motion. History began its march. Or a bit of a crybaby. Don't judge. It was your turn to enter the world. Your first memory, you are lying on your back, blinded by a bright white light. You are not alone. Above you tower the colossal figures of those who created you. You are a part of them, and they are a part of you. Between you and them is inexplicable connection, a strong, unbreakable link. They will always watch over you, guard you, and protect you. It hurts to breathe. You let out a pain in the form of a desperate scream. Your creators extend their hands toward you. There are two of them, the ones who made you from their own selves and brought you into this world. They are united, yet as they lean closer, you begin to see how different they are. You can already feel their differences within you, struggling against one another. The first figure is soft and emphatic, wise and merciful as I remember to calibrate my camera. There we go. I have to do it every time I get up and get back down. The love that emanates from it wraps you head to toe like an invisible blanket. A blankie, some kind of wubby. The warmth from it is never ending. And smothering. The second figure is a bitch. Yet there's also a third figure. The real us. It is like a shadow, barely seen behind them, yet is already pulsing with an unbreakable will to live. It is the very will to live that is now growing ever stronger within you. The dark soul. A soft open palm, a strong closed fist, a lingering, distant shadow. You struggle to loosen the swaddling clothes wrapped around you and extend a tiny hand into the world. But we smile at the abyss, and the abyss smiles back. I'm just going to read the most important parts up until we get to, I think it was like halfway or 2/3 through our judgehood. And we are going to go on the judge route, I think. Because that's familiar territory, so I can duck and weave better through it to try and position ourselves and our family. We smile at the abyss, and our parents are moderately concerned at the behavior of their newborn son. Just moderately. They're a little afeared, but they get over it. Or baby. Or babby lines. We're now 1 year old. Yay. What is the first option? Hide and seek. We got ditched by our sister and brother. And we're left hiding, neither of them looking for us. Do we cry loudly because we're a little bitch? No. Do we find our way home on our own for some determination? That's what we did last time, and it's a solid choice. Do we sit there and wait and play with bugs? Babby lines. We the babby. At first, I discounted this in the first run. Because it sounded like bitch behavior. Not me. But we need that perception, because last time we got tanked. We got destroyed by only having one perception as a baby, and it ruined the run almost. Don't focus on Will too much? Yeah. So we're going to do this. Also, because it unlocks the moment with Ma. And Ma is a linchpin in the family. There's one... It's almost a defining linchpin moment in the Judgehood chapter of Adulthood, where Stefan plays the piano music, and then Gloria's the sister's name, when Gloria tries to bitch him out and read her poetry, and the only good solution to get through that is to have Mom on side. And if you don't, that moment, it's not make or break, but it's positioned in just the worst moment in adulthood. What the fuck is my tongue doing? Adulthood. Can I not say hood? Adulthood. Hood. What the fuck is wrong with me? In our Judgehood, Jesus Christ. It's positioned in just the wrong place where it can tank the family unity and just set you up for failure if you can't get Mom on side at that moment. So we're gonna go for the bugs. We're gonna get some firecrackers. Don't worry, I know how to play with ants. You get some firecrackers, the Black Panthers. You crack them open. You pour out the gunpowder or whatever onto the anthill, and you make a little line down to where you have one firecracker split open but not poured out, and then you light that, and they'll set off like a little jet stream that'll ignite the trail and go down into the fire anthill, ignite all of that, and it'll blow it up, and it's really cool. Just make sure you stand away so you don't get ants blown onto you. But I have experience in this. Oh wait, I never read this before. The bush is covered with leaves swaying in the wind. You brush through them with your fingers. The twigs and branches are stiff and will not bend. They are different from the blades of grass. Down on the ground, you see a group of bugs carrying little twigs. You grab it from them. They're funny. One of the bugs crawls on your finger and bites it, just enough to sting a little. Little bastard. You hear brisk steps, then the leaves and twigs rustling and parting. Your mother leans over you. You greet her with a happy face and show her the finger with the bug on it. What do you mean, what, Tartars? Did you never play with firecrackers and ants as a kid? It's how you get back at them. Ants suck. If you can fuck with ants, you fuck with ants. And if you're a little kid, you get firecrackers and you blow them up. What else are you supposed to do with all a yard with nothing full of ants in it? What are you gonna do, play with mud? No, you blow up ants. That's where they took you. Hey, at me, playing with bugs. Mother picks you up, puts you on her chest. To her chest. I mean, I don't think she is that stacked. And pats you on the head. Your brother and sister stand behind her, clearly feeling guilty. Gloria's in tears because she's a bitch. She's the faulty one. Nate might look like the faulty one, but it's actually Gloria. Nate at least tries. He fails every time, but he tries. Stefan keeps staring at his feet. You hug Mother tightly. She's here now. Look, I'm telling you, Tartarus, get a time machine, go back to when you were a kid and play with ants and firecrackers, and you'll have a good time. Just counting your fingers before and after to make sure you don't lose any. The Great Descent. We're locked in the closet with Gloria because we're lowborn, and this is a highborn holiday or something. Gloria's trying to sing a really stupid song. Do we finish the song dedicated to the gods properly, or do we sing the last line wrong? We sing it wrong because the gods are false. And get that determination. Also, to spite Gloria. It's a free spite. Look, if we can spite Gloria and not take a family unity or a Gloria favor point loss, we do it. Gloria's a sinking ship, but she's our ship, so we're stuck towing her bitch ass through this. It is what it is. The best we can do is hook up Gloria to Mom the tugboat. It's all you can do, man. There's no saving Gloria. Oh wait, this is an important part. I should read it. Spring, the origin. You're starting to understand more and more of what the adults say. Your family is an unusual one. Your father is a nobleman, but not by birth. His is a title earned through great service. But your mother is a low-born woman, a commoner. How dare she? Because of this, you were born a commoner, but father says you may yet come into nobility. You learn to read at an early age. Together with Ma, you read and learn by heart the many poems about the divine twins, the twin gods who reside upon the shining pillar, the false gods. Mother calls these poems prayers. Sounds like tyranny. Again and again, you try and discern the shapes of the gods in the strip of holy light that shines in the sky all day and night, but the light is too blinding to gaze upon. Excuse me. Ugh. I had barbecue for lunch. Yeah, it gave me a hiccup. The greatest joy of all is when the stairs are no longer an insurmountable obstacle. Now you can climb and jump, and even from step to step. Father urges you to be more careful and avoid climbing too high. But even though you keep falling, you never stop being curious about the world about you. Your older brother, Stefan, now spends less time playing with Gloria and you because he's tired of her shit mostly. Playing with commoners is beneath a nobleman to be, he says. And honestly, if I had Gloria as a sister, I'd be the same way. I'd be the same way. So Gloria calls him names, and Stefan pulls her pigtails. As they do. One fine evening, Father gathers you all in his sitting room with an announcement. You'll have another little brother or sister soon. Gloria asks him to bring home a little sister. Another brother would be too much. Stefan gets frustrated. There are too many little siblings getting in his way as it is. Soon, you'll be an older brother too. It doesn't really matter who the youngest will be, a boy or a girl. You will love them the most. Nah. I love Stefan the most. Stefan is the bro. Nate's our baggage. I don't dislike Nate, but he burns himself out for no real reason. Oh, wait, actually I do know the reason. Because of the run I tried off stream to get us on a fresh run. Because he said that he got kicked out of seminary. We'll get there on this run. When Father comes back from his trip, he reads an adult book aloud for you. You find those stories of wars, generals, and rebellions quite enchanting. And Father approves of your fascination. Study hard, and maybe one day you'll become a noble of the mantle and earn your sword. But first you need to grow up. Growing up, the concept is as terrifying as it is alluring. We're playing it different, but we're still going the judge path. My goal is to position both myself and the Brante family into the best possible place. A rising tide lifts all boaties. And all right, this is the time we kicked Stefan because he's annoying. Our goal is to one, survive. 2, become a bad motherfucker. 3, to make House Brante, L Brante, and also really, really good. And if we can cast down the false gods along the way, cool. But I don't think we can do that on the judge route. I think that's specifically the clergy route. I'm not sure. I haven't done it yet. We got in a fight with Stefan, and now we're accept our punishments. For some early bro points. I'm not worried about Stefan points, because as long as you try and play ball with him, it's pretty hard not to keep Stefan at like 4 or 5 when you're in Judgehood. Stefan really goes out of his way to set you up for success. He's a real bro. Deny for a stat. Is Lydia already grateful to us? Where's family? Where's family? There's family. Lydia? Sympathy, not grateful. I don't... The thing is, the higher every stat, including relationships, is, it unlocks extra scenes, which opens up more and more opportunities for more and more stats, so it's a snowballing effect. That's one reason I went for the ants. And having her grateful and Stefan a +1 early on could change things. But it's hard to turn down the stats early on as a baby, because I got screwed over so bad before. Anyways, we demand an explanation. Yeah, Stefan is a real bro. He's kind of an asshole early on, but the second you come home from college, Stefan is your real bro. He really tries his best to even appease Gloria, but Gloria is just the rotten egg. You start asking questions. Why were you born a commoner if your father is a noble? You have your father's name. Why can't you have his lot? When why can't you choose a lot for yourself if you don't like the one you have? Mother is stunned by all the questions you are peppering her with. Don't you dare ask me about that, Power Lines. It's me. I'll violate my lot if I start explaining it all to you. I'm a commoner, not a priest. So take me to a priest. Take me to your supervisor. Ow. We're flogged in front of our entire family. The pain burns on your skin again and again. Tears keep rolling down your cheeks. It feels like the punishment will never end. It hurts to walk when you finally let go. You slowly climb the stairs and walk to your room. I see a book on your bed. The Teachings of Isatius, Volume 2. Your tears have dried now. You begin to read, slowly making your way through the difficult words. Every death of the body bringeth the soul ever closer to the twin's judgment. When the body dieth a true death, the soul soareth to the shining pillar. The twin gods do judge every soul, and their judgment is stern and unforgiving. He who followeth his lot in life from birth shall melt in bliss atop the peak of the shining pillar. Pain makes us strong. Also, yes. And we know some things from our first failed run. Because when we died our true death, we returned to the gods and we became the gods, choosing our own fate. So we are literally pieces of the twins in this. Which has implications that I'm not going to get into while we're in baby mode. Glorious rhymes. Poetry. Poetry. Complain about her stuff. Offer to write rhymes with her. Oh god, no. Comfort the sister. For a Gloria point. We're gonna get the Gloria point. Because in adulthood... I said it right that time. In adulthood... Gloria points are hard to get because adulthood is mostly spent shutting her stupid ass down. Unless you're going the rebel route, it's almost impossible to be cool with Gloria because she is so... She is the definition of intolerable. She cannot tolerate anyone else. So we're gonna get some Gloria points early on. As much as roaching out on her is funny, we're gonna get some Gloria points. I think we actually did that before. Yeah, that was what we did on the first run, I think. We are now 4 years old. Now we're toddling. We're toddling about. Mother is in her armchair, knitting woolen jackets, pants, and socks for the little one. The baby will need to be kept warm, she says. Father spends less time at home now. Mother says he's very busy with his important job. He is a judge, after all. One day, you decide to ask Mother about Stefan and Gloria. How come they're brother and sister to you, but not siblings to each other? Well, my dear, it's because Gloria is a stuck-up bitch who just can't accept Stefan or her own family. That's it. Full send. I am strongly anti-Gloria. But like I said, she's a sinking ship, and she's our ship, so we're stuck finding a way to tow her ass. Kicking and screaming, we have to find a way to tow Gloria through this. Sadly, it's mission critical. There's no getting around it. We don't have to set her up for success. We just have to make sure she doesn't sink and tank us with her. And if you go full cut her off mode, that's what happens. She sinks you. And we got Nate. And we got postpartum depression. Snatch Nate from Ma. Oh, we needed to be on side with Ma to have that. I forgot about that. Wait, we snatch him. Nate points aren't that important to me. We just need to have enough. We're gonna run to Dad. We're gonna roach out and get Dad. Dad! Mom's postpartuming. You run away to Father's study and stammer out a plea for help. Father gets up immediately and runs back with you. He barges into Mother's chambers and embraces her and baby Nate with all his might and love. She screams at him at first, crying how she is tired of everyone. He whispers something in response, then takes Nate from her and says she should lie down and rest. Suddenly, Nate stops crying. Mother looks around and sees you standing next to Father. Look, Nate's cool. He's, I don't know why. He's a burnt out bum. I don't know what's wrong with him. I want Nate, well, I know what's wrong with him. He tried to express that he got a vision from the twins and got kicked out of seminary for it, which is why he burnt out. But he could at least get a day job, you know, be less of an active embarrassment. Should we shatter Nate's belief? I'm gonna try and get the Nate points to get that scene, and if we can, we're not. I think. I forget what exactly the consequences are from that. But I know we did. I know we told Nate that the gods hate him. The first time. Wait, did I read this? Yeah, we did. My son, please forgive me. I'm so sorry you had to see this. Thank you for going to your father for help. The twins know I didn't want to hurt anyone. Sometimes you just can't stop shaking the baby. Mother's face is covered in tears. Everything will be all right now, Father tells you. You can go. You leave in quiet joy as Mother calms down, and Nathan falls asleep. Father won't let anything bad happen. Well, as long as no one's around to poke his non-existent spine. But we like Dad. We're on Team Dad. Dad's great. He's just a little spineless. It is what it is. Now we're 5. I think we're out of toddlerhood now. I think we're now just a kid. I forget. Toy soldiers. We go to a toy shop. We push a kid because he tries to take our toys that Dad's gonna buy us. And turns out that's a noble, so we get done fucked up. Did we strike the son of a nobleman? Dad points, which are good to have, but they're not hard to get. But we do need it for sortie training. Tell him the truth for stat points. We're at 5 now. That'll set us to 0 willpower, but we can go negative. We're gonna get the dad point so we can guarantee we get sword training. You recall Mother's words. If you hurt a noble, you must be punished. Oh wait, we read this in the first run. That's what happened in the first run. And then Dad buys us the point while the nobles are occupied whipping your ass in the town square. Ready for action! With 0 willpower. Just like Dad. Uh-oh, family dinner. Today, Father ordered the dinner table to be brought out into the yard, and knowing all the servants who had to re-put it in the house later. For the first time in months, he's home, outside of the confines of his always locked study. He spent the entire day playing with Nate and you, discussing various matters with Stefan, now an adolescent, and walking in the garden, ignoring Gloria. Did you notice that Gloria's nowhere in there? And now a dinner under the open sky. The entire family gathers together, with Father at the head of the table, smiling. He asks each of you about your studies. Nate climbs up on his knee and recites a counting rhyme in a funny sing-song voice. Nate mentions that his fencing teacher praised his accomplishments. He rises from the table together with Father to show his skill in a practice duel. Next comes Gloria's turn. She recites a prayer. Oh, that's nice. Mother showers her sister with praise. Okay. And we come and recite all the ranks from Legion. Night falls, and then it turns out Granddad's coming home. And yes, we're gonna try and not piss him off as bad, but you know, we're still gonna get our head caved in by him. I feel like Granddad caving our head in with his cane is a little mission critical to the storyline here. And Granddad threw our toy soldiers that Dad just bought us into the fireplace because we're not allowed to have them. So we kick him in the shins. And we die. At age 5. Enraged by getting kicked in the shins by this little shit, Granddad grabs his cane and caves our skull in, his own grandson. And we die at 5 years old. Our first death. We meet the twinses, who are also us's. And what is the manifestation of this love in your mortal life? Empire, no. Lot, no. Family, kind of, but no. Cause, no. Yourself, what could be a stronger manifestation of love than your very existence, your very emotion? No. Yes, but no, because it's about the twin gods creating me. Remain silent, because the twin gods suck. And we're back. We respawned. Respawned in the family crypt, i.e. our crypt. Granddad thinks it's his crypt, but it's really ours, because, I mean, if he wanted his crypt, he should have died there and respawned, but it's ours. The watch is a good one if you can get. I haven't gone that route yet. I haven't gone through that scene yet with that Granddad caving my skull in, because it's so funny to me. I know there's other good options to come from that, but it's hard for me not to get Granddad to cave my skull in. It's so funny. Ugh, this little rascal. How dare you kick me in the shins. It's also free points. And free points early on are more important than free points later, because they trickle down. We're on Reaganomics in this game. The ant farm. And this is new for us, because we didn't have this in our first run. The younger brother, Nate, is growing. Mother spends more time with him, with the rest of the family now. You help her and play with her brother, and take care of him when she asks. You often go to Mother's room to sit at the foot of her bed after Nate falls asleep. She reads you sacred books and asks you about the things you learned that day. During these moments, I get a text and I have to check it. Whoops. Anyways. During these moments, you see the world through her eyes as well. One day, the door of your room opens, and she brings in a large box covered with a piece of cloth. It is rare for you to see her so overjoyed. She sets the box on the floor and removes the cloth. The box under the cloth is made of glass and has a wooden base. Inside you see a layer of earth shaped into a carefully crafted passages, and these passages are full of hard-working ants. Hard Wookiees. Power lines! That's me. This is my gift to you. An ant farm. It's a little world in a small box. We can watch them through the glass. Look, this is the queen ant. She is the reason all these little ants are born. How would they get an ant farm built in medieval times? That seems extremely extravagant and complicated, despite being just a box of dirt and ants. You sit by the box together. You hold your breath as you watch the ant colony at work. There turns out to be a method to the ants' chaotic movements. Every single one of them has a task to perform. Some of them have larger mandibles. They are the protectors of the colony. They can draw blood from our fingy. Other work all around the colony, repairing the walls and clearing any debris from the passages. There are also workers who collect food you put in a special tray, leaves, bits of meat, maggots, and bring it to the rest of the colony. An awesome expansion would be more... Oh my god, I would love DLC for this game. The Life and Suffering of Sir Brante... Did it come out this year or was it last year? Hold on. When did this game come out? Because, I mean, it's easily my favorite game I've played this year, oddly enough. But did it come out this year? No, it came out in 2021. This game is really underrated. I've never heard of this game until I randomly saw it on Steam this year. But I love this game so much. I would love DLC. It's not going to happen at this point because it's like 4 years old. But, oh my god, I love this game. You take a worker ant and put it right next to the food. However, the insect has no interest in it. It starts circling around the tray aimlessly. Mother takes the stray ant and puts it back where it belongs. Why'd you do that, my son? The ants cannot do what they weren't born to do. Each of them was born for their own job. You shake your head slowly. If only the ants could do whatever you wanted them to do. This is your gift now, so they belong to you. Or maybe Mother's presence is the reason they won't obey you. Keep playing for willpower and a mommy point. Is it a VN? Yes. But it's a more involved VN than VNs usually are. I feel like this is kind of an older school VN, where there's a lot of stuff being tracked. VNs these days tend to be a lot more simpler, where they're almost literally just visual novels without any gameplay attached. But it's a VN, but it's a very involved VN with all the stats and stuff. Mom is a sinking ship, but she's mission critical to elevating House Brante, oddly enough. Or play by myself for minus unity in epiphany and perception. Ooh. I would have loved a Legion route. That would have been so good. This is actually a tough choice. I'm not sure. Keep playing with Mom. You offer to go outside together and find some bugs to feed the ants. For willpower and a mommy point. And the mommy points are very important to have in adulthood to simmer down Gloria. You really got to have some mom points to simmer down Gloria. Because Gloria is the family self-destruct button, and it's been jammed down, and you can't undo it. You have to find a way to deal with Gloria, and it's Mom. Unless you're on the Rebellion route, I assume. Or play by yourself, you ask Ma to get the fuck out. At the cost of family unity. Thanks for the gift, now get the fuck out. Where we have an epiphany and get perception. I'm gonna keep playing with Mom because I don't want to take the unity hit. Specifically because of the minus unity. So I'm going to keep playing with Mom. If that minus unity wasn't there, I would have gone that. But I don't want to take the unity hit because that's a very important stat for this run. Mother's look is full of warmth and love. Nate, Glory, and Father are always away right now. For the first time in a long while, it's just the two of you. And Mom takes great joy in watching over the ant farm. She shares her knowledge of the world with you, and the things she tells you are true. The free is cool, and I think I saw the event later on the trial run I did be off stream. But for the specific goals of this run, I don't want that minus unity. You move closer to her and suggest going outside and finding some bugs for the ants. She agrees to this happily and holds your hand as she leaves the house. Soon you're busy catching bugs and sharing your thoughts on how the ants will feed the colony with them. From time to time, you laugh together, making up stories about errant flies and caterpillars overthrowing the ant kingdom. I'm surprised she isn't calling that heresy. You and Mother hold hands as you return to your room. She can't help but smile. It's a faint smile, child smile, a smile full of sunlight. You're so happy to have seen the world through her eyes today. Okay, we got Mom locked in. If we can keep her here, she's at, I think 3 with sympathy is the minimum requirement to have Mom unfuck Gloria for us, if I remember right. Yeah, family unity. Again, Gloria is the self-destruct button, and the self-destruct button was jammed down before we could do anything about it, so we have to find a way to deal with it. And that's Mom, is my solution. Mom and unity points. Unity points to tank Gloria's bullshit, and Mom to delegate, basically. Soon, Granddad leaves, taking Brother with him to take him to the capital for grooming purposes. Don't worry about it. It's creepy, but don't worry about it. It's a Yode grooming, not Discord grooming. There's different. And an illustrious guest. Granddad invites a suitor for Dad, who's never seen again in the story. How do we greet our house guest? Grandfather eyes us with a probing look. How will we act in front of the Baroness? Will you that should be a capital B. Will you accept her here, next to your mother, your father's rightful wife? Let's see. Greet the Baroness politely for reputation and unity. Reputation is also an important stat later on. We get a minus Lydia point, but Granddad points are a little uncharted territory for me. I dabbled in them in the off-stream run, but it's an entirely different run that is hard to balance with Gloria. Walk away, Mom, at the cost of reputation, but we get perception. Maintain composure, which costs willpower, which gets us nothing. Greet grooming. It could be worse. It could be Spartan grooming. Or demand that Mother be introduced for unity at the cost of reputation and Granddad points. I'm actually gonna greet the Baroness politely. You approach Baroness Lodar and kiss her hand, following Father's example. Just for the reputation, because I know we can get some unity back, and there's gonna be chances for Mom points to get her back up to 3. You follow Father's example and kiss the Baroness's fingers gently. Her laughter fills the antechamber, ringing like chimes. You gallantly offer lead her to the sitting room. Lady Lodar graciously agrees. Behind your back, you can hear Mother sobbing. Skill issue. Spartan grooming would have us... I don't think I could say that on YouTube. Grandfather and Baroness Lodar engage in small talk over dinner. She tells him of the woes of litigation over her late husband's inheritance, and he advises her, like the judge he is. Father is mostly silent, only getting in a word or two. You do your absolute best to behave yourself. After the decorous farewells to Lady Lodar, Crowther quietly thanks you for your model behavior. The morning after he leaves for Eterna with Grandfather to visit Stefan. The morning after, comma. We're missing a comma there. Mother spends almost an entire day in her bedroom. You cannot bring yourself to speak with her. Yeah, we can't face her skill issue right now. Father returns from the capital in a quiet rage. You overhear parents talking. Apparently, grandfather has already poisoned Stefan's mind against him, and he greeted father with cold hostility. The name of Baroness Alada is never mentioned in the house again. Alright, we're gonna experiment with granddad points. I don't think we're gonna let him burn the house down, but we're gonna experiment with granddad. Not in that way, not that way. We don't want to get groomed by granddad. The kaleidoscope. Gloria gets put on the 1960s, 70s hippie path early, and it's basically boils down to this moment. Do we take the kaleidoscope apart for perception, which we already have a lot of? Look through this kaleidoscope for willpower. Return to our studies for determination. We're going to do that because our determination is low. You choose to finish your studies first and share the discoveries with Gloria later, meaning never. You put the kaleidoscope away and return to studying the book. There's so much you have to discuss with Gloria. You cannot help but wonder, what things did she see in there? But first, our lessons. When father walks in, he sees you hard at work over the book. He chuckles in approval, then spots the kaleidoscope on the table next to you. He puts the toy to his eye, then freezes still for a moment. It takes him an effort to put it back down. Then he praises you for being diligent and leaves. When today's section of the book is finished, you take the toy upstairs to your sister's room and tell her what you saw in it. Gloria smiles, being a bitch but not caring. I saw a ballroom with dancers and they're all overthrowing the family in the Republic and I hate wearing a dress, Anyways. God, I hate Gloria. I hate Gloria so much. Sweet temptation. Gloria, being a dumbass, persuades us to eat some candy. That's granddad's. And she's getting punished while we're roaching out behind a couch. And granddad catches us. What is it, the milksop? We're the milksop. Did you try the sugar too? Or were you trying to stop this piece of filth like she says? Tell the truth for our granddaddy point. And perception at the cost of willpower, but we're getting low. Lie for minus Gloria, but plus willpower. I don't want to do that because Gloria points are regrettably mission critical because she will torpedo the entire run if you let her. And you have to actively work against her without pissing her off. It's horrible. Or do we mock granddad along with our sister? For a determination, which we do need, and a Gloria point, and a granddaddy point. Granddaddy points are optional, but we need the Gloria points for later, and we do need another determination point. We're getting out of a childhood soon. My instinct is to tell the truth, but we're going to go Machiavellian on this run a little. So we're going to mock Granddad for the determination and the sister point, because we're going to need that later. More than we need Granddad, I think. You jump up and try to shield Gloria. Then you start boasting right in his face. Yes, I did eat the sugary treat. It was very much the opposite of sweet. Good thing Gloria did not have time to eat hers, or would have disappointed hers too. Gloria catches on in a moment. Yeah, sugary treats are for fat and noble kids. Well, they're gross to us. We're just commoners. It's funny that she hates dresses because she rocks them nicely. I mean, you're not wrong. Gloria just got fucked up by that kaleidoscope and got put on the wrong path in life, man. After the kaleidoscope incident, she's just impossible to deal with. You continue her train of thought. Why, we simply got curious after Stefan started boasting about it. He told us these treats are so good, he could eat them forever. But no, your elder brother lied. They're simply unbearable. Unbearable. I can't talk right tonight. But then again, what else would you expect from grandfather's darling Stefan? Grandfather's face is red with rage and he tries to kill us again. He strikes you both with his walking stick, blow for blow. You dare mock me? I will not let this stand. Know your place, you foul, low-born scum. He keeps hitting you until he grows tired. Then he leaves you where you are, muttering with impotent rage. Soon enough, Mother comes in to find the two of you on the floor, too afraid to move. She shakes her head in disappointment. You are badly hurt and covered in bruises, yet she still forces you to kneel and recite the precepts on the lots and how important it is to follow them. Gloria's face is bruised and swollen, but she still gives you a weak smile. We got him so riled up. Two commoners made an honorable noble feel helpless. Makes all the pain worth it. Shut up. Shut up. I didn't do... This isn't about you, Gloria. Shut up. Your entire body hurts from the heavy blows, but deep inside, you are ecstatic. We stood up to Grandfather today. It is a victory we'll remember for the rest of our life. Okay, we got Gloria at 3. That means we have some ammo to work with. Granddad's at -2. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Granddad is optional. I guess Granddad is only if you're going like pure noble. Like ride or die for nobility at every other expense. Like I don't know why else he matters. Like you can encounter his ghost with a blood tide, but I'm not sure how else that matters. And we got our determination up to a breakpoint at 4. Yay. Ooh, the swordy lessons. Yes, Dad, teach us, teach us, teach us, teach us, teach us. We get the fancy lessons. Oh shit, now we're -10. Okay, we need this. This is mission critical. We're going to need to look for an excuse for willpower soon, though. We don't need to read this. Dad teaches us some fencing lessons. Granddad's not long for this role. Yeah, I think his rep is mostly for the blood tide and dealing with his ghost later on. But I got fairly far through adulthood on my off-stream run, and he never really came up outside of that. So I don't know what's up with it. Yeah, I can't imagine wanting his ghost to think you're doing a good job. Yeah. Yeah, we're also going to lose family points with everyone because of time passing. So that's one reason I'm getting the family points up early. The bitter, horrible man. We got fencing lessons. Yay! Now we're set up for success because that's mission critical in adulthood or collegehood, I think. The sacrament. Oh, do we need willpower for this? Yeah, we needed willpower for this. I would have liked to do this, but we lost the willpower because we got a Gloria point instead. Our last run, we caught the lash like an absolute G. Raise our hand for willpower. I'm going to raise our head just to get some willpower in the bank to get us out of the negatives. Well, we're still being the negatives, but we're not bottomed out this way. Yeah, if you cuck Dad and Stefan and become the head of the family, you probably have more interactions with them. That makes sense. If I had the willpower, I would have gone for this, but we don't. Accept it, or catching the lash is honestly, objectively, the best maneuver here because it's so badass. But it's a trade-off from determination to perception, which we don't want to do. We don't want to trade points here. We're going to get some willpower in the bank, because I like our stats where they are now. They're pretty good. We got them both above the breakpoints. In our first run, we had like 1 perception and something like 6 or 7 determination, which really screwed us over later on. Like, unbelievably screwed us over having such low perception as a baby. The priest readies the lash, but before he can strike, you raise your head and stand up. There are cries of indignation amongst the churchgoers. The whip cracks. It strikes you right on the shoulder, but you keep your head up. It strikes again, this time on your left shoulder, but you remain standing. No one intervenes. Even the priest is confused by this turn of events. He grits his teeth as he orders you to depart. You are to remain humble and obedient from this day forth. For now, you belong to the common estate. You walk away from the altar, swaying. You see things with surprising clarity now. You can barely feel the pain, even as blood runs down your back. A timid hand touches yours. It is Nathan, his tearful face a mixture of confusion and awe. Mother takes your hand and leads you out of the church. Once you are outside, she scolds you for being insubordinate as if she doesn't know who we are. Grandfather is the last to leave the church. His face is covered in red, angry blotches. There is a quiet fear in his voice that says something to Father, who remains quiet and miserable as you walk to the carriage. You defied a powerful will that day. There is a fear inside of you. You fear that this will might one day destroy you. Because it's the false gods! Okay, we're not bottomed out anymore, which we need. And we got the commoner's lot, which is, you're always going to get the commoner's lot. The mark left on you by the sacrament takes a long, long time to heal, but the scars never go away until you get the noble sacrament, which we will. Our childhood years are over. We now have to go to public schooling. Sag. Childhood in review. We died and we were a badass. Full send. How did it give us willpower? Because we defied the will and seized the means. We are now in our adolescence. We are just a little strapling. Wait, is
I was
this
growing
schooling?
up fast.
Or schooling
The
in
school,
the
streets,
older adult
and
time.
the whole wide world awaited me beyond the gate of my parents' house.
I know this is where we meet Tommy. It doesn't fill us with an alien will. It fills us with a shadowy will. A dark will. Some kind of dark soul. Some kind of dark soul. TM. Although you are right. Usually something like that would cost willpower. But I think they just wanted to give us a fourth option that was not a stat change. And that's what they came up with. We are now an adolescent. You live in this world for 8 years now. As you grow older, life grows more complex. The world of your childhood was limited to our house and family. But now that realm is expanding. It also includes your neighborhood, the nearby houses, and the streets of the ancient city of Anazote. A question now looms over you, growing more pressing with each passing year. What will your place be in this vast outside world? A few people in the blessed Archnean Empire troubled themselves with this question. It's not within a man's or woman's power to choose. Their destiny is predetermined by their birth and those who bore them. And yet, your peculiar birth has granted you a choice. Your father is a man of nobility, a worthy example in matters of duty and honor, unless you ask Granddad. Your mother is a commoner of lowly estate, humility and patience made flesh. And your sky is ablaze day and night with the light of the shining false gods. Your back bears the lashes, although we stood up to it, cause fuck it. Fuck the gods, fuck the preachers, and fuck the police. Okay, we can get Gloria's secret, which is that she does poetry, which I don't really care about. We might go for this, but it's optional. Having this might help us as an adult, or it might make it worse. I'm not sure. Stefan's disgrace. This never really goes anywhere. It's not much of a disgrace. He just has like a girlfriend. That's it. It's not much of a disgrace. Blood Tide, which is always going to happen. So we can join the Blood Tide if we have Granddaddy points above 2, which is hard to get at this point. You kind of have to get the granddad points as a little babby. Nathan's admonition, where we optionally tell Nate that the gods hate him, specifically just him. The gods hate Nathan Brante. Also some other crap. We are now 9 years old. We are single and ready to mingle with the boys down the street. The boys. This is where we meet our BFF for life, Tommy Hero. Come at Tommy and give him a beating for nobility and Tommy points. Say your brother is to blame for ingenuity and Tommy points. Resolve the matter peacefully for spirituality and Tommy points. I never know what this does. It's hard to get Nate points this early on. There's only 1 or 2 chances as a babby. So I've never seen this, actually. You love how I told Nate that the goal of overthrowing order and the gods themselves. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. Then changed our mind and left Nate shattered and lost. Look, we had one door. We had 1 foot out the door on the way to college, and Nate sprung that on us. Look, we were trying to go to college at the time. We all say things we don't mean in the heat of the moment. Okay, ingenuity is the lotless route. Spirituality is the clergy route. You do want some, but nobility is most important to us because we're going judge. So we're gonna throw fisticuffs and we're gonna meet our BFF. The bold-faced bully is taller and clearly stronger, but nobody talks to you like that. You leap at Tommy and start tearing into him. He jumps backward, surprised by your assault. It takes him a moment to compose himself, but now he is ready. His fists cover the face, and he attacks you with a quick jab. It is now your turn to take a step backwards. You start trading blows, huffing and puffing with rage. The younger brothers gawk in awe at the sight. Tommy does not resort to fancy moves, dirty tricks, or stupid taunts. He displays nothing but skill earned in many a street fight. His heavy fists aim for your head. You keep dodging him again and again, trying to reach him. He takes a couple of glancing blows, but easily shakes them off. What a bruiser. You start swinging your fists with greater and greater fury. Your heart is pounding like a hammer. You see nothing but the foe in front of you. How much longer will this take? You're worn out. Your breath grows ragged and your muscles grow heavy. There is no way you can give up now. Nate is watching us. Desperate and out of options, you swing and punch Tommy square in the nose, and immediately let his fist smack you in the temple. The blow rings through your head like a bell and blinds you a moment as we earn a concussion. I was playing as the 16-year-old commie when he was about to leave. I wasn't playing as a commie as a kid. I was all... Look, in the first run, I was ride or die for throwing down the false gods above all else. But that changed primarily because of Sophia, if you remember. Because if you'll remember, at college, like before we even got into college, Sophia tried to spring some bullshit on us, and we said, no, bitch. And that's when I turned my back on the lot list. Specifically because Sophia is almost as bad as Gloria. Almost. Not as bad, almost. A very close running second. Sophia is if you want to fuck your sister in this game. It's basically what she is. They are both the worst. I remain adamant that Octavia is, although she's a smurf, she's the only tolerable romance option. The world swims before your eyes. You clutch at your head and get your bearings. Tommy is standing in front of you, blood dripping from his nose. You no longer want to fight it out. It seems your opponent would rather end it too. But you keep standing there, eyeing each other angrily. Then suddenly, you hear an angry shout right next to you. An enraged man in a craftsman apron is shaking his fist. Tommy's face contorts in terror right away. It's my dad, cheese it! The punishment for fighting is flogging, and the mere prospect of that makes you run like the wind. Tommy sprints in front of you. You dash across the rotten wooden planks of the back alley, up and over a lopsided fence, across a giant puddle in one leap, then forward into the tall grass. You hide there and stay quiet. You hear no sounds of pursuit. And that's it. We meet Tommy. Sophia, Gloria, poetry, triad. Oh my god. Yeah, fuck that. Which is funny because in a lot less run, Sophia does seem to love you. Unfortunately, Sophia is just unreasonable. Like, look. If Sophia wasn't trying to put on such a bad bitch face, I would probably go in on the secret mission to rescue that guy. But because her attitude was so bad, it's specifically because of Gloria that I no longer wanted to overthrow the Empire. Like, I remember I changed the entire stream title just to spite Sophia because of that. Yay, we met our future BFF Tommy. This is just average boy bonding. You beat the shit out of each other and run away together. Yeah, don't give lotless spoilers, because I'm gonna do all the other routes off stream once I do this one. Because I love this game. I want to 100% it. I love this game enough to put up with Gloria and Sophia. Although, no, I probably won't save the lotless for last. I'll probably put it in the middle of my playthroughs. That way I don't end my playthrough of 100% of the game with the lotless, which will be a negative note. Riders on the road! This is Sophia's first death. Our first run, we saved Sophia because dying was really funny. Basically, just because dying was really funny to me. But we're gonna stay where we are. I mean, we can't do anything anyways because we don't have the willpower for this. But but even if I had the willpower, I wouldn't save her, even with all the stats, because I want to save the death for the future. I want to save at least one death for Judgehood and one death for the Revolution phase that we haven't gotten to on stream yet. So we got our childhood death on early with Grandpa, which is the funniest way to do it. Anyway, Sophia gets trampled. You stand frozen by the roadside, unable to look away as the cloud of dust covers the entire street. You feel as if a massive, maddened beast whipped into a merciless frenzy has just passed you by. You hear no screams, no cracking bones, nothing but the deafening din of the hooves. Once the horses are gone and the dust settles, you can finally see the road again and the repulsive blob of blood, flesh, and bone left on it. You can still see traces of Sophia in that mess, her dark hair, the remains of her dress, but it is no longer her. Sophia's earthly remains slowly dissipate and melt into the air. Her mother's eyes are filled with grief as she watches. She hunches over and slowly walks back into the house. You can still hear the riders far away down the road. None of them even bothered to look back at the child they just isekai'd. Oh no, anyway. Yeah. Your friends walk away at a loss for words at seeing their first isekai in person. You make your way home, dazed by what you have seen. You are still dazed as you retell these events to Mother, unable to look up from the floor. After a moment of silence, she embraces you and calms you down. Poor girl, what a terrible, painful death. But you must know that was not her true death. And Mom forgot that we already died. Maybe she just blacked out the memory because it was so traumatic to her. Fair enough. Watching Granddad cave her child's skull in. Maybe she did black that out. I wouldn't blame her. Fair enough. By the twins' mercy, we are all given enough time in this world. Should you die before your time, you'll be brought back by their grace. Carriage Coon. Oh. For 3 times. They will rescue you from a terrible fate, but the fourth death is true and final for all. In this world, killing children is way less terrible than killing an adult. Actually, yeah, you're right. I didn't think about that before. Killing kids is basically free real estate in this world, isn't it? That's fucked up. It's like barely a crime, right? Every loss of life we were granted at our birth is a heavy blow to us. But the gods told us not to mourn a lesser death. Everybody will keep on living as though nothing has happened, even Sophia's parents. Their family is poor, and they have no family crypt like we do. When the girl's soul comes back to life, her body will be reborn in the city church with all her wounds healed. Do not mourn her, my son, but thank the twin gods for their justice. Final isekai. Unfortunately, Sophia didn't get really isekai'd. We're stuck with her. You see Sophia by her house a few days later, and she looks completely fine, without so much as a scratch. The other children tell you that her parents now forbid her to leave the yard after dying such an early... Get on our level. We died even younger than she did. You call out Sophia's name, she looks at you briefly, then walks back inside. She never talks to us again. She's not even that pretty. I don't like her face. I don't like her face. She's not pretty. Yeah. Sophia. No items, Fox only, final destination. Square up, carriage. Oh, soil and gunpowder. A mine shaft blows up or something. And wealth goes up at the expense of order. Anyways. Yay, Stefan is home. Stefan's arrival. Oh, this is where we meet Brante too. In our first run, we got up with Gloria and Mom to serve everyone and get humbled in it. So basically, this is a dinner party with Brante, who will be our future boss. He's also Stefan's uncle. And what are we going to do after Stefan demands that our family start serving? Insult our brother, which we're not going to do. You step out of line and insult Stefan. No, we're not doing that. Make small talk as if nothing is happening for our granddad point in nobility, which I care more about the nobility than granddad point. I feel like the granddad points sailed. Join Gloria in her plight for willpower. We need willpower, actually. We actually need willpower. We are down bad. I think we're still negative willpower. Yeah, we're negative willpower. We really need willpower. So we'll take as much as a nobility point would be good, because we haven't really had any chances for nobility. We barely had any chances for stats yet. Actually, now that I think about it. Huh. But we're going to take the willpower. We really need some willpower right now. It'll give us a Gloria point, which might help us out at adulthood. I can't say that word tonight. Okay, so same as the first run. We're going to join our family and serve. Which gives us a Gloria point, which will be useful later for keeping our shit chill. And also get us out of the negative, finally. We are now 11 years old, a strapping adolescent. Oh, a dropped hanky. So, our future girlfriend, Blueberry Smurf, Octavia, dropped her hanky. In the first run, we grab it with Tommy and sell it, which is a Tommy point. And also some willpower, which is nice. Or we could keep it as a memento for willpower. Maybe that comes up later, maybe. But we're going to do this to lock in Octavia early, because I suspect this is going to give us some options here. And also, you get a ton of Tommy points later on, so that's not much of an issue. It takes a moment to overcome your fear. You follow the young Lady Milanitis and call out to her in a nervous voice. She turns around, her beautiful face marred by puzzled expression. You extend the dropped handkerchief towards her. Lady Octavia's face contorts into a sneer. She signs to the guardsman indifferently. A guardsman's gauntlet-clad hand slaps you in the face. It rings her head like a heavy bell. Your nose cracks obediently under the staggering force. The rest of you follow suit, and you fall prone. You can discern the guardsman's voice through the painful din in your ears. Should I take the hanky back, milady? After a commoner's hands have befouled it, let himself wipe himself with it for all I care. Oh. Oh, she's a bitch as a kid. Okay. The carriage drives away. Tommy runs up to you and drags you back to the fountain. Your head is still ringing from the blow. The faithful handkerchief is still crumpled in our hand. I didn't expect to go that way. Jesus Christ. Okay. Gonna try to get noticed by Gaius as a judge. I don't know. My judge career will probably still be trying to do the thing with our boss's case against Sir Otten. That's his name. But I don't know about Gaius. I never even met him yet in my off-stream run. You met a girl. Oh. We'll see if that actually changed anything. I expected something more from that. The Quorum Decree. Something. Something. I forget what the Quorum Decree was. Maybe I should have read that. You started studying at the school of Sir Tibor and began to master the sciences. And we go to school with our BFF, Tommy. Tommy is getting... Wait. Last evening before the school exam. Did we skip something? Did we skip a lot of events? I haven't had any chances for points. Did I just get fucked? Did I accidentally fuck up this run? Wait, what? I thought Tommy was gonna get bullied, but this is the school exam. Focus on law for nobility, which we kind of need. We're down bad for points right now. Help Tommy for ingenuity, which, as much as we like these two, we really need the nobility point right now just to get the break point. We also need the Nate point. We're getting screwed. We just need the nobility point because we need that. We hanged out with Nate on the first run, so I'll read this. You push Nate out of the room. He cannot possibly help you prepare for the exam. Soon your eyes start to hurt from all the legal terms and chronologies and titles of imperial edicts. You repeat everything. I changed everything. Too fucked up. All I can think of is that the only real point chance I remember is dying for Sophia. Like, we've had no chance for points. Soon your eyes start to hurt from all you repeat everything, every single line of it, until your head hurts and your vision begins to blur. When Father walks in, he chuckles in approval. You fall asleep right there, amidst the books. The morning comes. You barely have time to wake up before you're walking to the menacing edifice of the school. I like his hat. Time for law. All the students sit still, glued to their benches in terror. The teacher's voice singles you out. If a commoner insults a nobleman's honor, how ought he to be dealt with according to imperial law? We should know because we got punished for that as a kid. Bring the commoner to the prefecture, where the judge will sentence him to corporal punishment. And if a noble takes a commoner's life by negligence or whim, the noble is fined by the provincial authorities. Surprising even yourself, you give the correct answers to these questions and the many more that follow. Some of the order can change a little. That depends. My understanding is that the order changes based on when you get the stat breaks to unlock them. The next subject is the history of the Blessed Achaean Empire. You masterfully recount the history of every province, as they merge with the Empire from Monia to Magra. When you recite the names of every Tempest who has ruled the Empire, you conquer every question the teacher asks you without confusing a single date. You get the highest grade in law and history and an average grade in theology. You relay the teacher's praise to Father over dinner. He smiles, pleased with you. Well done, my son. I can see how hard you've been working. Keep at it. And soon you will be among the Empire's greatest servants. I'm proud of you. Honestly, I'm kind of annoyed we maxed out Dad this early, because now I guess it opens up opportunities for different stats later, but we're going to need those stats, and they're usually tied up with Dad points. So we're kind of leaving points on the table in the future with him this maxed out early, honestly. Well, we got the breakpoint. That's what matters. Noble titles. Your education continues. As you study imperial law, you come to realize that there is a certain hierarchy even within the noble estate. It seems your father's status is not quite equal to that of the more eminent human and Archnean gentry. You return home with this new information at your disposal. Father asked you about school after dinner, as he always does. And what is the difference between nobles of the mantle and those of the sword, Powerlands? That's me. You have the answer ready. The latter status is hereditary, meaning that it is passed down from father to son, such as Stefan. After the Archneans, nobles of the sword are the most eminent humans of the Empire. They own land and estates, and fill offices the highest ranks, and names of their bloodlines are preserved within the Great Blue Book. Nobility of the sword can only be granted by the overseer of the province, or by the Empire himself. And how are such eminent people addressed? With a big fat L on their forehead, because they're losers! Father pats us on the shoulder, clearly pleased by our outburst. And what about the blueberries and their status? What have we learned about them? That our future girlfriend is kind of a bitch, weirdly. I mean, she's cool later. I didn't expect Octavia to be such a bitch as a kid, with the hanky incident. Wait, what? Mantle, the civil servant. Yes, and someday you will earn a noble title too, son. All in due time. We'll do it for you, Dad. Sons of the nobility. Oh, this is Tommy getting picked on. Here it is. Yeah, okay. Shake Diedrich's hand. No, we want the Tommy point. We need the Tommy point. Tommy's our bro. Wait, that gives us a dad point? I mean, that is a reputation point, which is nice. Admonish the nobleman's sons. I don't know if we're going to even have chance to get another breakpoint for another scene with any of the other things. No, we didn't sell the hanky because I wanted to get the Octavia stuff going early. It didn't go as expected. In our first run, we turned them over to the teachers for ingenuity and a Tommy point. All these are going to give us a Tommy point, except for the bad one, which is the Machiavellian point. But I don't want to get Tommy down because he's our bro. Yeah, that rep though. But my biggest consideration right now is that I don't. Where are we on the timeline? Does it show us the overall timeline here? I feel like we're about to leave for college soon, so I don't know if we're even going to have a chance to get another point before we leave for college. I guess I'll go for spirituality in the hopes that we get the Nate scene, and then we can not crush Nate telling him the gods hate him. That's kind of a long shot. Channeling him to a fight honestly seems a little better just for an extra nobility because that's most directly involved with being a judge. Oh, which one should I do? Hey, we did die for our bro. But I'm going to try and not die for him on this one. We might. It does give us some stats, but... Shake his hand. That is a tempting reputation. Where's that reputation? We need a reputation at 8, if I remember right, to become El Brante. Yeah, I guess we'll go for the nobleman, just because that's... Well... But there is this small chance that we're going to get another scene to give us another spirituality point, which will then unlock a Nate scene. And then we can get a Nate point, which we kind of need. We're low on Nate points. I'm gonna fish for another scene for spirituality. Please. Wait, I think there is the school trip to the tree. We have a chance. You make a speech, not to the lead bully himself, but rather to his retinue. How come Diedrich sees himself fit to instigate fights? His family may be higher in rank, but like everyone else here, he has yet to take the nobleman's sacrament himself. Nobleman's lot is not yet his, so he is not yet fit to fight or rule, nor are any of you. The twin gods are ever watching over us, you add, and they are ever vigilant. Do you dare defy their false will? Violence? The violence will come later. The violence will come. Diedrich tries to retort. They've broken no law, he says. All they've done is teach commoners the meaning of suffering. You call upon the knowledge gained from your theology lessons and easily pick his argument apart. Every man's duty is to follow his lot, and Diedrich and his friends lack the humility to accept they are not yet true nobles. The hands holding Tommy down grow weak. There's a whisper amongst the students around you. You're right, the twins are always watching how we follow the lots. Diedrich's retinue quickly dissolves in embarrassment. He furiously orders them to come back and join his cause, but his exhortations are all in vain. The other boys are clearly impressed by your words. The noble children will think twice before acting out again, and we got a Tommy point. And please give me one more point for the break point. I need it. We're down bad. Okay, we're only halfway through. We still have a chance. Okay, this is the school field trip to the giant tree of the false gods. We stand there surrounded by a crowd of pilgrims. 2 girls are trying to groom us. Do we follow the younger girl, who's our age, who I think is the romance option on the priest route, which is a gene point, which I don't care about. Spiritual route. Willpower would be good. We're at 0 willpower, but we need that. We need that spirituality point. I need that break point. This game is all about min-maxing your break points, man. You shrug, smile sheepishly at the girl, and walk towards the red-haired preacher, saying stranger danger, instead going to the girl your age. This Matilda Avestinia, she speaks too strangely to be ignored. You feel she will be leaving soon anyways. In the temple, surely the temple is not going anywhere. The lady preacher hands her book to you. There are words on the cover, the lives of the twins. The book is so heavy, you almost drop it. The crowd around you barely allows for proper reading. The best you can do is flip through the pages and hope to glimpse a message or two from it. Matilda's hushed voice comments on each new page. This book was written by the disciples of the twins. When the twin gods descended and brought faith into the world, they walked the lands with them. It is filled with many stories of wonders and battles, as well as records of the twins' own sermons and dialogues. They discuss many things that now guide the living, the fate that awaits us on the shining pillar, the eternal life after true death, the profane evil of magic. Yet Matilde points out something that you cannot help but notice yourself. There is not one mention of the lots in this book. How can this be, you ask her. It is what it is, she responds. The twins never spoke of them. They never left any teaching behind. Nothing but their deeds and their own lives in this world. You frown. Then how come we know about the lots now? They exist thanks to Azatius, she says. Azatius, favored by the gods, the elder's favorite disciple, walked the lands by his side and through all his hardships until his fatal end in Eterna. They came to be, she explains, when people came to Azatius and asked him how they should live. Yet Azatius was but a man, and his teachings of the lots were not a divine revelation, but a speculation of his own devising. This feels much tougher than learning prayers. So if the teachings of the lots come not from the gods, but rather from their student, what does that mean for you? What does it mean for the people? A new faith, the red hair. Oh wait, we went with a stranger danger. Whoops. We're getting groomed, shit. The red-haired preacher says with a smile, oh god, she's a ginger and soulless too. You think about her words for a long time as the silver tree whispers above your head, the very tree grown from the blood of the people who walked the land with the younger and the elder. You keep on thinking about it, even as you make your way home and into bed. Your conclusions bring you no comfort. If that strange lady preacher was right, then you are supposed to be free to interpret the twins' words for yourself, which means that you, and only you, should be responsible for your life and the fate in the hereafter. Who can tell for sure? Me, because I know the gods are false. I think she becomes an inquisitor later, because I'm pretty sure she's the one we meet later when we're a judge. She brings a witch to us or something. You cannot follow... No, she brings the preacher man, who's based. I need to sip. You cannot fall asleep that night, so they were lying to you all this time. In the morning, you still mutter off a prayer in the word of your lots. To work, endure, and suffer. But is it all worth it if the lots don't really exist? Or is it the will of the twins, after all? Did they actually speak their will through Azatius? And those who defy that will are defying the true order of the world. These questions will remain in your mind for a long time. Yeah, this is the blonde Jean. Because she's the one she's the girl our age. Who we ditched to go get groomed by the ginger lady. Whoops. I mean, she gave us some base preaching at least. And she unlocked a Nate scene, I'm pretty sure. In the first run, we went and just ditched both girls. We said disregard hoes, and we curled up by the tree and got some willpower. Which we could use some willpower. We're low on willpower. Okay, we got a breakpoint. A shadow of the past. Another school day has ended. We're making our way home, still mulling over the things you learned from your teachers. The founding, mother is waiting for you. Pray with mom? Oh, is this about Gloria? Yeah, this is about Gloria. Mom is begging us to not cut off Gloria. She is begging us to try and suffer Gloria. If Matthew is the base teacher who says none of this shit matters, and we either have to save him or turn him into the Inquisition as a judge, then he's probably the most correct. Accept Gloria as our teacher for family points. Evade the question for... We could use some willpower, but... we're gonna accept Gloria, which was what we did in the first run too. Just for the mom point. I don't need the Gloria point right now, but we need the mom point. Okay, we... Look, as I said... Gloria is a sinking ship. She's not just a sinking ship. She's a sinking torpedo that's gonna hit our ship. But we're stuck trying to tow that bitch to port. So we're stuck with her as our sister. So, same thing we did in our first run, unfortunately. The flash and the flame. Do. What? I thought this was an event where we got to do something. I guess not. There's a witch at school when he sets fire. A witch tries to burninate the school and he gets caught by the Inquisition. A nobleman's lot. Which one is this? Oh, this is Gloria going off to her poetry jam. She gets ambushed by a random event encounter. And Stefan, being the based elder brother he is. Stefan is such a good elder brother. Gloria, I don't know what Gloria is just built different, meaning wrong. And she is physically impossible of appreciating how much of a good guy Stefan is. Even through everything. So Stefan runs off to save Gloria's life, and we go after him. And we're going to follow our bro's orders. Wow, +2 for Stefan. We get a nobility at the cost of willpower. Call the guards for ingenuity. We could use an ingenuity. We might have time for one ingenuity breakpoint. I'm not sure. Because we get a lot of Stefan points later on. Oh, but we're now at 0. Yeah, it's a Rebel Slam poetry meet. We're gonna follow our brother's orders for the nobility point. It's gonna cost us willpower, but I want that extra nobility. So, same as the first run, we follow Stefan's orders. We're a dynamic duo. We kill some bitches. Well, he kills bitches. We take some hits, but we keep them off his back for him. And we save our ungrateful sister. We save Gloria. She is just the worst. And now, the trial of the assailants that ambushed Gloria at her poetry jam. The issue is that Gloria is being treated as if she does not exist. And instead, the guys who ambushed Gloria are being tried as if this was just about them attacking Stefan and was self-defense for him to kill them. So, Dad is asking us to help him go along with the lie that it's all about Stefan acting as self-defense and not about Gloria being ambushed. So, we can support Dad for a reputation at the cost of unity. We can tank a Gloria point. We can lie to Dad for an ingenuity point. Oh, maybe I should have gone for that breakpoint after all. Should have just let her eat a first... Yeah, why not? Why not just let her eat a first death? Let her have one. She never uses them. What we did in the first run was convince Dad to change his mind. Which we can't do because we don't have the reputation. We don't have the willpower. So we can't do that. Get rep? Yeah, we do need some rep. We also need the unity. But we're stocking up on family points with Mom and Gloria. So I think we can get some unity later on. Although, honestly, lying to Dad for the ingenuity point... No, because that's leaving a lot of points. Wait. Well, both Dad and Gloria are at 5, so it doesn't matter. And we don't care about Grandpa. We wrote him off already. He's at -2. It's a lost cause for Grandpa. Do we think we have an opportunity for another ingenuity point before we leave for college? So it's between ingenuity, which will trickle down to a bunch of other skill points later, or reputation, which is really important later on. Oh, yeah, that's true. If we let Granddad burn the house down, everyone eats to death. That's true. I forgot about that. Which is really funny to do, also. I did that off stream. It's really funny. Getting positive Granddad points is honestly one of the funnier ways to go. Because he does so much goofy stuff, even though he's a bastard. I'm gonna fish for a second ingenuity point before this chapter is over to get a break point. The reputation is tempting, but I don't want to lose the unity. The family relation points don't matter to me because they're both at 5. That's whatever. So I'm going to take the ingenuity in the hopes that we can get a second ingenuity point to get the break point. And we didn't do this on the first run, so this is new. We lie to Dad. You're not in agreement. You will follow the family's plan for the trial to the letter. A faint smile appears on Father's fatigued face. Reputation is important, but you can get a lot of reputation later. And it's at the cost of unity, which I don't want to do. Thank you, son. This is an important case for our family, and for me as well. I appreciate your lying, bastardly support. You watch Father leave your room and consider your options. When should you mention Gloria? During your testimony. There is no way you pretend she was not there. That would not be fair in the slightest. The day comes. The trial takes place in the lesser hall of the city prefecture. Sir El Bonnet himself presides. I'm already regretting this. We should have just gone along with it for the nobility point. Sir El Bonnet presides as judge. We're seated next to Dad and Stefan. You are to testify to the court one after another. Your brother's testimony follows Father's plan to the letter. The young commoners insulted you as you were both walking by the ruins. Then they assaulted you. Stefan defended you. You are next to speak. You tell the court the truth about that night. How thugs humiliated Gloria, how Stefan and you came to help her, and how Stefan defended his half-sister. There are confused whispers in the hall. The commoners on trial cry out, it's the truth. Gloria was reciting poetry, and they simply told her she was defying her lot. The situation has changed. By this account, Stefan was not acting in defense of himself or another. He merely assaulted them first in order to retaliate against those who had insulted his half-sister. Grandfather's face turns red, yet he remains silent. All emotion disappears from Father's face. Your brother turns to look at you, disappointed. Saves come back to the start. I went Iron Man mode, so I don't want to restart everything. We're just gonna let it ride. I'm still okay with fishing for another ingenuity point. This whole trial doesn't have any lasting consequences, at least. So, Sir Alborne rises to deliver the sentence. There's bitter regret in his voice as he speaks. With this new evidence in mind, the court of Anzotti finds you not guilty of assaulting Stefan Brante, a nobleman. However, you are found guilty of disgraceful conduct and injury to a noble. All four defendants are sentenced to 20 lashes each. The carriage is silent as your family drives home. Father asks you to go to the sitting room. You need to talk alone. The tone of his voice does not bode well for you. You have absolutely no idea what you've done. I know more what I did than you do. We didn't lose any reputation from this. Fuck off. Why? Because I could. You try to explain yourself. You only want to treat your sister fairly. Father's face turns red, just like grandfather's did. Treated fairly, he says. His sister, he says. Get out of my sight this instant, both of you. I thought we were alone. You're in for a world of punishment, young men. You and your sister are nothing but disappointments to me. Be gone. Okay, cool it, Granddad. Jesus. Father gives his orders. You and Gloria are flogged together, brutally enough to ensure you learn your lesson. Is this like the only instant in the entire game where Dad's a bitch? This is the first time I've ever seen Dad not be the good guy, even if he is spineless. Wait, Iron Man still lets me roach out to the beginning? Where? I thought Iron Man didn't let me. Because I'm having regrets. I'm clicking. Maybe I need to quit? I am having regrets about that. That's the old one. That's the off-stream run. I can just get rid of that so it doesn't confuse me. Will it let me roach out? No, I think Iron Man turns it off. Unless the choice comes later. Yeah, I did return to title and open save. It's because I have Iron Man turned on. There was no option. Right? There's no other buttons. I think we're stuck. Back to where we were. We are flogged. Once this ordeal ends, your sister thanks you through tears. At least you tried to stand up for her. Your back will not hurt less for that. Well, at least you feel better now. It's a family hobby getting flogged together. When Gloria comes back home that day after, there's a fresh bruise on her cheek. Her dress is covered in dust and her hair is disheveled. Should have been able to click adolescent. One more try. I thought I tried that. Nope. Iron Man locks it out. Iron Man specifically locks out you being able to restart chapters. You ask her about it. She does her best to pretend nothing is wrong. When you ask about the bruises, she says she just fell down the stairs. You meet those 4 commoners on the street a few days later. They thank you mockingly and tease you mercilessly. Sir House Brante, they call you sarcastically. You walk away as fast as you can. They laugh behind your back. Whatever happens now, Stefan will not protect your glory anymore. Wait. Hopefully that's an empty threat, because Stefan, that's his entire thing later on. Did I actually just fuck up this run completely? Did I? Okay, I might have fucked up this run completely. We might restart later on. It's a good night. Good thing we have all night for this stream. Okay, we're gonna hope one more chance for ingenuity. We got a little chance for ingenuity here. Agony! Stefan soon leaves after... Uh-oh. Granddad's about to burn the house down. So, one night, Granddad is going crazy as he dies and wants to burn the house down to kill all of us little shits. All us little bastards. Mom, me, Nate, and Gloria. And the servants too, but they're not people, so they don't matter. We can eat a death for a lot of points, actually. I didn't notice that before, but that's a lot of points, actually. That costs us a wealth. It costs us a mom point. Run away to rescue Nate. Okay, so there's no way to stop Granddad because we don't have any willpower. God, we're so low on willpower in this run. Oh, so either way, we're going to get the ingenuity breakpoint. So this is just... Do we want to eat a death and a mom point? That's what this is. Either way, the house is burning down. What's the nobility breakpoint? 4? Ooh. 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 Hold up. Okay. You know what? This is going to be our penance moment. We're going to let Granddad do some violence. We're going to let Granddad have his violence. Because I like violence. And it'll be really funny. But this is actually going to be huge for us. It's going to give us 3 breakpoints in one go. And we can tank a Lydia point. We can tank a Lydia point. Either way, we're losing wealth, but that's fine because we get a lot of wealth later. But this is a really good opportunity for points. So we're going to let Granddad do violence because it's really funny. This is becoming a cursed run. You drop your hands as the grief in Grandfather's eyes pierces your heart. He is staring true death in the face. Those who grow old do not return from the hereafter. What fate awaits him there? The nobleman's lot is to rule, but his helpless inability to fulfill his lot, within his own family no less, is causing him so much suffering. Are we going back on our death limit? Yep. Yeah. Look, hey. At least this death is funnier than saving Sophia. Hey. You look at Grandfather's face, lit by the lamp, distorted by unyielding wrath. His force of will astounds you, even if he is using this will to choose his own demise. T-post to Isekai. Even if he is using this will to choose his own demise. To submit to this will is your duty. It is this duty of every single person in this house. You cannot deny him. The lamp smashes against the floor. The carpets, the curtains, the walls. It takes a moment for the flames to engulf the entire room. Wait, was that not even give us a Nate point from saving Nate? I just thought about that. I don't think it would have given us a Nate point. I don't think. Grandfather's hands go up as he intones a loud prayer to the twins. You have known these words all your life, but never have they sounded so solemn. His eyes look way high above, his face a still mask reflected in the flickering flames. He smiles. You take Mother's hands. She is crying and shaking violently, yet she will not run. She knows it too. It is her duty to stay here. There is only one thing you can do for her, and say your side of prayer to her, as loud as you can, again and again and again, until the acrid smoke finally fills your lungs and takes our breath away. The worst song from the Top Gun soundtrack. Gloria and Nathan are fast asleep, so they will perish before the fire seizes them. This is your final thought before a lesser death claims you. You usually eat this as your first death? Really? I figured this one was an easy one to stop, because, I don't know. Every other time I've tried to run on this game, I've always had way more willpower. This run is kind of cursed, I'm not gonna lie. Our second death, where we meet the false gods. You defy design the god and law and bind it together. Fuck the gods, fuck the police, fuck their clergy. Anyways, we're gonna be a judge, but we're gonna break the law. We're reborn. The first thing you see in the gloom of the family's crypt is Mother's sorrowful eyes. I mean, it's a good batch of points. This is your fault, but what could you have done? Without a sound, you mouth to her the very words she taught you. You must accept all suffering. This is the commoner's lot. And at these very moments, you live by your lot, as you lie on the cold rock of the crypt and not turn away from Mother's wary face. This is my last life. It could be our last life too. Fuck you. We just chose not to get run over before. It would be really funny to this be your last life as well with her. Actually, that's gonna be my next run I try off stream. I'm gonna do like a death maxing run, where this is my final death too with her. In the depths of the crypt, you find Nate and Gloria, reborn for the first time. They are shaking and crying silently. They have experienced their first death. Mother takes the children by the hand. In the fire I am tempered and forged. You leave the crypt without a word and walk to what is left of the Brante estate. You belong to the common lot, and so you must endure the lash of fate as it strikes again and again. The servants come in time to put out the fire, but the second floor has already been reduced to ash. It will be a while before the floor is restored. Tommy's family gives us refuge for the night. No matter what happened, life goes on. The family estate was damaged by the fire, yet the family continues to live there. Grandfather's charred body is taken to the family crypt. Gregor Brante has died his true death. You go there to look at him. His face is covered by cloth, hiding its expression. Did Gregor Brante finally find solace at the pillar amongst the flames in his final living moments? Or did he die as he lived, an embittered soul driven mad because he could never truly live by his lot? Yep. But look at these breakpoints. That's actually pretty huge. And we're at 2. There's a small chance we can get ingenuity up to 4 as well, but it's a small chance. Nobility is still the most important, because that's the violence stat later. Dad died, or Granddad died, and Dad comes home and is like, what the fuck happened? I left for 5 minutes. Why is my house burned down? Last respects. The night of Grandfather's death shook your family to the core. Dad is a new patriarch, and it's time for the blood tide. We can't do either. This is what we did the first time, because we were all fuck Granddad and we wanted the willpower, and we also want the willpower now. We're down bad for willpower. Oh, also a Nate point. Oh. But you can join the blood tide. Well, if you could... Oh, this is in case you didn't grab the sword. This is if you did grab the sword. Or asking... Wait. Oh, this is just the better version of that. But you need granddad points for this. Or high nobility. Yeah, but we have to do as we did in the first run, give the dagger back. Because we do not bear the nobleman's lot, so we can't bleed. But it's fine because we need the willpower and also the Nate point. The Nate point will give us a break point for them, I think. So, same as the first run. Dad and Stefan join the Blood Tide. Granddad's ghost just rips into Dad. And everyone is spooked, because ghosts are spooky. And I'm not too worried about Dad's points going down, because he gets so many Dad points later on. And we're back at 0. We broke even, finally. Where has all my willpower gone in this game so far? Because I remember in our first run, I was always pretty high up on willpower after the first bit. Hey, I think this is the Nate event, where we can tell him the gods hate him, specifically him. Nate's sitting by us sighing, just begging someone to talk to him. Nate asks us... Where's this question? I'll read that. Is it true that the twin gods had no love for your little brother? Surely the twins have enough even for little Nate. There is hope in Nate's eyes as he looks at us. Guiding others in matters of faith is the clergy's lot. You are no priest, you cannot stay quiet. You see his pain that the gods hate him, specifically him, more than anyone else in the world. In the first run, we confirmed his fears. We kind of mind broke Nate later on by doing this. It is good stats, though. I'm not going to lie. It's good stats. Good stats. Mind breaks Nate that the twins hate him. The Blood Tide kind of refute the nihilist belief that your will doesn't endure. Yeah. But we're going to do this for the Nate point plus spirituality. Although the nobility and ingenuity points are better. But I want the Nate point for later on. We need the Nate point for later on. I think the spirituality will be better when it trickles down to the other stats later on, when we're dealing with Octavia as well. You tell your brother that the twins are more than just law and will. They are also love. So writes Zatius, the disciple of the elder, and so says Mother. And both you and him were brought into this world through their providence. It is true that their love is quite unlike the love humans have for one another. They cannot forgive others unconditionally, like mother or father would. Your parents love you no matter what, but they are unlike them. And yet the twins bear no hatred, for they descended to our world and granted us knowledge of how to live. And this is a great treasure indeed. The twins put us all to the test with the hardships they send. They watch how we follow our lots. And if Nate suffers and feels no love from them, then that means they believe in him and know he will endure his suffering. They know he will humbly accept it and let it pass through him. Let it purify him. This is the manifestation of the false god's love. Nate hangs on our every word because he has no willpower of his own. The despair fades from his face. He is smiling. He puts the chain with the encircled cross back around his neck again and hugs you gratefully. So they do love me, thank you. You've helped me hold on to my faith. I wonder if this will make him not a burnout later. I doubt it, but he seems destined to be a burnout. You hug Nate back and let him sniffle on our shoulder. Stop sniffing me. Gross. He will remember this little talk for years to come. Hopefully, I have a distant hope that this will make him not be a burnout, but I kind of doubt it. He'll become a useful puppet later. Yeah, I met the priest later on and sussed out that he was Nate's guy. Because I think we sussed that out in the first run. The Forbidden Love. Ooh. Yeah, this is, it's not really an incident. It's just, Stefan has a girlfriend, that's it. So Stefan's been sneaking out. He's been sneaking out, getting some action on, as a young strapping lad does. And we spot him. And then we wait outside the lady's gate, and we like, hey, bro. So, do we aid Stefan in getting some? Ooh. We could use another bro point right now. Nobility is the most important. Is 6 a breakpoint? No, 7 is. And I think everyone's plot is set. Yeah, so Nate's always going to be a burnout, I figured. Because if Gloria's always a worthless bitch, then Nate's always a worthless burnout. That's it. Well, okay, well, look. Nate's not worthless. He at least gives us willpower sometimes. Although he didn't really give me any willpower in this run. That's where all my willpower went. I forgot to take the Nate choices for willpower in this run. That's why. I doubt we have the time for getting ingenuity to 4. Huh. I think I'll take the nobility one. Yeah, I think I will do this one, just because I haven't done this route before. Wait. A bro point... Relationship points with your family members is kind of less worth it, because they're really transient. They go up and down all the time. But that is a spirituality and ingenuity point. Neither will get me a break point, but it'll put me close in ingenuity. So should I fish for getting ingenuity to 4, or take nobility because it's the violent stat later on? I think... Well... I'm gonna go for the Stefan point now. I'm gonna get nobility for the violent stat later. Also, because we haven't done this one yet. If Stefan keeps acting like this, he will bring disgrace upon the entire family. You fold your arms as you face your elder brother. He is confused to see you here. You speak to him openly. You know of his affair with Maria Velasco, and Stefan should forget that young lady as soon as humanly possible. He freezes at these words. You keep talking. A noble cannot behave like this. Stefan is risking bringing shame on all the Brantes, and worse yet, he is defying his own lot in his own words. His honor, Maria's honor, the family's honor, will all be harmed by his recklessness. Not really, but because nothing ever happens from this. Yes, we will win the tournament. That's non-negotiable. We will win the tournament. That we will win the violence. The violence is non-negotiable. It's gonna happen. How could Stefan have forgotten about this? How could he have let his emotions rule him? Why should you have to be there to remind a born noble about this, you who were born a commoner? Stefan frowns, but lets you keep talking. You wait for his anger, but there is none. When you are finally done speaking, your brother stays quiet for a long moment, then sighs heavily. Yes indeed, you're right. I lost control of myself. Maria, I am a madman in her presence. I forget the world when I'm with her, and I forgot my duty to my lot and my family. I will part ways with Lady of Velasco and offer my apologies to her father. My brother, thank you. You reminded me of who I am, the best big brother. I'm really hoping I didn't screw us over with the trial, because it said that he's never going to help us again. I hope that wasn't a secret flag. I'm hoping it was a fake threat, empty threat. Because Stefan better still be the best brother, because he's so cool. Show me the definition of the butterfly effect. Well, hey. Look, we know I'm stupid. I'm going judge, so I am going to have high nobility and high violence. From that day on, Stefan stops going out at night. His attitude towards you has changed, too. He now looks at you with respect, as if he has finally come to see you as an equal. Even in his anger, he's now quick to recall your brave decision and stop himself. So we will stay as our brother. Cool. Yay! Nobility. The violent stat. I'm gonna be mad if I missed out on a chance for ingenuity. They should rename this, because it's not a disgrace. It's just a little thing that happens. Nothing comes from that. Uh-oh. Sophia. So, Sophia got sold off by her family after her death to become Otten's wench, his servant girl, and she ran away, and we found her. So, Otten is looking for her. We can either try to stop Otten. We can bring Sophia back to Otten, which is kind of funny. We can help Sophia flee, which we did the first run. Or indiscretion. Yeah, indiscretion would have been the better term. Or we can hide alone for willpower. But we can only do bring her back to Otten, or hide alone. We already know Sophia is not only a sinking ship, she's a sunk ship. We want nothing to do with her. So I'm going to... I know for a fact from my off-stream run that Dorius points are actually kind of funny to have on hand later. So we're going to go for a Dorius point here. And I suspect that Sophia is going to give us a true death in the revolution. Maybe. That's my suspicion. I don't know for sure. No spoilers. If we have her at, like, max hatred. But we're going to do this. We're gonna bring Sophia back to Otten. 1, for the Dorius point. 2, because I hate Sophia. 3, because it'll be really funny. And in the first run, we ran away with her, which was a huge mistake. She's the witch that shows up. You pull yourself together and walks. How can you forget Sophia? She's the reason that I turned away from the revolution. You pull yourself together and walk slowly to the half-collapsed doorway. Sophia stays behind. The tall young Archnean stares you down, his condescending smile dripping with scorn. Your hand raises to point at Sophia's hiding place. Otten nods, satisfied. Then he steps inside, his fingers on the hilt of his sword. You follow him in tow. Have a lot of true death choices in the revolt. Ooh. A silhouette runs in front of you. Sophia, you hear a high-pitched scream of rage. A golden light blinds you, a flash so bright it rends you from the inside. There's another voice in your head now, booming, screaming, halt, freeze, drop. You lose control of your body, your arms and legs. You collapse at the Archnean's feet. Sophia uses this moment of confusion to run past the nobleman and out through the door. Otten steps over to you, cursing, and runs after her. She had that effect of you hating her, but much later. She has that effect on a lot of people. Sophia's just a rotten bitch, almost as bad as Gloria. But, unlike Gloria, we have the option of letting Sophia sink. You hear noises from the other side of the wall, running, screaming in orders to give chase. You lie there on a pile of old bricks, completely unable to move. Slowly, the stupor leaves you. Finally, your knees can bend again. You get to your feet, swaying, and walk out of the abandoned house. The young Archnean is standing in the doorway, shaking his head in frustration. So she's a witch, is she? Wow, me, what a fascinating lass. I knew I chose her for a reason. Oh, there you are, youngster. How do you like your first brush with magic? Tell me your name, and worry not, you have my thanks. You tremble as you introduce yourself to Dorius Otten. You'll go far, young Brante. You know your loyalties. You walk back home, lost in thought. Sophia's a witch. Recall how it felt, how her magic bound you by the arms and legs, how it took away all control over your body, how it made you lose the will to move. But that spell, you could sense something personal in the way it struck you. Hatred. The runaway girl becomes the talk of your district for an entire week. You overhear that Sophia managed to flee the city. The Ottens are furious. So, Sophia hates us now. Or distastes us. She's gonna hate us in college, don't worry, it's coming. And we got an Otten point, which is actually pretty useful. I think you need to have +2 Auten points to roach out from a negative consequence of chasing his court case. So it's actually really useful to have a couple of positive points, even if you're going to be a dickbag to him later on. This is the hypocritical Machiavellian power lines route, apparently, which may or may not completely backfire on me. We're going to find out. If we're fucking around, we're going to find out. Oh. Summer, the bloodstained sermon. This is where the local patriarch gets assassinated and martyred. Because the new faith is trying to replace the old faith, and it's not going so well. The last night. Oh, this is our last night before leaving for college. Walking around the house. The whole place feels so familiar, so dear to you. It feels like home, almost like we live here. You lived here for 16 years, but will we ever return? It's getting late. Everyone is already in their rooms, but we hesitate. Father, Mother, Gloria. Nathan, it'll be a long time before you see them again. Who will we spend our last few hours at home with? Really? Oh. Kind of odd that you have to have Lydia so high for that one. So, some last minute points. No. Wait. What's my ingenuity at? So that would put us at a break point, but I'm pretty sure it's way too late to get a new scene from that. We'll probably go with Dad. Spend time with Nate. We could use some willpower and Nate points. Spend time with Dad is what we did in the first run. And it is a very good choice for us, because that's +2 to ability, which is going to help us a lot as a judge. And extra Dad points will be good, just because we did piss him off a bit. Or spend time with Gloria, but she's already at 5. It would give us +2 ingenuity for a breakpoint, but I would be shocked if it gave us the extra scene, because we're literally about to leave for college. Or spend time with Nate for willpower. We can get willpower when we get right at college, so I'm not too worried about that. I've never had Nate above 3 willpower. Or 3 relations. And he will go down to 2 while we're away from college. Wait, at college. So this is between Dad for nobility points or Nathan for willpower points and his point. I'm going to go for the nobility point, because that's most directly beneficial to our route. You find Father in his study. Nate doesn't have willpower. Yeah, he doesn't have willpower because he keeps giving it to us. You find Father in his study, reading a book. Wait, this was our first run, so I don't really need to read this. We just spent time with Dad, and we bro it up a little with him. Which is good after we pissed him off really bad with the family trial. Anyways. Hey, it actually got us to a breakpoint. I didn't notice that. That's good. Departure from home. You leave the family home for a long time. Your future awaits you in Eterna, the capital of the Empire. Alright. So, this chapter went off the rails just a little bit. We fucked around and started to find out. I don't think our run is dead. I think, honestly, we're doing better than our first run so far, just based on our stats. Things could have gone better, but we made it through a rocky adolescence. I think, looking at our stats, I think we're in a good spot for going to college, all things considered. Now, we continue on to our youth. At 16 years old.
Leaving my hometown behind, I set out for the capital of the Empire. There, I would discover my role in society.
Yeah, both violence and diplomacy are really important, which is why I went for nobility. Because I made that mistake in the first run, where I was on the fence too much. I was trying to play everything without committing to a single path. But knowing that I'm going judge and knowing that nobility is the most important. The other stuff comes up and they're nice to have, but nobility is so, so important for judge. Because you miss out on so much without it. Hello? Can we go? There we go. Okay. The driver flicks the reins. The carriage slowly sways as it starts moving away from our home. You stick your head out the window and wave goodbye to your family. Nathan is running after the carriage with Tommy's younger brother in tow. The little kids shitting their pants, tears glistening in their eyes. It hurts to leave your home behind. Ahead lies Eterna, the imperial capital. You have often read about it, heard stories from Father and Stefan. It is a city that surpasses Anazote enormously in terms of size, age, wealth, and beauty. But what is it really like? Kind of a party town? What kind of life awaits you there? What will you learn there, and where will your actions take you? You pass the old walls of Anazote. Somewhere within them is the old fortress you and Thomas built together out of old wooden planks, now left to the care of your younger brothers. You two are adults now. Perhaps your fortress will crumble, now abandoned. Or perhaps your brothers, they won't continue what we started, because our brothers never do anything. Our brothers need some hobbies, but they never get one, besides burning out. You look down at your hands. Excuse me. Knuckles covered in scars. My lips suddenly got really dry. Knuckles covered in scars from street antics, fingers stained with ink. Mother gave you a cross to wear away from home, and now you can feel its warmth against your chest. Your family counts on you, even though they all have a different future for you. But they are behind you now, in Anazote. From this point on, only you will decide which road we take. This is the journey you prepared for throughout our entire childhood. Ahead of you lie many years in the capital, years that will determine your fate and your place in society. Now, I actually really enjoy how this game works. The way it, all your stats trickle down is really cool. So in the first run, my perception was at 1. So all my stats were super tanked down below breakpoints. So all through college and adulthood, on my first run, I was missing out on so much shit. It was terrible. But now, we're starting out with diplomacy at 11, which is good. We're close to a breakpoint already. And manipulation, which isn't important to us. It's just nice to have. It's below a breakpoint, which is okay. Theology is almost at a breakpoint, which is interesting. I might get a point in that just to have it. And Valor, the violent stat, the most important stat in the game, is at 12, right next to a breakpoint. I think we can easily get this to a 16 before college is done, if I remember right. Maybe higher. It's actually surprisingly easy to get violence, like, maxed out really fast. And scheming, which comes up a few times as a judge, but not very often. And eloquence, which we're above a breakpoint, which is good, because that does come up a couple of times as a judge. Yeah. Youth. And we are now a legal adult. Don't tell anyone. They might jump us like that weird red-headed ginger cleric lady who tried to groom us at church. Try not to think about her. Arrival in the capital. It takes a whole ass month to reach Eterna. You and Tommy spend the days wagging your chins and staring at the scenery as your carriage makes its way along the road towards the province. And what is my relationship to Tommy? How many points do I have? Only 3. Okay. Well, higher than I thought. I thought it might be at 2. Anyways, we arrive at college town. But before we can get in and start studying at college, we have to get admitted into college through testing. But it's our first night. There are some noble youths partying it up. There are archrites giving speeches. Whatever an archright is, I think they're like preachers about preaching about the rights of commoners. There is the Great Temple of the Twins for nightly service. Oh wait, there are nobles who are going to party, and then there's students who are going to party. So we have 0 willpower. So we're going to do it like we did on the first run. I need willpower bad. Actually, if we go with the noble youths, I think it does unlock some scenes, if I remember right. But we really do need the willpower. We're at 0 willpower. So it's between... Ooh. That'll get theology up, which isn't bad. But that at the cost of 5 willpower, not so much. I wouldn't mind getting manipulation up. It's between meet noble youths. Who were we going to party with, the nobles or the students? This is what we did the first run. Gives us willpower, which we really need. Or meet the noble youths who get us connections along with some stats. I'm gonna... run after the students. We need some willpower in the bank, man. No, wait. We're gonna go with the noble youths. We're gonna get some connections. Because I think I know where I can get willpower later. We're fucking around. Let's see if we find out. You approach the young nobles and introduce yourself tactfully. Your father, a judge, has sent you here to study, you explain. Would they mind showing you around the capital? The nobles eye you uncertainly and whisper to each other. You prepare to face the rejection, but, to your surprise, they agree. When the clock tower strikes 8, your new acquaintances proceed to a rich house not far away. Candlelight fills the halls before you, reflected in abundant mirrors and gilded picture frames. Manservants bring drinks and refreshments to every guest. There are sounds of music, laughter, and small talk. Here and there, you see a couples dancing to the music. It appears you have made it to a small noble party. The nobles are gathered in groups. You take the time to get introduced to each of them and join in their small talk. Some discuss the studies at the college, while others relay fresh gossip. Have you heard that a Melanitis carriage was seen in the city the other day? You mention how you once encountered Octavia Melanitis, daughter and heiress to the Archduke of Magra, at a square in Anazote. These words draw a small crowd. The Melanitis dynasty rarely, if ever, visits Eterna. Which is odd because Octavia seems to live here. They say it is the only house that can stand its ground against the Imperial Tempest dynasty. One young man even allows himself a little joke. They say the great Arcanian houses turn to Melanitis only when a Tempest needs to be refused. After all, only the Melanitis dynasty still knows how to say no. But there's more. It turns out all humans owe the Melanitis dynasty for their foray into nobility. Char the colony dropper Melanitis was the Arcanian who opened the first college, and its graduates were the first to be ennobled by the mantle. To feed and nourish their barren land, the Dukes of Magra took to industry and began adopting innovative industrial and social practices. The dynasty's motto is remembrance and majesty, but strife and change would suit them better. Then the nobles start discussing the other great Arcanian dynasties. The Tempest dynasty is the first of the first, naturally, marked by the twins, anointed to rule. All Tempests are known for their sincerity, often bordering on a volatile temper. It is this very passion that has led them through history. The Tempests have been chosen by the gods to rule the empire. The Diamant dynasty are the main supporters of the emperor's family, honor personified. The Diamants preside at the Arcanian courts of honor that remain throughout the empire in spite of the public taboo. These courts hold sway over the laws and lives of the nobility than imperial edicts or prefectural authorities. Some mention Patriarch Junius Diamant, the black sheep of his own dynasty. He preaches the new faith that rejects the laws and stirs the minds of the common folk. The Orgriff dynasty is another noble bloodline favored by the Emperor. They zealously advocate the twins' faith and see the Empire as a union between heaven and earth. Every year, the Orgriffs donate enough funds to build new temples across the Empire. The Monroe dynasty is an ancient and controversial name. The Monroes often speak in favor of removing humans from nobility, restoring nobility as a solely Arcanian privilege, and returning all human-manned offices in the Empire to the Arcanians. Many gossipers accuse the Monroes of plotting against the rule of the Tempest to bring back the old Arcanian Republic and the joint rule of the great Arcanian dynasties as it existed long before the emperors first came to be. The discussion of courtly affairs and noble dynasties soon gives way to cultured entertainment. Expensive wine flows like water. You, too, ask a couple of noble ladies to dance and show your skill. You return to your lodging room in the small hours of the night, with just enough strength left to undress before your aching head and feet make you collapse. For the first time in our life, you have mingled with a noble crowd on our own, without our family's aid. We're eepy. We exhausted. We have arrived! The time has come and so have I. Phrasing. Luke's sermon! You have spent the last 3 days studying books, but today we decided to go out and encounter Patriarch Luke, who gets got by the Inquisition. The Inquisitors disperse the crowd, and one of them corners us and demands that we pay him heed. Do we listen to his counsel for a theology point, which would get us to a breakpoint? Debate him for eloquence, which we already have at a breakpoint? Resist him for diplomacy, which is very important to us. So, a optional breakpoint, which is good but not important, or resist for an important stat. What is the next breakpoint for diplomacy? Oh, we are at the breakpoint for diplomacy. Ooh. Oh. Okay, so which breakpoint do we want? The optional breakpoint or the important breakpoint? It's still early game. It's still early game. So there's plenty of time to get diplomacy up. I'm gonna... I think in the first run, we went for diplomacy. I'm gonna go for the breakpoint. Listen to his counsel. Just for the theology point. Because that might unlock some stuff later. Just to have it. At this crossroads in your life, in an unfamiliar city, you honestly need advice. You lower your gaze and ask Father Jeremiah to show you the way and guide you from error and doubt. Yeah, we resisted him the first time. That's where you lawyer him out. You lower your gaze and ask Father Jeremiah to show you the way and guide you from error and doubt. The Inquisitor smiles and takes our... Oh shit, we're getting groomed! We're being kidnapped! My son, all of us may sometimes stray from the path determined by the twins. You are well dressed, yet I presume you're of the common estate, are you not? Jeremiah hag. You nod and Father Jeremiah sighs. In these difficult times, people of your estate are the ones most tormented by doubt. Your lot is suffering, but not all of you are ready to suffer. Some turn to guile and cunning to avoid it, and they end up in eternity's embrace at the foot of the pillar. Please understand, my son. Your lot requires humility. Suffering is inevitable, so it is doubt. Each of them may temper your soul, yet each may also destroy it. But know this, if you have doubts, you're always welcome at the temple. No priest will turn you away in a moment of weakness. This is why we exist, to fortify faith in the hearts of all people, to bring the word of the twins to those who have gone astray. I have a brother named Nate. I know he's like a month away, but could you set him up to like, he kind of needs a personal priest just to like babysit him. Can we just get like a priestly babysitter for our little brother? Yeah, it will help in cases that are more churchy. This way we have both church traits at the first breakpoint, which I think both will help us a little through our judging career. Know this, the Inquisition does not imprison everyone suspected of heresy. We exist to protect souls, to guide and save them. We pursue dangerous doctrines and seek to rescue every soul we meet. Arrest or execution is our last resort, except for witches who deserve it, reserved only for sinners beyond redemption. You can see that I am merely speaking to you right now. I have not resorted to force, nor am I giving you orders. You are following your lot by hearing my counsel with humility. With this in mind, consider the following. Did the patriarch speak truth? Yeah, Nate needs his own personal Jesus, basically. Nate needs someone to bear his cross for him. I think Nate inherited the lack of a spine from Dad, honestly. You consider this question. Your fascination with Patriarch Luke's speech has vanished. Was it a sermon or a temptation? The Patriarch of Archnia made you doubt your faith and your lot. He made you see darkness and doubt, but all this time your lot has remained the same as the one you were born with. You fold your hands in prayer and thank the Inquisitor for his counsel. The light of the twins will keep you on their false path, and not even a patriarch will ever be able to intervene. Only a new sacrament, and not your will, can change your lot, you explain, and only the Imperial College can lead you to a second sacrament. Your voice starts shaking as you say this. Father Jeremiah notices. This is not the only way, my son. You can always come to the Divine Seminary and become a priest. If you come to the seminary and prove you deserve the lot of the clergy, you will be accepted. I teach there, and I'm always happy to see students of considerable talent. Your connection to the twins is strong indeed. Only people such as you have it in them to guide and care for others. The work of a priest is no less important than the work of a judge. A judge. Baby shaking is a hell of an early memory. Yeah. You bid farewell to Father Jeremiah. While you were talking, the world around you seemed to vanish. It was just you, him, and the word of the false gods. The square is calm now. The Inquisitors are providing counsel to those who remain. Patriarch Luke and his retinue can no longer be seen. You walk back to the lodging house, mulling over Father Jeremiah's words about the seminary. Your family sent you to earn a noble title, but you have an opportunity to become a priest of the old faith or the new. If you see your destiny in the service of the gods, no one has the right to stand in your way. Alright, so Patriarch Luke, who is a preacher of the new faith, got. The schism within the church is growing. The split has furthered the divide between the commoners and the nobles, though thankfully there's been no direct conflicts as of yet. The new faith are preaching that the Book of Azatius is bullshit and the lots are fiction. There's only the gods who are still false, so Schism is growing. Yay, violence. The city that never sleeps. Time for partying. Where do we go for our off time between partying? Do we go to the dueling club, which I think was the option our first run, which is the violent stat, which is mission critical? Do we go to the secret saloon? No. Do we go to the marketing society? No, because we already have theology. This is the lotless run where you rub shoulders with poetry slammers? No. Fuck off. We go violence. We go to the dueling club, which is full of human nobles who are having a good old time until a Archnean blueberry rolls up, challenges them to 1v1 him final destination and kills a dude and tells them that human dueling is bullshit. But we got her violence stat up. Violence is mission critical. Violence is never an option. Violence is the solution. Remember that. We're on our way to the largest library in a turn to study for our entry exams next to the college. The Chancellor is about to speak. Oh wait, is this new? The Code of Laws? We're on our way to the library. The streets are full of people. Everybody is excited. You hesitate for a few seconds and let your curiosity get the better of you and head towards the place where you will soon study. Before long, you hear the shouting. The great Chancellor is about to give a speech about the future of the Empire. You cannot possibly miss this. You mix with the crowd and soon find a convenient place to listen and watch what is about to unfold. On the steps of the college, you see a small tribune guarded by 2 Archneans armed with swords. This is the first time you've ever seen an Archnean standing guard, let alone 2 of them. The doors of the college open to reveal a stately Archnean surrounded by an honor guard. It is he, Cornelius Tempest, great Chancellor of the Empire, younger brother to the Emperor himself. He heads for the tribune and casts a look over the square. It is full of people and awe and utter silence. Violence is not a question. Violence is assumed. Long ago, humans witnessed Archnean's arrival. The 2 nations built the empire side by side. The provinces joined us one by one. And Magra was the final province to attain the absolute might and majesty of the blessed Archnean Empire. Yet, there was another great event long before that. 1,000 years ago, the twins had graced us with their presence. With their arrival, the twins granted us their will. They showed us their love and their law, and they granted us knowledge of what awaits us in the hereafter. They chose the dynasty of Tempest to rule the empire, and from that day forth, our dynasty has ruled this land, ordained by the gods themselves. However, it is our duty to the twins not to seek power for power's sake, but rather to lead the empire to further prosperity. And so the Great Imperial Council is soon to review and adopt a new set of laws called the Creed. Oh yeah, this isn't new. This is just the Creed. The Creed is where they're going to apply a law that's equal between humans and Archneans, which throws a big civil war in the wrench. In the works. A wrench in the works. Oh god, it's her. It's Sophia, the girl from our past who we let die and then turned in. So this is the worst person. We can't even help her. Get fucked. We can't even help her. We can't even assuage her guilt. Yeah, even if I could, I wouldn't do this. We're gonna refuse her just like we did last time. Get fucked. We are not helping her bitch ass. She's a terrible person. Anyways. Skipping over her because she's not worth the time.
I will never forget that day. For it was then that I chose the path I would walk for the rest of my life.
The 3 lots. We will read this because it's an important moment. There are only a few days left until the Imperial College entrance exam. And finally, the day comes. A clear sky hangs over Eternity today. The breeze is warm. You dress in our best outfit, a gray jacket and velvet culotte trousers. You comb your hair carefully and polish our boots until they shine. We leave the lodging house and head for the Imperial College. Our legs grow heavier with each step. Knees weak, arms spaghetti. Time slows to a crawl. Sons of nobles mounted like you waiting for the college's door to open. At last, they open, the dean of the college stepping out, everyone waiting for his welcoming speech. But the silence is interrupted by a heavy footstep of clanking armor. A troop, not a squadron, a troop, because the squadron is mounted. A troop of warriors emerge from the college, led by Archnean officers. Their banners bear the image of golden grains, noble militia of Monia province, the Monroes. The nobles of Monia form a circle around the college, each forming quietly and precisely until a chain is formed. Aegirius Monroe. Or is it Aegirius Monroe? Commoners, before you stands Aegirius of the Monroe dynasty, Archduke of Monia. By my will, the college is hereby closed, and today's entrance exam is cancelled. Your lowly origins make you unfit for the great honor of rendering service to the Empire, a right that ought to be available to only the hereditary nobles of the sword. The college's reputation has been tarnished. It breeds mock nobles who bear not a trace of noble blood. You belong in the lowly estate, but have forgotten your place. Cornelius Tempest and the other traitors of the Empire are indulging you in defacing the institution of the nobility for their lowly interests. A noble lot for those of lowly birth? How can this be? I will not stand for the disintegration of the Imperial Order. Now turn away from the college this instant and return to the humble trades of your ancestors. Get fucked, peasants. Swerve! Now, Sophia's trying to egg us on to go on another secret mission. No. No. The options are to go with the lot list if you want to join the Poetry Jam Brady Bunch, which fuck that in particular. We could join the Preachers, which is really interesting. I can't wait for my Preachly run. Or we can break the cord into the college for the Path of the Nobleman. I'm half tempted to go for the Preacher now, but we just haven't been building the stats for it. Like, our stats are all in here. We could be a suffering preacher who couldn't get anything done in life. But we break through the cordon into the college, like we did in the first run, because we're going to be a judge. We break through the cordon. We break through the barricade, and then we barricade it behind us to lock ourselves in, because now the college isn't stuck with... We're not stuck inside, the college is stuck with us. And we write to our father of how we broke the cordon. He's so proud of us. He says, "That's my boy, I raised him. I raised him wrong, but I raised him." We enrolled in college. And now, we are a student. And that's our boy Tommy, our BFF. Your friend locks you in an embrace. Is this the BFF ring? It is the BFF rings. We swear an oath of friendship. Wait. We could use the willpower, I'm not gonna lie. But we need the oath of friendship. Just like the first one, we gotta be BFFs. We get the BFF ring with Tommy. It's not a wedding ring, it's not a wedding ring, it's a bro ring. Don't worry about it. I think college is actually gonna go by super fast, because I suspect most of the options are gonna be the same as the first one. We're in the Imperial College. We send a letter back home. The family replies quickly. The letter arrives within under a week. Most of it is covered with your father's handwriting. I'm proud of you, just like the first time. Stefan's congratulations follow your father's. Congratulations, brother. The simple folk could only dream of what you have already achieved. You can thank father and grandfather for this opportunity, but it was you who proved yourself worthy. Can't wait for us to be equals. And then, words from Ma and Nate. You brought your father so much joy and we're proud. Yet Sansmi did not consider the divine... Shut up, Mom. You worked so hard for this. We had a big feast in your honor back home. Hope you achieved all you ever wanted. Thanks, Nate. And at the end is a small note from Sister. Congratulations, good luck. You can really tell the instant we left home, like, we were the only thing keeping her in check. And now that we're gone, she's going off the deep end. Yay! Yay! Psh, bitch! The ball! As a student, we go to represent the judges at the local ball, where we encounter our... Remember to read parts with Nate and them. We have to get to them. Anyways, we're at a ball. Our BFF is also there because he's there to represent the military school. But his commander is none other than Doris Otten, who's a complete D-bag. And there's a gaffe between our BFF and his commander, the D-bag. But Octavia is there, being interested in us. So, do we... I think in the first time, we drew his ire upon ourselves. That's what we did the first time. But we can't do that because we don't have willpower. Do we resolve the quarrel, getting us a Dorius point in manipulation? Or do we dance with Octavia for an Octavia point plus willpower? Yeah, Gloria is literally hating us because we're parting the system. Honestly, this is a really hard decision. Because there's going to be tons of opportunities for Tommy points later on. But an early Octavia point plus the willpower, we are really low on willpower. But the on point is also really important to have later on. And I don't remember if there's going to be a chance for it again. I think if I don't get the on point, I have to have a patron to slip and slide as a judge. We might need the willpower, you're right, but I think I'm going to play it safe and get the Doris on point, because that way I'm guaranteed to be able to slip and slide through my career as a judge and nail the case against him. The willpower will be very good to have, as well as Octavia point early on. But we can get the Octavia point at the duel, and I'm pretty sure I know where we can get willpower coming up when there's the parade. So, we're going to resolve the quarrel. We're going to resolve it. The manipulation point is nice to have. Then we'll be 2 points away from breakpoint, which is neat, I guess. But, more than anything, this gives us the on point, which is a guarantee get out of shit free card later on. Because then we'll have us at +1. So yes, there will be another opportunity to get us at +2 later on. You stand between Tommy and Otten before they clash. The Arachnean eyes you with scorn. You shower him with a flurry of apologies for your friend. Tommy has never been to this kind of party before, and still has a lot to learn when it comes to etiquette. And besides, he's clearly flummoxed from witnessing an Arachnean up close. Otten smirks, just barely enough to notice. Well said. I sometimes forget you humans are barely smarter than beasts. Take pride in the fact that you were permitted to attend this party. You'll have stories to tell and all that. Very well. Away with you. And try not to get in my way. Why? I recognize your face now that I think of it. You're from Anazote. I must have seen you on the streets somewhere. There are just too many of your kind about. But you're rather sharp, and you've been taught how to behave. That's a welcome sight. Doesn't even remember our name. You back away from the Arachnean in a most gallant way. Clutching your friend by the arm, there's a mixture of rage and bewilderment on Tommy's face. Once you are far enough away, he swears under his breath and heads for the refreshments. You follow him and watch him down 2 glasses of sparkling wine like a parched man guzzling water. You sure got skill when it comes to sucking up to Arachneans, friend. You saved my hide, I didn't know about it. Still, feels like a bucket of slop right in the face, though. It could have been far worse, you tell him. Better a moment of shame than a fight with a mighty Arachnean in the middle of a party. Assaulting an Arachnean is the easiest way to meet a true death. Tommy says nothing to this and downs a 3rd glass of wine. Out of the corner of your eye, you catch the mysterious masked Arachnean lady, all beauty and grace dancing with Otten. You could have been in his place, had you so chosen. But we didn't choose. We chose suck up points. It's fine. It's fine. I promise. I promise it'll be worth it later. Trust me. Trust in the plan. Trust in fucking around and finding out. The trial of the Fitty. People are getting executed. Stuff is happening. Sir El Croix lesson. Oh, this is a cool guy. Let's see. With Gunther. This is a story time about Magra, about how the Tempests besieged Anazote and defeated the Charmillanitis dynasty. But in a theoretical, where we're attending a military party with our boy Tommy, who invited us, how do we say that we would have handled the siege? Why on the will of the twins, for valor and theology. Valor is important. All these are valor points. Are pressed for a decisive assault for eloquence. Lay siege for scheming. Honestly, I'm trying to remember when scheming ever comes up as a judge. I know it comes up once, at least. But it's nothing important, I don't think. And both of these are already at a breakpoint. I believe in the first run we went lay siege. Yes, we did. Where you lay siege to starve them out. And that will put us at 2 away for scheming, which isn't bad, but I also don't care too much about it. We'll be dancing with Octavia later. No, we'll be sitting on her dad's throne and doing unspeakables with her on the first date. She's a bit aggressive, that one. I'm leaning towards either theology or eloquence on this one. Or should I just go for scheming? All these are valor. All these are violence. Like I said, violence is not an option. Violence is not a question. Violence is always assumed. Case in point, there is only violence plus options. I don't want to rely on the will of the twins, because the twins are false gods. Press for a decisive assault to get everyone killed, which would give us eloquence. And eloquence is fairly useful as a judge, if I remember right. Or lay siege. I think I'll go for the scheming, actually. Same as the first time. We lay siege and starve them out. The proper way to bring down the castle of Anazote would have been through a prolonged siege. The lands of Magra could no longer feed the warriors of Charmillanitis at that stage of the rebellion, and when their supplies eventually ran out, they would have opened the gates from the inside. Sir Elcroy looks at you, studying you attentively. I agree with what you're saying, Brante, in a sense. Had the Imperial forces done that, they would have lost fewer men and kept the palace of Anazote intact. Yet you're missing my other point here. Melanitis' army would have continued fighting, even emaciated by the siege, even with their numbers dwindling. True, some did flee, but those who stayed to defend the city and the castle, even after the Imperial forces broke in, remained loyal to the Lord to the very end. And that's because Char was the one who ennobled them and gave them skin in the game. So basically Char nationalized war instead of... It's kind of like how in the Napoleonic era, war shifted from being a thing for the gentry and nobles to being a national event by putting the common folk skin in the game. Which is cool lore in this world. Letters from home. Dad says, makes me proud I managed to teach Stefan how to handle our affairs at home. Your older brother behaves impeccably at the society balls and receptions that we host. He has already made several crucial acquaintances. But Gloria has a different matter, because she a bitch. Stefan is like granddad. Shut up. Mother writes, makes me sad to admit Nate has none of the talents you... Wow. Mom going for Nate's jugular. The other day he told me he won't even try to study in the capital. He says he won't be able to pass the exams. I find solace only nights when Nathan and I spend together reading the scriptures, and our walks in the church by the silver tree. So Nate burned out again. So Nate only ever burns out. Stefan always tries to get under Gloria's skin, and she answers them in kind. Oh my god. Bro points goes down. Everyone's going down. This is just time passing. Except for Dad. Dad's proud. The first case where we have to try a witch who was also working as a prostitute. Ooh. First time I went for interrogate, but we don't have the willpower for that. So this is where the witch gets burninated at the stake for being both a witch of she's a lady of the night who's also a witch, so she's a double. So she is just you gotta burn her. That's all you can do without her. But we're gonna end up rescuing her because we don't have any willpower. What do you know? Ooh, diplomacy. Do we find the nobleman who was commissioning her services in an alley? You find the nobleman who was allegedly in Aelis's company and question him on Aelis's. They're not very good with apostrophes on this. And question him delicately about the incident. The diplomacy is a good take there, honestly. Release Aelis for willpower. This is a tough one. Because I'm sad. It is sad that we can't kill the witch. I agree. It is sad. It's very sad. But that would have put us 1 point away from a breakpoint on manipulation. I think 14 is a breakpoint. It is. No, wait. Oh no, 14 is a midpoint. Okay. That extra point in diplomacy right now would be a really good catch. But we do have the violence tourney coming up. Either way, she lives. And that's a wild card I haven't gone through before. I've only ever gotten her burninated. So I don't know what that's going to do to us. So diplomacy or willpower? I'm going to go... Shit, I don't know. I could really go either way. Because I know at the parade I'm going to get willpower. So, combining that... So this will put me at +5. The parade will put me at +15. This will put me 1 away from the next breakpoint, I think. And set me up for better success as a judge. I think... I've been down bad for willpower. I need to get willpower. You dismiss the Gendarme. And Gendarmes are the guards in this world. And Priest, and tell them you will take it from here. You are alone with Aelis now. Flecks of gold dance in her eyes, beckoning, calling for you to immerse yourself in their light. You feel your lips open almost on their own, saying the only words that feel right at this moment. You will not open a case against her. It would be a waste of time and effort. She is free to go. She looks straight into your eyes now. Her gaze feels warm and soothing. Would you come with me then, Your Honor? Why? Are you about to be kidnapped? You comply and guide the lady of the evening through the halls of the prefecture. It does not even occur to you to argue with her. The two of you emerge from the building. You start to shiver from the cold night wind. Aelis is wearing only a thin dress. How is she not freezing in this weather? The twins' love keeps me warm. Shut up, witch. With a smile, Aelis places a finger on your chest, as though showing where this love resides. Even through your jacket, you can feel the warmth emanating from her. It is more than human warmth. Something more, something greater, something higher. Her lips gently touch yours. You don't recall how you ended up in a room at the nearest inn. Aelis slides the dress off her shoulders smoothly and easily like a snakeskin. I don't like the mental image of her having a foreskin. That's a bad choice of word there. While you fumble out of your clothes, the bed beckons. Your body is intertwined. The taste of her lips is intoxicating. But you know you feel this is more than just a union of two bodies. Aeolus places her fingers on your head and guides your gaze towards her eyes, and you are filled with love, the very love you have known since the moment of your birth. This is true love, pure love, a love that cannot be imitated. This is precisely who the twins created you to be. All doubts, all worries are gone now. You are immolated in this golden, loving glow. The utter joy is so intense, it almost tears you apart. You do not sleep that night, giggity, yet you do not feel tired in the morning. On the contrary, there is perfect clarity about your mind and a fresh spring in your step. Aeolus the harlot is asleep beside you now, her golden hair strewn across the pillow. You quietly place her we even tip her. Just the tip. On the bedside table and look at her one last time before closing the door softly behind you. We're under suggestion. We're under something. We got mind controlled. Well, we unfortunately saved the witch. We got brain controlled for it. I'm a little concerned. That's a wild card I haven't dealt with before. I don't know how she's going to come up again. She's our new Nate. She's a sexy battery. The Overseer of Magra. The Overseer is being... So, the current Melanitis dynasty, the current Overseer of Magra, got replaced by a puppet who is the younger brother of the Emperor, if I remember right. Another butterfly, yeah. We're fucking around. We're gonna see if we find out. A great feast for all. Everyone is feasting. We're all feasting. There is a great parade at the feast, as the colleges all parade their students in front of the Emperor. But the crowd begins to yell demands for their rights to be reaffirmed by the Emperor after the Monroes try to shut us down, along with the brewing civil war and the schisms between both faith and law. And we have to decide where we stand. Do we follow the order to disperse, which gives us a diplomacy point, which is a nice catch? Do we demand our rights for a violence point, which is a good catch? Or bide our time for willpower? We will bide our time for willpower to stock up. The first time around we demanded our rights, but there's so many valor points coming. I don't have to worry about it. Trust me. Trust me. We'll have no shortage of violence points coming. We're going to get the willpower. We need to have something in the bank for once in this goddamn run. So, we bide our time. We are finding a fence and sitting on it. You decide to wait while others demand a new law, and still others try to restore order. Nobody knows how this will end. In the meantime, you conserve your energy and watch the events unfold. The chant grows louder with every second. The law! The law! Academy officers are trying to shout the vocal cadets and students into submission and order you back into the procession. But they are barely heard above your chant. Still, not our chant, we're not with them. Still, some submit and form back into columns for the parade. The impassioned chant continues, and you find yourself in the very heart of the chanting crowd. Tommy walks right past you, waving his arms wildly, calling for you to join the chant. If you wanted me to join, you should offer to bro point, bro. But you do not respond, and Tommy gives up on us. He moves to the center of the square, where the vocal future nobles are gathering. The Imperial Guard Cavalry Regiment emerges from the palace. They start slowly advancing on the crowd, hands on their swords, pushing people out of the square. The end of this conflict is clear. Another moment, and the cavalry will crush the disobedient youths. You swiftly maneuver away from the danger and rejoin your semblance of a column in the procession. We roached out. Look, we need the willpower. We've had no willpower this entire run. We have to have it for the tourney. The orders of the Academy officers and cadets finally have some effect. Most students submit and return to their columns. The commotion in the square is quelled, and the cavalry, withdrawals. Emperor Uther II appears on the balcony. Is he in a wheelchair? No, that's a snark. Archduke Monroe, the Emperor's great chancellor, stands by his side. The square falls silent at the sight of the sovereign. My subjects, I can see how overjoyed you are for Prince Ierian, his son, but your show of reverence and gratitude is clear enough. Now follow the great chancellor's order and obey my will. Continue the parade and sing the praises of the Tempest dynasty that has given you so much. The square obediently lines up into columns once again. The bout of defiance is in the past now, and they resume the festive parade through the city streets. You march along with your column. You steered clear of the commotion and all the useless rebellion, and now everything is back as it should be. Glory to Emperor Uther! Glory to Prince Ierian! And we got willpower. Finally, we got willpower. Jesus Christ. The way of the sword. Ew, we got the way of the sword. The tourney! So, who do we dedicate our tourney to? I see. We would have had to dance with her for that. I see. Oh, no. That's for if she doesn't remember you. But she does know us, so we can fight openly in her name for an early point plus diplomacy. Choose lady to fight for which no. Or dedicate the fight to dad for violence point. I'm kind of disappointed that we don't get a violence point from fighting for her. So, violence to 16. Where's violence? There's violence. Which is a break point. Or diplomacy to 14, which is good but not violence. Do we want the early Octavia points? Oh, really? Only dedicating the fight to the dad wins the tourney? I didn't know that. I assume since we got this, all of them will make us win. Well, we can't not win the tourney, so we have to go for violence. Oh yeah, you're right. That is the only one with winning the tourney. Okay, look. I wanted the early Octavia point, but we're going to do it like we did the first run. We're going to win dedicating our fight to good old dad. Also, to be fair, we owe it to our dad after throwing the court case as a kid. So we're going to take the violence point, get the point break to 16. Just like the first run. We approach the stalls and announce ourselves, saying we will fight in the name of our father, Robert Brante. Also, that's in line with our goals for this run, elevating the Brante family. You earn the noble title only because he taught you well, and honor demands you dedicate your victories to him. Unlike the other fighters in the arena, we are not fighting for any hoe in particular. Yeah, she remembers us winning anyways, it's true. The first fight begins. The rules are the same as for any noble duel. I just thought of something. Relations. Octavia. So we already had her intrigued. So that made the napkin incident pointless. So we could have taken the one of the other options there in hindsight. Because this basically negates that. Anyways. For my daddy. We fight for propane and propane accessories. Anyways, we rocked the tourney. We beat the shit out of it. Notable in the tourney is, what's his name? What's the last dude's name? Pelletier. He's hot on our sister later on. And we like him. Pelletier is cool. He actually doesn't mind that we kicked his ass. We earned the judge's mantle and the noble title. I think we did pretty good. Yeah. Victory in the tourney. As it should be. That's Hank. Oh yeah. Hank is the dad, you're right. I need to run to the bathroom real fast. I'll be right back, guys. I drink too much tea. Was Space Ghost the first VTuber? Yeah, kinda. Yeah. I feel like almost no one would recognize that name because 99% of VTubers or Zoomers are younger. But yeah, honestly, I agree with that statement. Space Ghost was the first VTuber. I agree. That's truth. All right. Calibrate the thingy. Okay. The Order of the Inquisition has accused Patriarch Junius of patronizing blasphemous witches and disseminating heresy. He says, "Get fucked, come and arrest me then," and then the Inquisition backs out like a bitch. Schism! Yay! Farewell to the capital. We leave. We go home. Life is great, honestly. Stefan is proud of us. Oh. The sword. A gift for Stefan is in our hands because we got our bro a nice sword. It's great. So, Stefan, early on, +4. Nice. Dad is still +5, I think. After 4 years in the capital, you return to your home in the city of Anazote. Honestly, 4 years. Because the first year alone was just studying for the exams. So that was 3 years of becoming a judge. Which seems a really short time to become a judge, honestly. The years of our youth have come to an end. The time has come to leave the capital behind and return to our family and new business in our hometown of Anazote. The years away from home were full of tumult and hardship. Your adult shoulders now bear the burden of your first life-changing decisions. Look, we made our first life-changing decision when we kicked our dad in the shins and got our skull caved in for it. We got on the ball early. Did you have the freedom to choose this lot for yourself, or was it your destiny all along, ever since your childhood years? All you can do now is follow the path that lies before you. Plus, for Stefan, we can turn on Gloria super quick. We already turned on Gloria, she just doesn't know it yet. The trick is turning on Gloria without breaking family unity, which we need Mom for. Optionally Nate, I think. We are now 20 years old. We are now a functional adult, in theory. Still needs to be put to the test.
Now, I returned from the capital a changed man.
Seen too much.
My
I'm a changed
hometown was
man.
not the same as I had left it. Fate had difficult times in store for all of us.
It's peacetime, which is not so peaceful, but I guess relatively. One funny thing about this game is that it kind of spoils what happens at the end, that there's going to be a revolution. Because of the timeline thing. As the carriage wheels clack a steady rhythm over the cobblestones, you watch the lands of Magra, rendered dry and desolate by ancient magic, sail by the window. You are back in your home province, but you are no longer the boy who left it by this very road 4 years ago. You return a nobleman and a judge. You are continuing a family trade. You have returned to serve at the province's prefecture. We did it, Dad. Came a noble, just like you. Your home, Anazote, is but a few hours away along this dusty road. The carriage is stuffy and hot from the sun, even with the thick blinder shut tight. It is a familiar heat, but you will now need to get used to it again. The heat weighs heavy on you, but also reminds you of your childhood. You will see your family again soon. To pass the time before you return home, you read your father's most recent letter. Again and again, you carefully reread your father's uneasy words, steeling yourself for your first real job and the service that awaits. Dear Power Lines, I anxiously await your return, my son. You are the third judge in our bloodline. the pride of our family. Wow. Get fucked, Stefan. Yet these are hard times for a judge. By the Emperor's decree, Archduke Tarquinius Melanitis. I love the names in this game. They're so on the nose, but hilarious. Suddenly, when it's not against the rules, Gloria doesn't want to be a poet. Gloria's the worst. She's only in it for attention. The new overseer is the Emperor's own brother, Gaius Tempest, and now our province has been split by enmity and strife between the Archduke and the overseer. The nobles have split into two factions, and so too have the commoners. Some side with the Archduke, loyal to their liege and determined to follow the traditions of old. Yet many judges and officials are eager to side with Gaius Tempest as the new overseer. Compared to his brother Cornelius, he is less radical and more cautious, but he too seeks to transform the empire and bring the estates to peace. Yet other Arcadians are outraged that Archduke Melanitis has been deposed. One amongst them, Amogus, is Doris Alton, High Commander of Magra. Although Alton and his men are sworn to serve Gaius Tempest and follow his orders, it is no secret that his loyalty remains with the Archduke. While Gaius and the Archduke are at odds, there has been no open confrontation yet. I fear their patience may one day run dry. As for the judges at the prefecture, every day we deal with more and more litigation between nobles and commoners, yet there are no imperial laws that clearly formalize the rights of all three estates. Wisdom, honor, and conscience are every judge's best advisors these days. You made the choice to serve the law, and you will have your work cut out for you. You will answer directly to Prefect Augustine Elborne. We kind of skipped over him, blasting through childhood, but he's pretty cool. A long-standing friend of the family. He's Stefan's uncle, because Elborne's sister was Dad's first wife, and is Stefan's mom, but she died, and then Dad remarried Lydia, our mom. So that's why Stefan is us, Nate's, and Gloria's half-brother. So Elborne is kinda, sorta, not really our uncle as well, just not by blood. He's our emotional unk. Our emo unk. You put the letter in our back pocket. He's also kind of a funkle. He's fun. He's a fun uncle because he's our boss and lets us get away with some really stupid shit. Honestly. He's pretty cool. Alright, we are finally caught up to the chapter where we last left our first run off, where we died. We died. We went full ride or die for our BFF Tommy. And this time I am determined to not only ride or die. We're going to ride or die for Tommy instead of ride and die for Tommy this time. The and the or is the difference. We don't want to die this time. We're trying to get through Judgehood without dying. The carriage stops. The familiar gates. Your bedroom window, the same one you used to climb out of at night from time to time. The well-tended garden with its imported soil. The well-tended garden, again with its imported soils, I'll reread the same line. Delightful greenery and mother's beloved violet irises. The first time we've ever seen them mentioned, but they're her beloved, surely. The porch you used to jump off of when you were little. We're home! It me! You touch the handle of the front door and halt for a moment. It has been 4 years since you left for Eterna, but it feels like yesterday. The air inside is cool, as usual. Father cannot stand a stuffy room and insists on constantly airing out the house. You hear hurried footsteps from the direction of Father's study. Before you have time to take off your traveling cloak, you are crushed in Stefan's strong embrace. Our bro! The best brother. Stefan is the best. I love Stefan. Your brother has grown taller and more broad-shouldered. When he detaches himself from you, you notice how harsh his features have become. He looks even more like grandfather now. No. Stefan is unbelievably much more better than Grandfather ever hoped to be. Stefan is awesome. You've grown so much over the last 4 years, Powerlines. That's me. Just look at you. You left a low-born boy, but you've come back, Sir Brante. I'm so glad you joined us in the noble estate. You respond by giving your brother a wrapped gift. Stefan unwraps it carefully. When he sees the sword, a boyish smile appears on his stern face. It's beautiful. What a wonderful gift, brother. Maybe I should start a collection. What do you think? I will not keep my bro love in my pants. Nate are a full brother and Stefan the brother from another mother. Yeah, look, I like Stefan more than Nate any day of the week, but, you know, it is what it is. There's no hurry, Stefan. Let me look. Have a look at the prefecture's new judge. Father approaches you, his hand extended. You shake it and wrap your arms around him. Father looks older. His back is hunched and he squints. There are deep lines around his mouth and silver threads in his dark hair and mustache. Taking a step back, Father examines you from head to toe. What fine posture. You had excellent teachers. I'm so proud you made it, son. Everyone's proud except for Gloria. Gloria inbound. Mother comes out of the living room, leaning on Nate's arm. You immediately see signs of the illness you read about in letters from home. Her back is bent, her hair is gray, a thin web of wrinkles cover her face, and her complexion has lost its color. She can barely stand unassisted. Nathan leads Mother to you. Slowly, very delicately, she embraces you. You press your face into her shoulder, sniffing Mom. Don't make it weird. Mother holds your shoulders and studies your face for a long time. You've been away so long, son. How you've grown. Just a short while ago, I was cradling you in my arms. You look so much like your father when he was your age, Sir Powerlines Brante. Nate approaches us next. He's the burnout. He's the burnout. That's Nate. Nate's like 17 years old, and he already looks like the 40-year-old dude under the bridge. Nate's rough, man. Yeah. And here's your ne'er-do-well little brother. He hasn't changed a bit or grown an inch after all this time. He couldn't get into the seminary, so he just hangs around. Nate lets out a heavy sigh and awkwardly puts his arms around you. I'm glad to see you back, Powerlines. Home just hasn't been the same since I had someone to hide behind. That's our sinking ship. Our torpedo that circled around is coming right at us. You hear a snort behind you. Everyone turns, knowing it's the bitch. It's Gloria. Welcome home, Sir Brante. Your sister looks thinner and leaner than she used to. She has dark circles under her eyes, as though she's been sleeping too little or crying too much. You're disappointed he's still awful. Yeah. Look, it was like a 1 out of 10 shot that not crushing his dreams would save him. But man, still disappointing. I wish there was a way to stop Nate from burning out so hard. The only other way I can see saving, well, okay. It's a long shot, but maybe on the Lotless or the clergy routes, maybe you stop Nate from being a burnout. But I can just as likely see that making Nate worse. So, I don't know. It's rough all over. Enough pleasantries, enough humoring this dumb bitch. Come on in! Table is set. Lydia has prepared a veritable feast for you. For the first time in years, the entire family is together. You can finally spend some time with another family member on today. Find out how Mom's doing. We do need the Lydia point. We do need the Lydia point. That's critical. That is a load-bearing point to handle Gloria later. Support Gloria? Fuck off, bitch. just that's just my knee-jerk reaction to her now. They're set in stone. Yeah, that sucks. Ask Nate some questions. We could use a Nate point, but Mom's more important. Talk to Stefan. Stefan's already at plus... He's already at 4, so we don't need to worry about it. That's also going to lower Gloria, which is bad. This is mission critical to get this Lydia point. At the table, you cautiously ask. At the first run, I think we talked to Stefan. I think. Or we either talked to Stefan or Nate. I forget which bro. We talked to one of them. At the table, you cautiously ask Mother about her health. Oh, it's nothing, Powerlines. I have no complaints. I've just been a little weak lately. It happens at my age. I humbly accept whatever fate the twin gods have chosen for me. After those words, she stops abruptly and lifts up her eyes. Father cuts in. You know, son, you should tell us about your life in the capital. Have you made any useful acquaintances? Our family could do some good connections right now. You said in one of your letters that you laid your eyes on the Imperial family. What are they like, the Tempestuses? Yeah, to relate the 4 years you spent in Eterna. Only later that night, while talking to Nate on the back porch, you learned more about Mother's health. I'll be frank with you. Mother isn't doing so well. Gloria and I do our best not to leave her alone. You can ask her questions, but her answers often don't make sense. And she keeps falling silent in the middle of conversation like she did today. Her illness is consuming her. You know, if Mother passes, she may not be reborn. I dread to think what will become a father then, and of Gloria. Gloria has had a hard time of it lately, too. Stefan has treated her like dirt for the last year. I wonder why. Look, this is a misinterpretation by Nate. I know for a fact, without even being there, that Stefan has been rough on Gloria and Nate, but I know for a fact that Stefan only ever acts in the interest of the family, and that interest is in raising the tide to lift all the fucking boats, despite Gloria's worst intentions of acting like a fucking anchor and dragging us all down. Fuck, I hate Gloria. Gloria makes me spitting mad. I hate her so much. You spend quite some time in silence, gazing at the radiant stripe as I mauled out at Gloria. God damn. God, I hate Gloria. First day on the job. Fuck, I need a throat lozenge after that. I gotta be careful molding out about fucking Gloria. I don't want to get a sore throat again. Our service as a judge begins today. The prefecture moved recently, now occupies a massive new building of white sandstone in the very center of Anazote. A stone statue looms above it, the sword of the younger twin, the false god. The divine law that directs worldly judgment. All legal disputes in the province are to be resolved here. Well now, my son, here you should begin your service to the Empire, in the midst of the great struggle I told you about. We meet Sir Brante, our boss. Young Powerlines Brante, what a pleasure it is to see you again. Thomas visits for dinner. Yeah, we live like this, because our stupid bitch sister. I see your years at the capital have turned you into a stately young man. I was told you proved yourself quite capable at college. The city of Anazote needs worthy judges who know their craft now more than ever. Now, are you gonna tell us? Okay, our first day at work. And it's Carlo Fakagraben, our fat fuck peer. He's basically the crony, who if we want to go full corruption, we go his route. Sometimes we might go with his options as we go Machiavellian through this. Now, what do we focus on at our first day at work? Prepare to deal with our first cases. For some willpower, which will put us at 20, which is good, plus an early Borny point. Get acquainted with the judges, which I think we need justice. Look, I have discovered that we can tank career. Career does not matter at all. We can go to 0 career, and it doesn't matter. career is dead to us. We're all in for justice because once you level out at 0 career, it doesn't matter. You can get away with it. Nothing matters. As long as you have the violent stat to get through the 0 event, you're good. You're golden. So you can just... Career is our dump stat, basically. It's hilarious. The Borning willpower is tempting, but I'm gonna go with Dad for the justice point and the diplomacy to get our justice up, or diplomacy up, because our diplomacy is a little down after college. I want to get it to 16 at least. Yeah, Flocking Robin is the careerist option, which is fine if you need. He's also good for getting reputation and wealth for the family at some points. So like I said, we might every now and then go for him. But yeah. We asked Dad for advice to get diplomacy and justice. I don't remember what we did on the first run. I think we prepared to deal with our first cases on the first run. Anyways, we asked Dad for advice. Because we need the diplomacy to be higher. We kind of missed out on some diplomacy upgrades in college because we had no willpower to work with back then. For a while, you busy yourself with paperwork and upcoming cases until you remember that Father's office is right next to ours. He used to help you master the intricacies of Imperial law at school. Perhaps you could benefit from his experience and guidance now. You shift the case folders aside and walk out of your office. Your father is in his office, standing at the window with a deeply pensive look. The subject of his thought is in hand, a letter bearing the Archduke's seal. He turns around and pats you on the shoulder, then asks you about your meeting with Sir El Borne. A few months later, you ask him to give you some advice and fill you in on the situation at the prefecture. My son, you'd best be wary for now. Sir El Borne will be watching you closely, but this is certainly understandable. The prefect's views have made his position rather tenuous. Only a handful of judges at the prefecture have sided with him fully, and I am one of them. That even I would not dare to draw the ire of those above us and risk our family's welfare. When a noble and commoner clash in the courtroom these days, the court almost always sides with the noble, no matter the circumstances. Even if the commoner is wealthy, the courts are not on his side. The judges rely upon the rule of law if and only if both parties hail from the common estate. Sir El Borne aims to change this little by little. He is eager to ensure the Imperial law applies to all 3 estates in equal measure. But there are too many who oppose him, from Archduke Melanidas and his loyal commander Otten to our own fellow judges. Right now, Sir El Borne enjoys the backing of Gaius Tempest, but the Imperial Overseer may abandon him at any moment. So here is my word of advice to you. Be careful. Help Sir El Borne bring the nobles under Imperial law, but do not draw the ire of the other judges. Remember, more than just your career depends upon your verdicts. Even a single careless judgment may be enough to bring our family into disfavor. Still kind of weird that judges seem to function as both judge and advocate. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm not familiar with like medieval court justice. I don't know. Maybe it's just how it was back then. I'm not sure. But considering how different the society of this world is to ours, I can kind of see it. It was wise of you to ask for my advice for rendering verdicts on your own. I'm sure you will be able to tackle any issue you might encounter. After all, we have prepared you for this ever since you were a child. Your discussion continues. Father shares his own experience of carefully siding with the common estate whenever possible, while properly respecting the privileges of the nobility. Even a partial victory in such a legal dispute comes as a great surprise to any commoner. Soon, the vermilion rays of the setting sun fill Father's office. Your workday has come to an end. As you walk through the corridors with Father, you see the other judges watching you closely. There's a knowing look about them. Sir Fakakwadan, your new acquaintance, is one of those judges. Sir Brante Sr., Sir Brante Jr., Good evening to you. It is a joy to see a son following his father's footsteps, both in and out of the courtroom, I assume. I still believe you would do well to take me up on the offer. A grown man needn't cling to his father's coattails, though, although the decision is yours, of course. Follows with his... I just like saying his name like that's funny. Okay, we are 2 away from the next breakpoint. So we're close. Began service in the year 1138. We'll be reading a lot more from now on, now that we're back in kind of where we left off. Not quite. I think we died on the first run like 2/3 through-ish. It was when the case against Anton was kind of coming to a head. All right, a reception at the Brante residence. You come back home after a short stroll through the city. As soon as you set foot in the house, you are greeted by Stefan, who invites you to have a talk in Father's office. We're having a family reception, where it's going to be a big party, inviting all the who's who's. Wine glass in hand, you cast a look across the crowded room. Time to choose how we will spend the evening at the house party. Will we share news from the capital, which on the first run, we went with this to bro it up with Stefan, as it's an easy +2 for winning the attorney. We share news about the capital, which... This is basically a better version of that, share news about the capital. The difference is a manipulation instead of eloquence. But that's a +2 reputation, which is a huge win early on. Present your mother and sister for a plus unity at the cost of reputation. What did I need for this? Manipulation and eloquence. Or eloquence. Okay. So I wasn't that close with either. Both were 2 away. Bragging, obviously. God, getting reputation and unity up is so hard to do together. Yeah, +2 rep is huge. That's why I went with it in the first run. We'll probably do that again. Present them for unity. Bleh. Share news. Bleh. I mean, I actually value manipulation a little bit more than eloquence, because I think in one of the court cases, there's a wealth option that can only come from manipulation. But anyways, we're gonna bro it up about the sword victory, the tourney victory. Like in the first run, we broed up with Stefan bragging about our victory at the college tourney, presenting our sword, which had a ribbon put on it by Octavia Melanitis. So, we're getting our family's name out of the gutter, slowly but surely. Can you guess what this is about? When you hear family screaming in the background, what do you know? It's Gloria bitching everyone out. Dad calls the 3 of us in. Well, actually the 4, but it's easy to miss Nate. He blends into the wall a lot. Anyways, Dad asks us how to resolve this issue with Gloria. Anyways, we can either side with Stefan, which is a minus unity. We can defend Gloria for a minus reputation. We can ship Gloria off to boarding school. For minus wealth, you persuade Gloria to go on a trip somewhere far away from Stefan. Help them bury the hatchet. We're unglorifying the family. In the first run, we went with side with Stefan, if I remember right. Wait, no. In the first run, I think we defended Gloria. And this was our last... This was... I remember now. In the first run, we defended Gloria, because this was our last olive branch for Gloria. And after this, I cut her off. Because I was so tired of her shit. We could side with Stefan... Take a hit in Unity. I don't want to take the hit in Unity. Appeal to Nate. Oh. I would have had to have Theology at 11 to do this, and would have added Unity. This would have been a really good cop, actually. I didn't know I needed Theology at 11. 11 is such a weird number to have a stat at for a requirement. I figured it would have been 12. Where's Valona, anyways? Where's the map? Valona? We're sending Gloria to a monastery down south. Downstate. We're shipping our sister off to a farm downstate. Don't worry about it. A city that is home to the largest monastery. Founded in commemoration of the final unity of all the lands of the Empire, Monastery of Valona is second most popular destination for pilgrims. Huh. So... I'm kind of tempted, honestly, to ship Gloria off. Because this would bypass a lot of bullshit, I think. If we ship Gloria off, does that mean she's just not around to bitch out Stefan? It would give us another manipulation point. So this is between defend Gloria and take a hit. I'm not worried about losing Stefan points, because those are so easy to get now that we're a judge. The wealth will be dangerously low. We're going to slip into poverty. But there is about to be a event where we get sent jewels and we can sell them off for wealth. I think there's a few bribes we can also get as a judge. So do we want to slip into poverty just... Is poverty worth getting rid of our sister? This is what it boils down to. Is poverty worth getting rid of Gloria? Have you ever been so fed up with a family member you go into poverty just to get rid of them? That's actually really funny. It gives us stats, but it also sends us into poverty. Let's do it. Let's go for it. Let's try something new. We're fucking around. Let's find out. Okay. We persuade Gloria to go on a long trip downstate. You take a conciliatory tone. You note that the tempers are running too high. Your siblings would benefit from spending some time apart. They need to cool off, then try to settle their differences. From what you hear, the town of Valona in the southern part of the province has an excellent resort with healing springs. What if Gloria took a vacation there for a month? Oh, only a month? I thought this was like shipping her off for years. I want a refund. What if Gloria took a vacation there for a month to improve her health and have some rest by the sea? Gloria shakes her head hesitantly. Are you trying to get... Yes. Yes, I am. Yes. Yes. So you won't be in my way. Yes. What am I supposed to do at some Twins Forsaken Spa? You're supposed to not be here. You are supposed to not be here. Yeah, right? A month? The way this was phrased... Can I go back to see it? No, I can't. The way the option was phrased, it sounded like it was just shipping her off for good. For at least a year or two. I feel ripped off. You patiently, using every last thinning thread of patience for Gloria. You explain to her that she'll be able to enjoy some reading, find inspiration in contemplating the waves, and ponder on her future. And then when she comes back, she and Stefan will calmly discuss their issues. Finally, the bitch-in-chief gives in. A trip to Valona will be costly. I'd like to know who will pay for it. Fair. Speaking first and foremost to your father, you argue that peace in the family is worth any expense. I'll pay for it. Look. Guys, look. I'll take a bribe at work. I'll pay for it. It'll be fine. The two of you should indeed spend some time away from each other. Let it be as you suggested, Paralines. Gloria, start packing. Stefan, please send a note to Valona and hire a carriage for your sister. You either take a vacation or retire you from life. I mean, it's more like retire her from the family. Gloria reluctantly heads off to the coast. This trip forces the family to spend a hefty sum, but Without the constant bickering of your brother and sister, the tension at home quickly dissolves. With no need to keep an eye on Gloria, Stefan devotes himself to Anazote's social life. Gloria returns surprisingly serene. After a month in Valona, her temper has mellowed for a time. She is engrossed in her own affairs and does not draw her brother's ire. Okay. Okay. It was costly. Can we censor to true isekai? Okay, Stefan, I need you to hire 3 different carriages. And you need to space them out like a half hour apart. The land disputes. It is the morning of a sultry day at the office, getting to get used to our new duties as a judge. Father visits us on the job now and then to provide advice, but he's now confident we can handle the work. Today is our first case. The matter seems simple at first. Seeking some desperately needed financial gain, a noble from a less than wealthy Elvira family rented out a sizable portion of his estate to a well-off commoner by the name of Basil Young. All the rent payments are in order, and there's plenty of time left before the lease is set to expire. But the commoner built a large dye works on the estate. Then Elvira suddenly filed a case with the prefecture to evict him. The rental agreement specifically states that the commoner Young has the right to construct any building on the land. The noble landowner, however, thinks he has the final say on any construction since it belongs to him. Both parties appear. The first guy is cool. The nobleman, he's a shithead. And Basil Young, he's blue collar. He just wants some justice. Elvira, Your Honor, give me back my land. Anyways, Basil. Okay, so I believe in the first run didn't we do this? Oh, we're 1 manipulation away from the bribe. Oh, I was kind of hoping to get this. Shit. Now, that is a reputation point. And that would put us at 7 early on. That's actually pretty huge. Comply. Okay, so these are just trade-offs between career and justice. And these are trade-offs between that add on reputation and wealth. Oh, that doesn't even ask for willpower. Ooh. Man, that's rough. That would have been such a better option. But I'm only 1 manipulation off? Damn. Damn. I think in the first run we went for the termination. If I remember right. I'm gonna go for the terminate again. Just for the reputation, because that's an easy cop right now. No matter what the agreement says, no commoner has the right to construct a production facility on noble's lands without noble's permission. Presently, however, you cannot reasonably terminate such a contract between a commoner and a noble, which means the prefecture needs to pass a law to this effect. Wait, this doesn't sound familiar. I think we did something different. Did I misread this? You postpone the verdict, tell Sir Avila and Basil to leave for now. The prefecture does more than judge cases and resolve litigation. It also generates regulations that have the force of law within the province. And even the youngest judge in the employ of the prefecture may suggest a new regulation. When it comes to land agreements, it is clear that the province needs to guarantee any noble the right to terminate any agreement that impinges on the ownership of their own land. And so you meticulously compose a proposal for a new provincial law. Ownership of land, you write, is the foundation of noble authority, for, along with noble title, it is one of the boons granted to those ennobled by the sword. A noble is the sovereign of his land, and so he must have the right to recover that land if need be. The other judges eagerly support your draft. Given the many litigations of this kind between noble and commoners they face every year, it will present them with a quick and effortless solution. Eventually, even the Emperor's overseer in Magra, Gaius Tempus, sanctions this regulation, with the name Brante mentioned therein. Your standing with Anazote high society improves. Once the new regulation is in force, you reopen Selvila's case. Now armed with legal justification, you terminate his rental agreement with Bezo Young and restore Noble's ownership of the land. The dye works is to be demolished. What are you saying? My family will starve. I'm sorry, I misread this. I thought you were gonna win. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I misread what was gonna happen. Look, I'll be real with you, Basil. I meant to support you, but I'm kind of fucking stupid. So, and by the time I realized my mistake, it was too late, and my name was in front of Gaius Tempest, so here we are. Sorry. Your decision is now backed by a provincial regulation, you remind him, and even stubborn Basil Young has no choice but to accept it. The hapless dyer is a sorry sight, his broad shoulders hunched and drooping. The man has nothing more to say. He is ruined, and he knows it. You have my thanks, Sir Brante. This certainly took longer than I expected, but the land rights of all nobles in Magra are now well protected against the scheming low-born tenants as I adjust my mic in my camera. Hold on. There we go. Low-born tenants who have grown rich beyond measure. Rest assured that other nobles of the sword will hear your integrity. Many newspapers have appeared in Anazote of late, but today every single one of them writes about your law. Many periodicals praise the young judge from the Brante family as a protector of timeless noble rights. Other newspapers, however, condemn the regulation openly. They claim that it renders pointless any and all rental agreements in the province. The common estate now has no secure foundation on which to ensure the security of their trade and production facilities, since all land suitable for construction belongs to the noble estate. This law is god-awful. Yeah. Look, I didn't mean it. I misread, okay? I misread. Look, I didn't mean to. Look, my reputation went up. Isn't that what matters? That's what matters, right? Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. The Archduke and the Overseer. It's Melanitis and Tempest misinput. Yeah. User error compounded by Iron Man mode. The Archduke is now... They're basically double taxing everyone because there's a petty feud going on. Yay, landlords. Yay. Aren't we glad we don't have terrible landlord problems in real life? Aren't we glad? A gift for the family. Oh yeah, so Melanitis is trying to bribe all the families, and they send us a bunch of jewels. So, we can sell the jewels for wealth, which we need. Decline the gifts for unity and minus Melanitis. Ooh, and valor. Or reputation to +9 this early? That's huge. Holy shit. That also put our diplomacy to a breakpoint. I mean, the unity is really good. Our unity is in danger, but with reputation that high, we can tank some unity. We can take some reputation hits in favor of unity later on. So I feel like this is also the choice in the first that we took the first time. I think it's hard not to go reputation on this, honestly. The valor is nice, but we're already at the breakpoint, right? Yeah. So we're already got high enough valor to get away with stuff right now. We'll get to 20 valor eventually. Yeah, that'll also put our diplomacy up at the next breakpoint. So this is I'm actually surprised. I forgot about this would be +2 reputation. So we'd almost be maxed out. Oh my god. But aren't we poor? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Look. You can't eat reputation. There's no follow-up. That's it. We agree with Stefan. We're gonna sell the gift. Or not, we're gonna give the gifts to other nobles instead of accepting them. Damn! Look at all that reputation. Damn! And more diplomacy. And the scheming ain't bad. Look, we're fucking around. We haven't found out yet, but we're fucking around. The power of the law. Now, Elborne invites us to his office. And Elborne is going to invite us to his pet project of prosecuting Dorius Otten to ban the Court of Honor. Max Rep better do something. Better. We're going to side with Elborne. Ooh. No, we don't need that willpower that bad. We're going to side with Elborne because we've been building up our stats just for this. We're going to side with Elborne like we did in the first run. Because we've been sucking up to Dorius Otten just for this, so we can kill him. All right, we accept to be we accept to be his man. We're taking on his pet project to prosecute Dorius Otten and ban the Court of Honor. So that way, all nobles have to be tried under common law. Yeah, boy. The promise to Elborne. I'm excited. We got a lot going on now. This is well, look, we had some really shaky moments. I was worried. And we haven't found out after fucking around yet. But we're in a really good position compared to the first run. I mean, our wealth sucks, but maybe we don't have to worry about glory as much. We're in uncharted territory now. Anyways, our BFF Tommy meets up with us. What's up, Tommy? Dude, we have dinner with Tommy. We take a reputation hit, but it is what it is. That's why we've got that +2, man. And Tommy's being followed because he's being murdered by his commander, Dorius Otten. It is what it is. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that willpower. Okay, cool. Hey, that's Tommy. That's our boy. Last time we were ride and die for him. This time we're ride or die. The newspaper case. So there is a commoner's newspaper criticizing the noblemen's. The noblemen's want it shut down. So, I believe last time I forget what we did last time. We might have seized it. I forget. That was that +1 wealth I was hoping for. Well. Yeah, I think we seized it the first run. We could legitimize, which would give us justice, which is most important. Oh. We can't handle that wealth hit. We can't handle that wealth hit. It would give us protector of the people. But it's going to put us in a tight spot with wealth. I kind of want to get this early just for the protector of the people. Because I think that'll bypass some bad events later. And we have the willpower. I don't care about career, but the justice +1 is big. Do not showdown. You mean don't shut down? I'm a little upsetty spaghetti that I can't go with the C's, the means. I was kind of banking on getting that. I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of banking on being able to take this. Alright. We're gonna legitimize the Gazette. You spend several days scheduling audiences, exchanging greetings, and presenting invitations to the senior nobles in Anazote. You have to pull all the strings, you have to muster all your knowledge of Anazote high society, to say nothing of the family funds you spend throwing a suitable party for such esteemed guests. After much effort, both the nobles and the commoners from the lesser quorum have gathered together at your family estate at last. Mayor Egmont, owner of the Quorum Gazette, has accepted your invitation as well. The nobles are clearly vexed at having to tolerate the commoners' presence, yet they maintain the decorum etiquette demands. You tactfully take advantage of the situation to begin negotiation. Legitimizing the Gazette. I don't think you understand what you just said. Legitimizing the journalists? Do you really think that's a good thing? Look, I'm a journo hater, but that's because it's modern day journalism. Back then, journalism was something different. I'm joking. Except for hating current day journalism. Fuck them. You inform this team gathering that you are the judge handling the case of the Quorum Gazette. In your opinion, a periodical for their legislature is a most useful initiative, but only if the entirety of the lesser quorum shows support for the Quorum Gazette, and only if the Gazette represents the opinions of all its members, including commoners and nobles alike. Your words are met with a flurry of resentful shouting, disputing voices. People start to argue. Sometime later, the Gazette owner, Mayor Egmont, takes his turn to speak. He looks almost like a nobleman. Egmont is well-groomed and wears expensive clothing only a wealthy industrialist could afford. Nevertheless, his rough manner of speaking and boorish posture betray his humble origins. Well, it doesn't upset both parties enough to impact any of our standings. It increases both justice and career. So I think they're upset now, but it works out in the end. I do say there's some truth in what you're saying, Sir Brante. We did begin the Gazette without asking the noble sirs for their opinion. Still, if they let us have our articles printed, I suppose I'll agree to publish their opinions as well. This leads to another fervent debate. Some nobles reject sharing a periodical with the lowborn, while the more obstinate commoners of the quorum insist they already have the right to publish the Gazette on their own. It takes you no small amount of time and negotiation to bring both sides to a disagreement. Both sides to a disagreement. Both sides to an agreement. I misspoke there. It's settled then. As the owner of the Quorum Gazette, I pronounce it the official and legitimate newspaper of the Lesser Quorum, and the noble sirs are invited to publish their articles on the state of affairs in our province. Oh yeah, he is the mine owner. I forgot about that. Yeah, he's a greedy bastard. He acts like he's all high and mighty, but no, he's a greedy bastard. He does show up again if you have some flags, if I remember right. Industrialists and merchants surround you and shower you with praise as a skillful negotiator. Tonight, you defended more than a newspaper. You stood up for the entire common estate of the province. Father keeps his distance from most of the party, but once matters are settled, he pats you on the shoulder. Excellent work, son. You chose the path of justice while staying on the good side of the powerful nobility. Even Magistrate El Verman won't hold this against you. Your career at the prefecture will surely flourish. Let's just hope your notoriety as a protector of the common folk won't harm you in the future. Don't worry, Dad, it will. The night is over. One by one, the esteemed guests leave the Brante estate, the family home you know so well. You never thought the affairs of the entire province would one day decide within these familiar walls. Yay! Look, that means we got 5 points of career to tank. Because it's going down to 0, baby! Dad said good job until he saw the receipt for the party. Yay! Protector of the people. I think this is new. I don't think we got this last time. Today is a big. Oh no, this isn't that event. This is the family reunion in the crypt. Today is a big day for the Brante family. The day your family line started. The day when you remember all your ancestors, including the dead bastard down there. Alongside Dad and Stefan, you descend to the family crypt. You gotta help remember paying your last respects to your grandfather 9 years ago. The short of it is that Granddad is molding out that Lydia and Gloria have not been disowned yet. Stefan is trying to cuck Dad by becoming the head of the family untimely, while Dad is trying to maintain his position between both Granddad and Stefan. Now, if we had done the Blood Tide, we would have had the opportunity to jump in on this and cuck them both, which is really funny. But that's not our route this time. We can support our bro, but we're not gonna do that because that's minus unity, and that's too bad. So we're gonna side with Dad for the plus unity. It'll cost us willpower, but that's fine. We'll take a bro hit, but that's fine because there's no shortage of Stefan points. Because again, Stefan is the best brother. So like the first run, we're siding with Dad on this. We block Stefan's way, reminding him that Dad's still the head of the family. And Dad shuts down Granddad's ghost, as well as Stefan. But they get over it. So we're maintaining the status quo in the family, keeping it united, as we intended from the start in this run. Egmont's speech. So that greedy bastard, the chairman of the Lesser Quorum newspaper we just legitimized and owner of Silver Mines, made a speech that demanded the Magran authorities enforce and obey imperial law applying to both commoners and nobles. And Father Lenerd got involved, but he's a nerd. Anyways. The vassal and the lord. This is a Octavia event. So, Octavia is here trying to push something for her dad. And Oborny calls you in to defuse the situation. I believe in the first time we did the defuse thing, which got us on side with Octavia, which we're going to do again. Side with Oborny. Oh, this gives us with Gaius points. I didn't know that. Brante's united, except for Gloria. Divided only by Gloria. We're gonna, like the first run, defuse the situation to get on side with, get on side with Octavia. Yeah. We tell them to both go to the freezer, get some ice, and cool their tits. Passion. Octavia summons us to her castle for a hummer on the throne. But we say, nah, bitch, we equal. Just like the first run, we equal. So rather than being her pet, we're gonna be her equal. And we take this blueberry to Pound Town on her daddy's throne. Also, we're at -5 willpower. We just burned through our entire bank of willpower. Brothers in misery! Oh shit. Oh fuck. We don't have willpower for this. We might be fucked here. Much more peaceful than last year. Fights between Stefan and Gloria not as fierce now, but how long will this last? Again, I wish it would last longer because I thought we were going to ship her off for at least a year. Your job takes up all your time. This morning you hit out urgent business, but in front of the gate is a uniformed gendarme. As Captain Lenard, Power Lines Brante, your presence is requested at the Prefecture Dungeon because both of our brothers have been arrested. Powerlines, you are our only hope. Get me my sword back and get us out of here. And fast. We have to bury this sordid affair as deep as we can before anyone finds out. Save our family from shame. So, the first run we asked Daddy for help, which is not great. We can use our authority for minus justice. Ooh. Ooh. And +1 eloquence. Take them to the Inquisition for some ungodly reason. Oh, this is if you're on the priest route. This is if you're in the lotless route. -2 reputation, -1 reputation, -1 unity, plus the +10 manipulation would be good, honestly, but I don't want to take that rep and unity hit. We're gonna take the justice hit because we're the protector of the people. We're Machiavellian. We're Justiavellian. So first time we want Daddy help, we're gonna use our authority this time because it's not gonna cost us willpower anyways, and it gives us some eloquence, which is nice. And we can tank the Borny hit. The Borny hit doesn't matter. There's no shortage of brony points. Ooh, and also give us a Nate bonus. Okay. Into uncharted territory. We are fucking around. Let's find out. You command the gendarmes to give back the nobleman Stefan to give the nobleman Stefan Brante his sword back at once. He has not broken any law and must be freed. These were all bad choices. They were all bad choices. As for Nate, you'll personally cover the damages the inn has sustained, but not on the family budget. There is no reason to keep the son of a noble family behind bars. But your honor, Sir Stefan ran that man through right before our eyes. The law says... You glare furiously at the captain. That commoner, a heretic no less, dared to assort a born nobleman and grab his arm. Or does the not claim to know the law better than Judge Brante? Remembering his position, the gendarme nods obediently, returns Stefan's confiscated sword. Yeah. See, Tartarus gets it. Our brothers are people. So it's not against the law to protect them. Unlike the other non-people. I knew I could count on you, Powerlines. You aren't just my brother after all, but also a nobleman yourself. You know that honor is always paramount. Look. If we can let Granddad burn down the house, we can spring our brothers from jail. Okay? It's not out of character for us. Stefan sheaths his sword reverently as Nate is let out of his cell. The elder brother takes the younger by the scruff of his neck and pulls him to the door. Nate staggers and shuffles along limply. You manage to conceal the disgraceful occurrence from all your relatives with the exception of Sir El Borne. The prefect is very displeased with your abuse of power, but needless to say, he does not order his nephew Stefan to be returned to the cell. Back home, Stefan starts lecturing Nate. From now on, there'll be no more drinking bouts or other nocturnal exploits. Who are those rogues you've befriended anyways? Stop shaming this family. If you're so worthless, at least let others go about their business in peace. Do you understand, you blockhead? Nate remains silent, staring despondently somewhere above him. Nate's out of it. I think Nate's ODing and he's just staring at the ceiling, drooling. I wonder if we're gonna get a Nate event. Ooh, we got a breakpoint. Uh-oh. We might actually be able to slip and slide through this without turning him into the Inquisition. Like we did on the first one. Now, Father Mark is based and hilarious. He is a preacher who doesn't believe in the false gods. Yanni, is the girl from the field trip at the tree. So, Sister Yanni is demand return in Father Mark to the Inquisition because it's not a judge's place to prosecute. Oh shit, we can't set him free. Oh fuck. We're missing out on more wealth. Oh fuck. Fuck. Judge him for diplomacy, and I don't care about Yanni. Okay, we're gonna do this. Uh, so I wanted to set him free, but we need scheming at 10. We're one away again. We're getting bonered. So, fuck, man. We really need some wealth. We're down bad. We're gonna judge him. First run, we handed him over because we didn't have any options. So we're gonna judge him ourselves instead of handing him over to the Inquisition. Imperial law exists for all estates, so you'll find a way to judge Father Mark guilty in secular court. We'd get our justice back? Yeah. You ordered the gendarmes to put Father Mark in jail. The priest just shakes his head, slowly and sadly. The gendarme captain smirks slyly at Sister Yanni and tells his men to put the priest in shackles. As you wish, Your Honor. The mere sight of Father Mark being taken away by the law sends Sister Yanni into an apoplectic fit of rage. How dare you defy the judgment of the Inquisition? You have no right to judge a priest, not even such a erring heretic as Mark. Only other priests may pronounce judgment upon a priest. You have clearly forgotten your own lot if you see it otherwise. Know this, Sir Brante. The Inquisition will not forget this outrage. We will do whatever it takes to get you dismissed. Come at me, bitch. After Yanni finally storms out, you head to For Alborni's office. Thanks to the firm guidance of the prefect in your verdicts as a judge, the rule of law in the province has been on the rise. Even nobles can be seen falling in line and acknowledging the prefecture's authority. Could this be the time it takes another step forward and make the priests acknowledge secular law, just as they accept the divine law? That was quite brazen of you, Brante. Defying the Inquisition like that, it could cost you dearly. But I'm on your side in this matter. Father Mark will set an ideal precedent. A priest judged by the imperial law rather than a church tribunal. The man you caught is an apostate and a heretic, so the Inquisition will provide no legal defense. This all but ensures a guilty verdict. Permission granted, Brante. Prepare the case. To ensure the Inquisition has no time to intervene, you schedule the trial as soon as possible. But even with these precautions, the courtroom on the day of trial is a strange sight to see. Outraged priests and odd-looking commoners fill the stalls. Now and again you hear the cries. Some demand you hand over Father Mark to the Inquisition, while others shout in support of the apostate. So the heretics are self-reporting. They're not very smart. Mark himself is quiet and utterly calm, his arms folded across his chest. The time for the verdict has come. Instead of heresy, you accuse Father Mark of inciting rebellion against the Emperor's rule. And I take a sip of tea. In his sermons, Father Mark told people to reject the twins, but the Tempest dynasty was chosen to rule by the twins themselves. Therefore, his call to reject the twins represents an act of rebellion against the Tempest dynasty and the empire as a whole. You thus conclude that Father Mark is an insurgent and a traitor, a crime that falls within the authority of the prefecture. Your speech has the Board of Justice backed against the wall. Despite their better judgment, they are now obligated to side with you instead of the Inquisition. Through clenched teeth, they accept your arguments for prosecuting Father Mark in a secular trial. The verdict has been rendered. Well then, Your Honors, I hope your ambition has been duly satisfied and your authority duly enforced. But alas, every single one of you is still a puppet of the alien will of the gods. It is time to hand me over to the Inquisition. After all, only the Church knows the proper punishment for me. The gendarmes unceremoniously stuff a gag in Father Mark's mouth to protect society from his heretical notions. Sister Yanni is waiting right outside the courtroom, an inscrutable expression on her face. She takes custody of Father Mark, now a convict, and leads him to the dungeons of the Inquisition for his long overdue punishment. Shortly after, you learn that your father was one of the judges on the Board of Justice. That was some trial. It was led by my own son of all people, a priest convicted by the prefecture. Our province has never seen anything like this before. Many judges are bound to hold a grudge against you for making us clash with the Inquisition. As for me, I'm proud you saw the case through to the very end. We will succeed, no matter what fate has in store for us. That's the Brante's boy. That's us! Wasn't that really harsh? Yes. But in my defense, I didn't have the manipulation point to get bribed. I couldn't bribe him, so I had to kill him. Eee, get some diplomacy. Peacetime cranking along. Friend of the people. Ooh. Ooh. What's up with this? This is new to us. We haven't seen this before, I think. Another day of work at the prefecture is winding down. After hours of paperwork, your fingers are cramped, your vision blurred. Today, you must finish incorporating the new decrees of the Great Imperial Council into Magran Code of Law. The document will then be sent to the Overseer. A knock at the door distracts you. Your visitor is someone you are not expecting to see. Meyer Egmont enters your office. He is the wealthiest man in Magra, the owner of the Silver Mines, and the leader of the wealthy commoners' party in the Lesser Quorum. He wears a high-priced frock coat made of light gray fabric. He wears no jewelry, except for that, his brooch. But his coat is richly embroidered, the most luxury a commoner can ever afford. Egmont offers you a broad, sun-tanned hand. His hard, work-weary, and eternally calloused. This is a man who has earned his fortune with the sweat of his brow and the blood of his minions who he sacrifices in the mines. Good afternoon, Judge Brante. We met recently about the newspaper business, but today I need to discuss a different matter with you. I came to talk to you on behalf of the manufacturers of Magra. As you know, the principal source of income in the province is the silver mines. Our mines provide silver for the sacramental rites conducted in temples all over the empire. But the upper vein of ore is nearly exhausted. We need to process new deposits that are lower down. That's where our trouble with the law comes into play. In order to get to the deeper layers of ore, we need gunpowder. But a decree from the Great Imperial Council has forbidden common people from using it. Back in the capital, they're afraid we'll turn that gunpowder into a weapon because we will. But this restriction will harm not only the manufacturers and the miners, but the province as a whole. The silver trade will decline, we won't have enough money to buy grain, and soon even the nobility will be impoverished. I know that you, the judges of the prefecture, are the ones who interpret the decrees from the capital. So I implore you, Sir Brante, to come to the aid of the honest tradesmen of Magra. Pass an amendment allowing the use of gunpowder and the silver mines. You give Egmont a skeptical glance and ask him why he has asked you specifically for help. I've been following your decisions for quite some time, Your Honor. They give me hope. I don't agree with you on everything, but we seem to see eye to eye on the essentials. The common estate needs to get real rights unless they are rental agreements. It's the only way for our province and for the empire as a whole. Sure, Prefecto Borni has proclaimed as much himself, but unfortunately he's a nobleman of the sword, first and foremost. He's bound by the blood tide, by the power of the Overseer and the Archnians. So all his undertakings are doomed to failure. If you, Sir Brante, truly care for the people, you need some powerful allies amongst the lowborn, allies like me. Do this for me, and together we'll change the fate of Magra. Egmont extends his hand, hope in his eyes. You take your time before answering, weighing his words carefully. Ooh. So we're definitely gonna do this. We're making a deal. I can't not say no. We need the money. We are so poor. Oh my god. It also gave me +2 justice, which is cool. Okay. So this is new to us. This wasn't in the first run. We're slipping and sliding now. We're fucking around, we're fighting out. You take his hand. Egmont gives you a strong handshake. You tell him that you share his apprehension and understand that silver is crucial to the province. You promise to amend the law so that the restrictions do not apply to the silver mines. Thank you, Powerlines Brante. That's me. Nobles who care about the needs of the common folk are few and far between. This is what nobility really means. I share your belief that only a union of the states will lead the empire to order and prosperity. You can count on my support. Silver is the lifeblood of Magra. Today, you've not only saved us all from ruin, you've made every Magran a little bit richer, yourself included. I'll make sure the Brante's gonna share the profits. Thank you, God. We need that wealth so bad. I don't think we're gonna be over a breakpoint, but... Ooh, we're at that breakpoint. Okay, yeah, we're still in poverty, okay? We're still in poverty, but we're not eating as much toast every meal. We can afford the hot dog buns. We're no longer having our hot dogs with toast instead of buns. The guns of Illyria. Magra has received alarming news from the neighboring province of Illyria. The lowborn convicts have armed themselves with guns the day after we legalized guns. Surely the commoners in our district don't think of arming themselves with the gunpowder we just legalized. No, our toast does not have beans. Silence. Okay, this is the start of the Dorian case. Here we go. Tommy is getting his shit kicked in by Dorian Otten. Now, okay. So the law forbids dueling, but if we refuse to show Tommy our support, he's gonna get permadead because he's getting close to being permadead. Basically, Dorian Otten keeps finding excuses to kill his humans for reasons. We can't do anything else because we lack the manipulation, which sucks. I underestimated how much scheming and manipulation would have been important as a judge. I really underestimated that. So we have no choice but to be his second. Just like in the first run. So, Tommy gets his shit kicked in promptly because an Arcanian is an Arcanian. He's in danger. He's on his last life. And we lost a boss point. Now, Elborny, we have to figure out how to go about this case. But starting with fighting evidence and what to do with Tommy, because Tommy can lead us to evidence. We can let Tommy roam freely, which will give us a career point, put Tommy in danger. Have Tommy taken into custody. Ooh. Oh, that's going to cost us reputation. Send Tommy out of Anazote, which costs us career and willpower. Convince Tommy to leave the region. We don't have the wealth for that. Shit. Do we want to take the reputation hit? Or let him die? I think... I do want that scheming at 10. It's tempting. It's tempting. That's tempting too, sending him out of Anizote. And it'll save him. Kind of. No, he'll be in hiding, not rescued. Our reputation is so high. I'm gonna go with have Tommy taken into custody, I think. I think. Tommy is already in danger. Because the issue is, we want Tommy around, in theory, to find the evidence for us. But he's probably going to die. And I want Tommy with us during the revolution, because I have a feeling that Tommy's going to save our life to stop us from taking a death in the revolution. And I don't want to go to negative willpower right now. We're at 0. So we're going to take the reputation hit and get scheming along the way and put Tommy in hiding and we're going to arrest him. I forget what we did on the first run. You inform Alborni that you plan to protect Tommy, but the prefect need not know the details. It will be safer for everyone that way. That it will, Brante. You're the only one who truly knows how to help your friend. Proceed then, but only request that you remain within the law at all times. No, can't do. You assure the prefect that the law will be broken. On the contrary, it will be enforced with prejudice, except against me. I will leave that to your conscience then. We should get back to work. Begin preparing the case at once. Back at the office, you send a note to Tommy's address, a brief request to visit you at the prefecture as soon as possible. He returns to your office that evening. You do not see him for just one day, but he looks like a decade older. It pains you to see him so downcast. But you have news. An is on his way toward being punished for his crime. You're building a case against High Commander of Magra, and Tommy absolutely has to participate in the trials and made witness into the whole truth about the lawless tyranny of the haughty Archnean. Upon hearing these words, Thomas stands tall again. You spy a wicked spark in his eye, a glimmer familiar from the years when you were both young. Young rapscallions. My oh my, the Brante boy next door wants to put an Archnean behind bars. Count me in, buddy. I bear witness alright. I'm gonna have myself a good rant about that highborn bastard. You ask your friend to pace himself for now. First of all, Tommy needs protection against Otten's harassment, and you have a plan for that. You will start building a case of illegal duelings, but introduce the facts in a different way. It will look like Tommy was the one who initiated the duel, and you will personally sentence him to a term in prison and temporary revocation of the sword. This way Otten will be unable to reach Tommy or challenge him again. Tommy will remain safe for several months. You want to put me in jail? Isn't that too much? How's that going to affect my standing in Legion? I don't want to chin this dueling Otten again. Alright, do what you must. I'll put my trust in you, even me spending a couple of months behind bars. Shouldn't be any worse than our barracks. That's settled. You write an order to imprison Captain Tommy Hero for inciting a duel with his superior, Sir Dorius Otten. All that is left now is to summon the Gendarmes and have them seize Tommy's sword and take him to prison. You calmly watch your friend being... Sorry, I had to take a sip of tea. You calmly watch your friend being put in shackles. He manages a sly wink before being led out of your office. Now Captain Hero should be locked in a dark cell and kept safe and sound by the prefecture. Not even an Archnean High Commander has the power to get to him there. But your gambit does not go unnoticed. One of the judges at the prefecture learns about your order and starts spreading rumors amongst the other nobles, claiming you besmirched the good name of Sir Dorius Otten. After all, you have created a written record of Otten being challenged to a duel by one of his own captains, a considerable mark of shame for an Archnean High Commander. The nobles are talking about it now. This will surely attract Otten's unwanted attention to the case and make your work as a judge much more difficult. We're still good. We're still good. Hey, we got a breakpoint. Finally. It's a little late for that, but we got it. We got Otten's case. We got it. The procession to the tree. So there's a new faith procession to the tree, but it's being refused passage by the old faith. And then they just kind of stare at each other and nothing happens. Today is an important holiday. The Festival of the Silver Tree. Oh, fuck. Okay, so this is the big one. This is where Gloria... This was the last straw for Gloria that just broke me with her. Alright. We're having a family dinner. It's Thanksgiving-mas. Gloria is last to join us at the table because she's a dumb bitch. She's ungrateful. Gloria, you're wearing men's clothing again. It's fine, it's fine. No, Mother, I'm wearing clothes women are forbidden to wear. Father gives Gloria a stern look. Stefan rolls his eyes but says nothing. Suddenly, Nate speaks up. A few days ago in the market, I saw a grocer dressed as Overseer Gaius Tempest. He had a huge carrot for a scepter. He got a sound drubbing, of course, but until then, it was quite a hoot. Everybody laughs at the ridiculous story, relieved. Even Gloria has a smile on her face when she sits down. The feast commences. Your home finally feels warm for a moment. Okay, look. We invested heavily into getting around this. So, I am praying that shipping off Gloria for a fucking vacation helps us out here. If not, I'm gonna be certified hose mad. Wasn't so long ago, four of you couldn't ever reach up to this table. Mother looks at Stefan and suddenly grows quiet. When I met Stefan, he was already 3 years old. And Stefan's face twitches, and he goes to play the piano. He plays a song named Mother, which Gloria mocks because he's a nobleman and Gloria's an ungrateful bitch. Yeah. Mother rises to her feet. She would have needed help to do this just recently, but now she treads unassisted towards Stefan and draws him close. Stefan puts his arms around his stepmother's waist, then detaches himself awkwardly. May the twin gods bless you, Lydia. Gloria considers the scene with thinly veiled fury in her eyes. The vacation did nothing. I can't believe I spent an entire wealth on that. I am so pissed off. What was the point of it? God, why is Gloria just determined to be such an ungrateful bitch? Of course, Highborn. She wants to read her stupid poetry jam after shitting on everyone. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. It's gonna get us a break point. Oh, thank God. Oh, fuck. Okay. All of my Machiavellian planning and fucking around is paying off. Oh my God. We're finally getting one over on Gloria. We can appeal to Mom. It was all for this, guys. Last run, all we could do was interrupt Gloria. But man, we appealed to Mom to calm that hoe down. Holy fuck. I'm so exhausted of Gloria. You walk up to Mother, take her hand in yours, and whisper in her ear, it's time for her to interfere and save the family celebration. Mother nods understandingly, knowing the fucking resentful and grateful bitch she brought into this world. Gloria, my dear child, since you were little, I taught you to care for your soul. If I failed to convince you, please think about the family that took us in. I implore you, do not take on noble activities. Do not infringe upon the divine order. Gloria's face flushes red with fury. She clasps the pages to her chest. That's right, Mother, since I was little. You think I'm not reminded of it with every breath I take? Of all things I'm forbidden to do because I'm a lowborn? It's not because you're a lowborn. It's because you're an ungrateful bitch. You could do literally anything you want in this household, but because you try and spite everyone, you're in trouble all the time. You stupid motherfucker. My dear girl, I'm really taking it personally with Gloria. I am so pissed off and over her. My dear girl, listen to me. There is more to life than you and your aspirations. You are a member of the Brante family, and our family is part of a greater universe. Your actions affect us all. We are not isolated. We are being watched by the city, by the Empire, by the twin gods themselves. So I'm not allowed to bear your name. I still have to bear all the responsibilities that come with it. What hypocrisy. Gloria runs out of the room, outraged and tearful. She slams the door and says, I'm not mad, you're mad. The family is left dumbfounded because they just cannot comprehend how unreasonable Gloria is. I hope, Lydia, that you can still make her see reason. Your words were wise. Let us heed them ourselves. The celebration continues despite Gloria's absence. Get fucked. We... Wait, hold on. I think we just turned the entire family against Gloria, finally. Everyone is so fed up with her. No one else is tolerating her shit anymore. Oh, thank God. Oh, it feels so good to have family peace. We're so over it. And yet, Gloria's still gonna try and fuck it up for us. We can't let our guard down. We can't let our guard down around Gloria. We know she's gonna try and torpedo us. Oh, fuck, man. That was such a long ride to get here, to try and get done with Gloria. I hope, oh God, we can only pray that was the worst of it. Because we spent this entire run was literally dedicated almost just to getting past that point with Mom. It was so rough. Anyways, our girlfriend is calling us for a booty call. Hey, are you tired of your family too? Let's have a booty call. Let's hook up. Okay. Octavia is summoning us for a booty call at her palace inside the city. And she starts talking about weird cult stuff. We inquire. We've died. Ooh, willpower. We could use the plus 10 willpower. Ooh. Did we mess up? No. We have not messed up. No. I mean, maybe, but not because of Gloria or because of Octavia. We're gonna inquire about arcane knowledge. I think. Hold on. That eloquence will put us above a breakpoint. First run, we went with inquire about arcane knowledge. We're gonna do that again, because I feel like this is load bearing. Post blueberry clarity. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So Octavia puts us in a gimp suit, and we see the universe for the first time. That's pretty much it. Basically, there was a race of weird people before the Arcanians and humans, and they had like hive mind Cthulhu magic, and it's weird. And our girlfriend is running a cult about it. Anyways, Monroe has abducted the heirs to the Empire and is holding them hostage, basically. Man. I feel like so exhausted just from dealing with Gloria. She pisses me off so much. The search for evidence. Now it's time. It's time to start slipping and sliding. Puzzled, we pace around our office deciding how to get evidence. Wait, we have... Ooh. Oh! I didn't expect that. I did not expect that. That's a freebie. Wait, betrayed Alborny. You directly address Gaius Tempest, of course, expanded authority to gather evidence against his adversary Gaius Auten. Oh. And shit. I fucked myself. I should have left Tommy be free so I could have him get evidence for me. Now we're gonna have to spend a death to get it, because I don't want to betray... I don't want to betray Borny. Borny's been good to us. I don't want to betray Borny. It will get us a Valor. We've been slow on getting Valor this run. The scheming is nice too, but it'll get us a Valor. We died twice, so this will put us on our last death. So that means we won't have any margin for error in the revolution, which is the big one. Okay. What's the differences in the endings between Betray Borny with Gaius or do it ourselves? Let's see. Hold on. Somewhere around here. Is it down here? Last death again. Yeah, I mean, that's going to put us right back where we were, which isn't going to be good. Auten is sentenced. We need justice at 8. We've actually haven't had that many opportunities to get our justice down, or career down and justice up, weirdly enough. Borny is not betrayed. Borny betrayed. Oh, I see the difference. Okay, so going with Gaius does not get the Court of Honor banned, and instead has Auten face the Court of Honor. That's the difference. We're using the evidence in a different way. Okay. Yeah, Grandpa's beating... Look, can you blame me? Grandpa's beating was really funny. Okay. This is what we did in the first run. This is what we're going to do again. We're going to risk it. We're going to risk it. Search for evidence on our own. And we're going to get jumped in an alley by assassins for it. But we're going to get the evidence. We're going to get our violent stat up. We die again. We get to tell the gods to fuck off because we have our own will. The only will we are living by is our own. Eat shit and die, gods. Your faults. We're back. Okay, but we got it. We got it. We got it. We died thrice. Alright. Now we just gotta... I'm nervous. I'm nervous now because... we don't have any freebies now. And I'm worried about the revolution. But I'm hoping that having some of the characters on side of us will give us circumventions around deaths. Anyways, we have the evidence. So now we need justice at 8 instead of 9. Ooh. Stefan's gambit to deal with Gloria, I presume. No, we died later on last time. Because after this, despite being in hiding, our boy Tommy is going to be hunted down by Auten. And we had to ride and die for him last time to rescue him. So at night, we come home. And Stefan wants to find a way to get rid of Gloria. Ooh. So, last time we agreed. However, as much as a sinking torpedo as Gloria is, I don't think we can get rid of her. I think we're just stuck with her. And we have to find ways to deal with her. It'll piss off Stefan, but that's fine. It'll get us a unity. I think we have to keep even Gloria with the family. Like I keep saying, she's a sinking ship and we have to tow her, despite her worst efforts to die. So, I'm sorry, bro. Marrying her off does sound awesome. It sounds so awesome. However, it will put our unity at 8. Why? Why not? Does something really bad happen if you keep Gloria? Because I know Gloria is associated with the insurgents or whatever later on. She really is cement shoes. But she's our cement shoes. I really want to. You can't have her and become El Brante? Oh, fuck her. Full send. Alright. Like the first one, we're agreeing to try and... Wait, what? Okay, yeah. Gloria is impossible. We're trying so hard to help Gloria. We are trying so hard. Gloria refused the marriage offer, but we're in a plot with Stefan. So, we'll find someone else. Hopefully. We want to get rid of her so bad. She minus 10 rep in an event? Oh my god. Dude, bottoming out my career to 0 did less damage to the family than that. Uh-oh. Alright, our boss is summoning us to investigate our girlfriend's creepy Cthulhu cult. So, we go to their creepy Cthulhu cult incognito, but our girlfriend recognizes us because of all the booty calls. So, now we get to decide what to do. Last time, I believe we kept the secret, which got us grouped into her club. Justice, willpower +5. So what are these? Convinced to deband. Justice, I don't want that. Legitimize the circle hop. It gives us wealth. It gets us out of poverty. It gets us out of poverty. We're gonna go with this. You find a way to help the Circle of Lautari, the creepy Cthulhu cult of the hive mind aliens, with magic, to continue as a historical society. It'll cost us willpower, but we won't be in the negative. We still have some willpower to work with. Okay? Okay. It also gets our diplomacy up. That's good. Okay, yeah, we're legitimizing the circle. Also because it helps the girlfriend out, but mostly because it gets us out of poverty. So this is new. They're fucking around again. Let's find out. You chuckle, shaking your head. How quaint. A group of nobles hiding from sight wearing masks studying the culture of a long-dead race. Has Lady Octavia never considered taking her historical studies a bit more seriously? Octavia's eyes narrow, trying to discern the meaning behind your words. There's a way to make the meetings of the circle fully legitimate, you continue. You have enough influence to get the papers they need and have them signed by the right people. Octavia's face lights up. She continues your half-finished thought right away. Indeed, my dear Sir Brante. Welcome to a meeting of our Imperial Historical Society. Surely you would be so kind as to procure us a proper plaque for the door. You nod. With a genial smile, Octavia extends her hand to you. You take it and kiss it gently. If only we were alone so I could show you... We legitimized our girlfriend's creepy cult, so now she wants to fuck us. On the spot. But the great mystery of the night is about to begin. You should leave us. You'll bring danger upon the circle if you're seen coming here again. You'd best get those papers prepared right away, kind power lines. That's me. The members of the circle are already gathering in the middle of the room, ready to begin their mysterious ritual. You feel dozens of eyes on you from behind the gilded masks. They will not begin until you leave the circle. Following Lady Octavia's suggestion, you change into your normal clothes and leave the mansion. The next day, you report to Elborni and put his concerns to rest. There was no sign whatsoever of a noble plot. The group is nothing but a historical society run by several young nobles who meet to discuss the cultures of old. They simply lack legitimacy, but you can rectify that. Now, sounds suspicious, Brante. Something like a cult. And the Archduke's daughter is involved. I hope you know what you're doing. Either way, I'm glad we didn't sick the gendarmes on them. I hope the secret chancellery and Sir Elfero never learned of these reports. I hope the advisor would be as tolerant of their youthful amusement. You assure the prefect that Lady Octavia's historical society will have all the permits they need to operate without arousing suspicion. And so the Anazote Historical Society, the AHS, for the study of ancient peoples is founded. The City Hall wastes no time approving the necessary paperwork. Every official there knows that Judge Brante is a respectable gentleman with friends in high places. And your busy patrons pay no heed to the follies of young nobles. For Dagoth of the House Unmourned. Octavia sends you a reward in the form of a letter. When you open the envelope to read it, a gilded key clinks onto the floor. Powerlines, I'm impressed by your abilities. You know how to use your connections and bring me joy. It pleases me to know that I was right about you. A chest matching this key will be delivered to your estate tonight. Farewell, Powerlines. It will be some time before we meet again. I have much to do on my own. You can't help but think of Octavia and those who followed her. They have dared to reject their nature, lot, and birth in an attempt to become something else entirely. But do they have what it takes to cast off the shackles of their existence? Or are they nothing but madmen who yearn for the impossible? As for Octavia and her circle of Latari, you hear nothing of them for a long time. After that night, the Archduke's daughter seems to vanish from the social circles of Anazote. She has never been one to tell you about her plans. Their encounters with her have ended as abruptly as they had begun. Interesting. That didn't happen before. Last time when we just went along with it, she didn't disappear like that. Alright, we're out of poverty. Oh, we're getting our diplomacy really high. That's good. Ooh, we're on a theology breakpoint. That's good. We're at 0 willpower, but we're still ready for action. We are now 25 years old. It seems just like yesterday I was molding out about Gloria. The last straw. Rumors are running wild in Azote. Well, she chose her cult over us the first time too, remember? Because she said that the cult was her favorite thing in her life as she was talking to her boyfriend, us. Anyways, the last straw is, basically Melanidas' secret police who wants to overthrow the Tempest. The leader is a woman, a ruthless criminal by the name of Sophia, her. The common people both fear the last straw and sympathize with their cause, because it's the Lawless. Magistrate Elverman. And they're manhunting them, but nothing comes of it because they're the Lawless. This is what it is. You're in the middle of ascending City Hall's long curved marble staircase. Small man beneath the building's towering vault. You were suddenly visited at night by messengers from Magistrate El Vermon. They insisted the reason was most urgent. You're already expected upstairs. Deafening silence. Uh-oh. We're getting called out by Auten. By the window of the office stands a tall Archnian. The cape of the Imperial Legion covers his shoulders. He is Dorius Auten, the commander of Magra in the flesh. He doesn't even bother to turn around and look at you. The magistrate gestures to you formally, beckoning you closer. Judge Brante, you have come at last. Sir Auten has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. You see, the commander has learned about the litigation being prepared against him at the prefecture. He demanded that an end be put to these machinations at once. And I humbly offered him my assistance. Slowly, Auten turns to face you, his eyes with cold contempt. Brante, you again. So you've been chosen to oversee the so-called case against me. I don't envy you. I will be brief. I will not stand idly by in the face of slander and baseless accusations. Give me your word of honor as a nobleman that you will do everything in your power to put a stop to this litigation. Only then will you be free to leave. I will treat any other answer as an insult against my noble lineage. Let it be known that Sir El Vermon holds many positions, such as the chairman's seat at the Court of Honor, which means that any insult will be soon followed by a legitimate duel of honor. I'm sure you know full well how others have failed in duels against me. Auten turns toward the window before you say anything, as if your answer has already been heard. Magistrate El Vermon watches on, and you silently with a mysterious smirk. You stand before the two lords of the city, a young man only recently ennobled by the mantle. Any word that leaves your lips now will affect your fate. So, the first run we had to give him our word, because we had no other options. Ooh. Violence is an option. But this is why we got the Dorius Auten points. This is why. So we can manipulate him and mollify the outraged Archnian, assuring him that the case poses no threat to him whatsoever. Defying Auten's will now means facing true death by his sword, and your family will be left to suffer next. You have no choice but to lie and mislead the enraged Archnian, doing what you can to mollify him. And so you bow deeply and speak as meekly as you can. Indeed, you say, His Excellency has every right to feel wronged by the prefecture. There's indeed a photo with his name on it in the archives. But you do not seek to besmirch Auten's honorable name. Quite the contrary. I think we are at last life. Yes. You have merely been told to investigate slanderous rumors of illegal duels, and so far you have found no evidence that could tarnish the honor of the commander of Magra. It is true that Sir Auten is an impeccable master of the sword, and no opponent can duel him without suffering a lesser death. But His Excellency had every right to duel whomever he chooses. You, on the other hand, are but a humble servant of the law. To you, even the thought of initiating litigation against Archnian Lord is simply unthinkable. Who would ever seek to judge guilty those who have been chosen by the gods themselves to rule over the rest of the Empire? Quit your groveling, Brante. I don't need to waste my time on a duel to see you're no threat to me. So much the better for me then. The Archduke is expecting me already. But pray to the twins if I ever hear a word of this so-called case ever again. Farewell. Auten quickly walks out of the magistrate's office. Once his cape has disappeared down the long corridor, El Vermon turns to you with a smile of approval. I see you're getting more and more accustomed to knowing your place, Brante. The likes of you are always a perfect fit in the ranks of power. Even if you will never reach the very top, once again, I am most pleased to have you with us. You leave the city hall with a heavy heart. So, Borny wants Auten's case to progress, and so it will, no matter how much you have to bluff and delude those in power. Auten's sword will continue to loom over you until this case comes to an end. On's case still looms over you, a burden and a threat. As the strife between the state grows more bitter, the judge's trade grows tougher by the day. The commoners demand more rights and legal protections. The nobles do their best to push back. As things stand right now, any verdict made in court may result in upheaval in the province and possibly determine the outcome of your case against Auden. One day, in a park by the Feliz estate, favored by the dueling Anisote nobles, you see a curly-haired young man lying prone in a small sunlit square. His body has been pierced by a sword and has not vanished. A true death. You are here to investigate a report of an illegal duel. The winner is still here, a slender, middle-aged noble in an elegant black jacket, his hand on the hilt of his sword, surrounded by gendarmes. Your orders, Your Honor. Sir Corvio would not submit on his own, and we wouldn't dare use force against him. You sign for the gendarmes to lower their weapons and approach the duelist. El Corvio's eyes widen and his face comes to life when he notices you. Before you can ask him, the nobleman begins to speak, far louder than necessary. It was a duel sanctioned by the Court of Honor, that is all. The late Sor Est questioned my loyalty to the Emperor and called me an apostate. He left me no other choice but to defend my honor, and now he's dead. Please be quick with your verdict, Sir Judge. I'm expected at the Capitol. You know who I am, don't you? Never heard of you. Before we can say a word, our boss's boss, Magistrate El Vermin, arrives, and he takes us aside. He is the chairman of the Court of Honor, and he wants us to make sure that we say this guy is innocent, or else. So, oh, wealth. No, we're good on wealth. This will cost us reputation. I forget if we even got this far on the first one. I don't remember if on the first one we got this far. Because I think Tommy, we had to ride and die for Tommy. This will put us at Justice 9, which is good. We're going to have to work to get some reputation back. But that's fine. We're going to pronounce the Court of Honor illegal. We need justice at 8. 9 if you don't have evidence, 8 with. In hindsight, I guess I didn't need to take that death. Because we don't need evidence, we just need really high justice. Yeah, we're going to do this. We're going to fuck around and find out. Pronounce the Court of Honor illegal. It doesn't even cost willpower. You shake your head dispassionately, enunciating every word with perfect precision. You explain the situation to El Vermin. A murder and duel is still a murder, and the punishment for murder is execution. You don't have the right to distort the law. Courts of honor are hoary relics of the past. What? I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. I can't let my career go to 0 now. I can't let my career go to 0 now. Because my get out of fuck up free card was being able to duel and win. I should have just fined him and taken the money. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Okay. We got a bit of a situation now. Okay. Courts of honor are hoary relics left over from an age when nobles have no law above them. But times have changed. The Court of Honor ought to remain in the past. I fucked up. I fucked up so bad. Magistrate begins boiling with rage. Banning the Court of Honor. Are you out of your mind, Brante? The Court of Honor is a tradition older than the Empire itself. If you try to strike at us, you will regret it tenfold. Who do you think you are? No one. It seems all vermin is not aware that you have friends in very high places. You tell him in turn. El Corvio will stand trial. The Court of Honor will be banned. The magistrate dashes to El Corvio, fuming with fury. So El Corvio is a terrible misunderstanding. I do everything I can to right this wrong, but these good sirs mean to have you arrested. You give the gendarmes a firm order. Seize the murderer's sword, shackle him, and take him to the prefecture. The gendarmes are as flabbergasted by your words as El Corvio, but upon seeing resolve, they begin to act. You dare call me a murderer? Doesn't anyone in your filthy, decrepit province know the meaning of a duel? Fuck, man. I forgot that I have to duel myself before I ban them. Fuck. El Corvio draws his sword and assumes a defensive stance, startling all boys. But we give commands and disarm him. You return to the prefecture to assemble a board of justice. You describe the matter at hand to the judges you have selected. You try to convince them that the Court of Honor stands in opposition to imperial law and must therefore be made illegal in the province of Magra. After a long debate filled with warnings against this shocking measure, your insistence and your influence in the city eventually win the board of judges to your side. The morning after, you present the new order to the prefect to be signed. El Borne stares at you with genuine respect in his eyes. Abolishing the Court of Honor? Most brazen, if not outright absurd. This is the only way we can really change things. Judge Brante, prepare to weather a hailstorm when this commences. I shall do my best to protect you, but I'm not all-powerful. I'm glad to see I was right to put my trust in you. El Corvio is found guilty. He is banned from ever entering Magra and has to pay a significant fine to the El Est family. The outsider's threats have no consequences. Soon, rumors begin to appear. Some say the convicted noble was indeed a traitor to the crown. He fell out of favor with the emperor shortly after returning to Eterna. However, it does not take long for the consequences of outlawing the Court of Honor to be felt. Threats and complaints from all ranks of aristocracy arrive by the hundreds. Such insolence. Matters of honor now remain at an impasse because of your ignoble laws. El Borne assigns a couple of gendarmes to serve as your bodyguards in the city until the unrest is quelled. Your family feels the impact as well. How could you do such a thing, Powerlines? Have you any idea what I've heard about us from the highest nobles of the city? I'd have to duel them myself if you hadn't outlawed the Court of Honor. You endure the storm calmly, however, firmly believing that you have done the right thing. There is nothing higher than imperial law, and every soul who lives in the Empire has to accept it, no matter who they are. We've got a bit of a situation. We got a situation. Jeez. Okay, that was the wrong choice. That was a trap. That was a trap and I took it. Fuck. I should have just fined him. Because I was planning to dump stat on career and now I can't do that anymore. Okay. Debacle in the shop. Your tenure as judge has yielded considerable results. More and more often, common people come to the prefecture to assert their rights and succeed in doing so. Some local villagers have even started coming to seek the court's protection. All over the province, there is talk that a new era has come, that the law is in fact the same for all. This morning on the way to the prefecture, you anticipate a peaceful day full of paperwork. But as soon as you enter your office, El Borne rushes in after you. Don't sit down, Brante. You've been assigned an urgent investigation. This morning, a tradeswoman, old Mrs. Steiner, came to the prefecture with her 2 grandchildren. She demands that we punish Sir Elverger for setting fire to her shop and trying to rob her. How did I mess up so much on my first run? It started off with only having one perception as a wee babe, which tanked all my other stats. She demands that we punish Olverga. Well, the Steiners had just finished writing up the complaint when Olverga himself came bursting in. He immediately sued the Steiners for his own murder. I've come to warn you, Brante. Even though the Steiners were acting in self-defense, you still have to find in favor of Olverga. You're surprised to hear this from Elborne. Seeing your perplexed look, the prefect frowns. I'll explain. Before low-born shopkeepers like the Steiners wouldn't have dreamed of suing a nobleman. Everything was always cited in favor of nobility, as you may recall. But now the law has more power, our efforts have not been in vain. However, now we're talking about murder of noblemen by commoners. I'm afraid these changes have been too drastic. The governing elite of the province are watching our every step. Justifying the murder of a nobleman would be going too far. The overseer and the magistrate might well decide that it's time to take back the common people's rights. We can't let that happen, Powerlines. That's me. Court is in session. You are presiding over the Board of Justice. One bench is occupied by the somber Maximilian Elverga. His papers state that he is a nobleman of the sword, living off his estate. He strokes the palm of his sword nervously and breathes heavily, ready to explode into a fit of rage. On the other bench, you see the Steiners, the low-born owners of a well-known jewelry store. Anne Steiner, a short, wizened woman wrapped in several layers of dark silk, looks defiantly at Verga. Her two grandchildren stand silently beside her, their faces impassive. My squad noticed the fire at the Steiner shop. We stormed in and saw those Steiners standing over the dead body of Sir Elverga and watching it crumble to dust. The old woman shouted that she had to go at the prefecture. Sir brought her, and her grandchildren her here, and Sir Elverga suffered a lesser death before our very eyes. Miscreants! Those low-born scum killed me. You sternly call the noblemen to order. The commoners will speak for first. Sir Elverga showed up at our stop at dawn and started banging on the door. We opened despite him being completely drunk, scarcely able to stand on his feet. He demanded to see our pearls. What could I do? I showed them to him, and then he started sweeping our pearls right into his own pockets. I tell him those pearls are not free, sir, but he draws his sword. I'm a nobleman, he says. Everything shall be free from me. Such is your lot, he yells. Your lot is to work for me. Well, I explained that pearls cost 20 coins, so he takes a lit lamp and smashes it on the floor, and he charges at me with a sword. My grandchildren came to my rescue. They went and pushed him. They used no weapon, naturally. Sir Elverga hit his temple against a showcase and fell. We came to see how he was, but he was already dying. We didn't kill him. His own anger did. So I didn't come here to confess murder, but to ask you, Your Honor, to protect our family against this bloodsucker. We had a hard time putting the fire in the shop out after what that rascal did. You're an ungrateful old hag. You should have been delighted I was taking her pearls. All of high society would have seen them. Yeah, robbing peasants. You're a blasphemer, too, not knowing a lot. Low-born must not contradict us nobles. It is forbidden. I know my lot. I'm supposed to command. So I'm in my right when I take what I want from the rabble, and His Honor the Judge will agree with me. Your Honor, I appeal to you, one nobleman to another. It's simply an outrage for the rabble to behave like this. Those little shopkeepers took for my first life from me. Get on my level. Then the heir to the Elverga legacy. I demand that these Steiners be hanged at once, or burned at the stake since they followed the heresy of Photis. Only the heretics deny their lots. There is commotion. There's commotion in the courtroom. Those who came to support the Steiners are infuriated by the nobleman's words. Elverga's noble friends frantically demand that the low-born be silenced. You call the court to order, but to no avail. The room will not calm down until you deliver your verdict. You rub your temple. If you manage to acquit the old lady, It will set a precedent for the entire empire. The lowborn have never had the right to defend themselves with force against one another, let alone the nobles. You have the increased influence of the prefecture on your side. You could even try to legalize the right of the common people of Magra to defend their lives, but such a daring move will not succeed without the support of powerful people. I have to side with the nobility, though. I have to. I can't not, because otherwise I get a bad end, right? Remember Alborni's warning. What would the consequences of your decision be for the common folk of Anazote? Should you acquit the Steiners? Can you? So punishing -2 justice will put us at -7. Ooh, with willpower and diplomacy. This would, if we can't do it, +2. We need patronage, which we don't have. And acquit, which we can't do. Yeah. We punish them. We don't got no choice. This is new also. This wasn't in the first run. Curtly and unemotionally, you deliver your verdict. The very same verdict the majority of the people in the courtroom were expected. El Verger's demand will be satisfied. The Steiners committed the murder of a nobleman. Their guilt is undeniable. Whether El Verger attacked them or not is of no consequence. A commoner may not raise his hand against the nobleman. The 3 of them will be hanged this very day. We've never expected anything good from the upper class before, so why start now? I heard plenty of folk talk about your justice, but nothing's really changed. Shame on you. It is awful, but you know what? That's just how it is in this bitch of the world. The trial is over. The old woman and her grandchildren are taken away to be prepared for execution. El Verger lifts his hat politely and leaves. On your way out, you meet El Borne. The prefect follows you with a look of understanding. You spend the rest of the day pacing your office mindlessly. This trying day is finally at an end. We had to do it, or else we would have had the guillotines come out. Which, on the first run, I would have been all for, but I can't do it in this run. Ooh. Ew, we almost got that up. Nice. Da-da, da-da, da-da. Oh, shit. Okay, let's see what happens. We're in danger. We made many enemies as our years as judge. Now's their chance to strike. Let's see. We had this in our first run. Flocka Brahmin says we need to do some shit. You reread your latest cases lost in thought. This is what has turned high society against you. So, we can ask Dad for help for 5 willpower, reduce reputation, but get our diplomacy up to 20, which is cool. I don't want to take the reputation hit, though. Annul decisions. Ew, -3 justice. That's a lot. Continue the fight. -1 career. Ooh, but a valor. I'm going to take the valor point. That's the same choice we did in the first run. Because the justice hit on this is so big, it would make it hard to get back up to 8 to get the case to go forward against Auden. We could ask Dad for help, but that'll take our reputation down to 5. Which is annoying. So I'm going to continue the fight instead of involving the family. Same as the first one, we continue the fight. We improve our violence stat. Almost to 20. Da-da, da-da, da-da. Alright. This is where we died the first run. So, Tommy is being chased by On's assassins. He calls on us to intervene. So, first run, we had to go ride and die to protect Tommy, which is a death. But career to 0. The thing is, getting our career to 0 now means that Stefan's gonna take us to get jumped by nobles. And our way out of it before was to duel them, but we banned dueling, so it'll lock out the option. We died from Grandpa was the first, Grandpa burning the house down was the second, and then getting the evidence against Aten was the third death. So this would be our last death. The same as the first one, which we can't do. So our options here are to not get involved and let Tommy die, which I don't want to do. Because I have the feeling he's going to... No, it's going to lock it out. It's going to lock out the dueling because we banned it. I want to keep Tommy alive because it's just speculation, but I think he's going to save our life or give us extra options in the revolution. So... we're going to have to risk it and let Stefan take us to get jumped by the nobles. We save our buddy. Crumpling the note in your hand, you pace the room and think. The hiding place you provided for Tommy proved to be insufficient. You have not been able to save him from Aten entirely. But we must do it now. But fighting Aten on your own would be unwise. You need a more cunning plan. How could Aten's henchmen find Tommy's hiding place? Only through you. But they would not be so foolish as to attack you, a prefecture judge. That means you have to get rid of them yourself. You get in your carriage and order the driver to take you to the prefecture. You find Captain Lenaud. You take the commander of the gendarmes. The commander of the gendarmes greets you like an old friend, used to our bullshit by this point. Really? He doesn't help us in the revolt? I should let him die then. Judge Brante, how can I be of service? With a mysterious air, you gesture for Lenaud to come closer and inform him that an attack is planned against you tonight. Captain Lenaud narrows his eyes, suspicious. Keeping order is our duty, Your Honor. My squad will defend you. You hint to Lenaud that the situation is a little more complicated than that. The perpetrators might not attack you outright. They may just threaten you. But the gendarmes have a responsibility to prevent this as well, don't they? And afterwards, perhaps they could testify in court that the criminals were about to attack you. I see. You know many citizens of Anazote live on the edge of poverty. Crime is on the rise, Your Honor. It's understandable. Even with the gendarme's wages, it's hard to get by. You understand what Lenaud is implying, and you assure that the efforts of the gendarmes will be properly rewarded. But, after capturing the criminals, gendarmes also have to confirm the fact of the attack in court. That night, you go for a walk around the city, purposefully choosing empty side streets. Shadows follow you at a distance, gendarmes in civilian dress. Ominous silhouettes appear before you. Their clothing is ostentatiously coarse, but their manners and speech portray them as servants from a noble household. The leader speaks, asking if you are a friend of one Sir Tommy Hero. He says that they are his friends too, and wish to pay him a visit, but are having trouble finding him. They're attacking the judge! Arrest them! In the blink of an eye, the gendarmes swoop in and round up Aten's henchmen. The blows from the gendarmes' clubs quickly beat any desire to resist out of them. They are put in wooden restraints and taken to the prefecture. Lenaud hands you some papers. These are your statements, Your Honor. We're always happy to help. The same night, with a stroke of a pen, you send all 5 Aten servants to the gallows for attacking a nobleman and a judge. Fortunately, they are all low-born, so no one will intercede on their behalf, not even Aten himself. The commander will be furious, but he will also have to find some new goons. At the very least, you have bought Tommy some time. You hurry to see your friend, but he is not in his hideout anymore. All you find is a note. Power lines. After you got rid of those thugs, I decided to flee Anazote. Without his spies, Aten seems to have lost my trail. It's all thanks to you. I'm in your eternal debt, Brante. I hope you take down that bastard and put an end to his crimes once and for all. We'll meet again. Your friend, Tommy. BFF rescued. Alright. It's gonna get rough. It's getting rocky. Alright. Alright. This happened in the first run. Alright. Stefan takes us to get jumped by a bunch of nobles who are demanding that we unfuck ourselves. We could technically take the reputation hit. We could also take justice hit. I don't. We're in uncharted waters now. I don't know how many more opportunities do we have for stuff. See, this was the nuclear option we took before, but we can't because I banned the Court of Honor. Or we could have died and taken a valor and a death, but we can't do that either because we banned the Court of Honor. So we can either agree to recant some recent rulings to get rid of some justice, or we reject the demands and take the hit to the family. And it's a big hit. That's -2 reputation and -2 unity. So our unity will overall still be okay. We'll just be in disagreements, which is okay. But our reputation is basically going to get reset. I don't know how much longer we have to get it up to 8. Because I feel like this chapter is about to end soon. And we're in uncharted waters. I don't know what's going to happen from now on. So I'm going to accept the conditions and hope that we have a chance to get our justice back up rather than try and get our reputation back up. Because here's the thing. We already banned the Court of Honor. This doesn't recant the ban on it, I don't think. I don't think it does. You don't think we can afford the justice hit? So should we take the reputation hit? Will we have an opportunity for 4 reputation after this? The unity is kind of whatever. The unity is just to keep the family alive. So I guess we have to reject them if we're not going to be able to afford the justice hit. We gotta do our brother Stefan dirty. See, this is why I was really upset when I banned the Court of Honor early, instead of sticking to Borny's plan. Because now it put us in this position where we're cornered. And it would have sucked going back into poverty, but it would have been fine. Alright. We're gonna reject the demands. We have 4 wealth. We just climbed back out of poverty. Auden still lives until the next chapter, I think. Either way. This is just to ban the Court of Honor. Alright. I think we'll take the family hit. Reject the demands. Determined, you stand up and inform Friedrich L. Liberius that you will not accept his dishonorable demands. The elderly nobleman lets out a tired sigh and gestures to the servant to pour him more wine. So you accuse me of dishonor, you who have slandered the good names of so many nobles. I'm afraid no one and nothing can help you now, Sir Brante. I did what I could, Stefan. You may go now. Your brother bows guiltily. Don't listen to my brother, Sir Liberius. He knows not what he does. I know that you would act differently, Stefan, but your blood shares the same tide as that of his impertinent young man, and your entire family will be judged by his actions. All the way home, Stefan is tense and silent. Later that night, when you enter your house, he finally explodes in a furious tirade. Are you too arrogant or too stupid? Do you have any idea what I had to do to arrange that meeting for you? But you only made our troubles worse and brought shame on our family. How do you imagine you'll ever be ennobled by the sword now that you've sold someone so close to the Archduke? You ran away like a coward. You counter that Stefan lied to you from the start. He led you straight into an enemy trap. Was I supposed to tell you the truth? Don't make me laugh. You never have gone to such a meeting. All you care about is the so-called justice for the lowborn. You don't give a damn about your own family. We're close to getting 20 valor. It'll come. When he hears you shouting, Father comes downstairs. What is going on? Everyone's asleep. Weren't you supposed to be at a ball? Stefan hastily relates the events at El Labiris' mansion to your father. Father pinches the bridge of his nose. His voice seems strained. Stefan, you should not have lied. It's unbecoming of a nobleman. But power lines, I warned you. You've made us enemies that are more powerful still. Your brother is right. Our reputation will suffer even more now. You should have been more diplomatic. You are no better, Father. You and Uncle Augustine dragged Judge Brante here into disputing the rights of the nobility. And now you pretend it's all power lines' fault. Am I the only person in the family who knows what it means to live by the nobleman's lot? All because I banned the Court of Honor and I couldn't fight my way out of it. Oh god, I forgot about it. Your father breathes heavily, not knowing how to respond. Finally, he turns around and slams the door of his study. The clock strikes midnight, shattering the silence. Whoa! El Pharaoh's List. You spend the day after day hard at work toiling over An's case, but something far more urgent demands the prefecture's attention today. The city is in chaos. There was an explosion in the square in the front of City Hall. Someone threw a bomb at Magistrate Remy El Vermon's carriage. The assassination attempt failed. The magistrate was not inside the carriage at the time. He was unharmed, although his servants and driver did not fare so well. Even in your office, you can still smell the acrid smoke from the blast. The gendarmes reacted quickly. 5 suspects, craftsmen and factory workers, were brought to the prefecture before sunset. They are accused of joining the Last Straw, a secret society of insurgents seeking to overthrow imperial rule. This society is on its way to becoming the talk of the city. Rumor has it that their leader is an enigmatic woman, a tough criminal by the name of Sophia. We know her, we hate her. The 5 suspects deny their involvement, but a number of eyewitnesses saw them walking toward the square, and some of them still have traces of gunpowder on their fingers. Judge Carlo Falcagraben has taken the case. The trial will be mercilessly swift. The 5 are to be hanged tomorrow morning. The sun begins to set. You're about to leave for home when you hear heavy footsteps in the hallway. A stranger enters your office. He is pale with chiseled features, a furrowed brow, and thick black mustache. A dark eyes watching you intently from deep within their sockets. He presents you with a gilded pendant in the shape of a wheel. Baron Felipe Ferro, Secret Chancellor Advisor. I imagine you're well aware that we deal with plots, schemes, and revolts against the Empire. I have a matter discussed with you to the Empire. I have a matter discussed of importance to the Empire with you, Sir Brante. I am aware that the case of explosion in the square was not assigned to you, but for our purposes, this is actually for the best. The Secret Chancellery has been following the so-called Last Straw group for a long time now. They are the greatest threat to the peace in Anazote, but you can help us rid the city of this menace. Baron El Ferra produces a neatly folded sheet of paper. This is a list of known insurgents connected to the Last Straw. They haven't blown anyone up just yet, but surely you realize that it would be most imprudent to wait for them to commit their next crime. The time to act is now. You scan the list quickly. Some of the names might seem somewhat familiar, perhaps from your youth. Find a way, any way, to implicate them in today's assassination attempt, and you'll prevent more explosions in the future. The Empire will rest easy if we can rid ourselves of the scum as quickly as possible. So what are the odds that this guy arranged for the terrorist explosion? And this is all just a plot from him. If you render the service to the secret chancellery, you may rely on my assistance in the future. As you may suspect, I have more than my fair share of powerful connections. Silence falls. The secret chancellery advisor pierces you with his heavy gaze. Alright, this is completely new to us. Glorious secret? Of course it was Gloria. Obey the secret chancellery. We get a patronage. We lose justice. We're kind of in a case of not getting a lot of justice. Conduct an investigation. It'll cost us wealth. Before doing anything to the people on Fur's list, you must find proof of their guilt first. Or protect the people on the lists. We can't take that reputation hit. We can't take that reputation hit. The justice would be good, but I can't take that reputation hit. The valor would be good too. I think taking the wealth hit I don't know. This one's hard. I kind of want to obey him for the patronage, honestly. But that unity is also a big hit. I think that unity will put us below a breakpoint. We're at 5. It'll take us to 3. Yeah. Unity would put us in a dangerous position with Gloria. And she's not out of the family yet. I'm leaning towards conduct an investigation. And taking the wealth hit. Yeah. I think this is our best option. Just to kind of tread water. We're basically just treading water until we can get the trial over with against Otten. Collect all the patronage like gym badges. I would if it didn't give us a -2 justice hit. I really would like to get his patronage, because it sounds really nice. I might even take the unity hit for it, if it wasn't for the justice. I need to take a piss, and I'm going to decide what to do while taking a piss. I'll be right back. I'm still leading towards conduct an investigation. He thinks himself a CIA type. Yeah. However, putting Unity at 6 would... Oh, that costs us willpower. Yeah, we barely have any options for willpower to get it. Alright, conduct an investigation. You rise from your chair, ready to answer the advisor. You cannot fulfill his order until you have legal grounds for arresting and executing these people. You serve the law, and you will never break it, no matter what you might stand to gain. You will not falsify a case, and you will not hang people on unproven charges. You are willing to investigate the people on the advisor's list thoroughly and punish the guilty, but only if you find proof that they are involved in the insurgency. Baron El Ferro winces in displeasure at these words. Brante, can't you see we're not dealing with ordinary outlaws here? We're fighting an insurgency that's declared war on the Empire. There's no time for the usual formalities. You have to understand that, thanks to your indecisiveness, those insurgents will roam free and fashion new bombs for more attacks that you provided. He totally provided the bombs. You only need 3 units to become El Brante? Okay. That's actually good to know. So I can tank 2 more hits in exchange for reputation. Noted. But you insist. You will not send anyone to the gallows without evidence. Either you do things your way, or the aristocracy will soon be talking about the abuse of power at the hands of the secret chancellery. You will see to that. For a while, Felipe considers your words. Very well, Brante. Have it your way. Begin your investigation. But if another bomb goes off in Anzote in the meantime, it will be on your head. And then a promising servant of the Empire will stand trial along with the insurgents as their accomplice. I have a handful of good friends as well, Sir Judge. Felipe leaves without saying goodbye. And so you begin a lengthy investigation. This was your idea, which means you have to pay the gendarmes and informants out of your own pocket. Fuck. As long as we don't become destitute, I think we're fine on wealth. The gendarmes in your employ tail every man and woman from the list for the next fortnight. For a long while, none of your suspects does anything suspicious. Over the course of these 2 weeks, you come to bitterly regret getting involved in the business, but Felipe left you no choice. You will either find the truth or get tried along with the insurgents. Baron El Ferro did not look like a man who makes empty threats. Disappointed with this fruitless surveillance, you're about to call it off when one of the commoners suddenly signals to the others to meet. The raid catches them by surprise in an abandoned house on the edge of the city. Much to your chagrin, the secret chancellery was right. You arrest them just as they are plotting another attack. A map of the city hall on the table. A stockpile of weapons and bombs are found in the house. The litigation is quick. You have all the evidence you need against the insurgents. Every one of them is sentenced to death by hanging. Another last straw cell is no more. Their body is now dangled in the wind by the still rotting rebels who tried to kill the rebels who tried to kill the magistrate. Yay. Nah. Yay. Gloria, you bitch. The rebel. A year has passed since Stefan engaged you in his scheme to marry Gloria off, and yet you have had no chance to influence your obstinate sister. Tempers are running high in your household. Gloria disappears for days at a time. She's often seen in the company of young commoners. Father constantly lectures Gloria, telling her that her friends are libertines and troublemakers. Connections like these will be her downfall. Your sister listens obediently, then vanishes again. Tonight, Stefan meets you by the door, looking distressed. Power lines? been waiting for you quite some time. Let's go to the garden and talk in private. It's about Gloria. You sit on a shady bench. A hot, dry wind is blowing. I was on my way to ball at Loberius Mansion. Was another plot against me? I was already on their doorstep when a servant told me that he had been ordered to turn me away. They would not have anything to do with the family whose offspring is a member of a secret society. I am certain they meant Gloria, and these are not rumors. You know full well that she is entirely capable of such a thing, and here I was wondering where our little rebel spends all her time. You have to act, brother. We have to act. Any delay, and the damage to our family will be irreparable. We have to make Gloria stop these escapades and get married by any means necessary. Bro, I tried. I tried to ship her away. I tried everything. A secret society represents a tangible threat to our family. Father will see that and side with us. But still, I would not accuse Gloria without firm evidence. That would be dishonorable. My hope lies with you, Powerlines. That's me. You are still admitted to the right circles, and Gloria still trusts you, though she fears and loathes me. The two of you played together as children so often, you should be able to strike the right tone with her. What's my relation with her right now? Family? She's... stupid fucking bitch. Find a way to tame Gloria and force her to get married. Remember, we are doing this for the House of Brante, as well as for her own good. True, brother, true. The hot wind scorches her face mercilessly. We're lost in thought. Okay. Really? You have to know her secret? We have to be on the lot list. Okay, so we can't do either of these. I'm kind of surprised we didn't know Gloria's secret. Influence through mother is going to be the obvious thing. Reject the plan. Ma, I need help, Ma. You find Mother in her chambers. Her health is improving with each passing day. Not for long. You sit on the edge of her bed and ask her how she feels. You know, son, as the years go by, our stairs have seemed steeper and steeper, but today I walked downstairs for lunch all by myself. Gloria and I had a long walk around the garden before she left. Is she back yet? You carefully ask her if she knows where she went. Mother frowns. To the market. Where's the weaver shop? I'm not sure. You softly tell Mother that Gloria is in trouble. She's got herself involved with some dangerous people, conspirators. She must be rescued. Oh my! Are you certain, son? Could have gone really that far? Might they not just be fellow poets? They're libertines and they don't observe their lot, but they never take up arms. Guess they would. Ma. You insist. There could be no doubt. Gloria has joined a secret society, and before she commits an offense against the authorities, it is your duty to bring her back to safety. Mother agrees with a tired air. You've always taken good care of this family, Powerlines, and now you're right about this too. I raised her, I taught her, I did my best. Was all for nothing? Yes. Dude, I tried my best too. It was all for nothing. What do we do now? You tell her about the plan to give Gloria to Sir El Pelletier in marriage. At first, Mother is incredulous. A nobleman of the sword is willing to marry my illegitimate daughter Gloria. Twin gods must be watching over her. You do realize that she'll rebel against it, don't you? It would be so sad for me to give her away to another family. You assure Mother that if she does not get married, Gloria's escapades will ruin not only her own life, but also the Brante family. The same family that gave them both shelter and a life of ease. Mother and Gloria must repay Father's kindness, even if being a nobleman's wife is not exactly what Gloria wishes. Look, I wanted to cast down the false gods and bring up the guillotines, but I didn't get that either, so suck it up, Gloria. Mother's face darkens. Her eyes are suddenly sharp. She speaks clearly and distinctly. My daughter and I will do our duty to the House of Brante. Do not doubt us, son. Mother spends the rest of the day in prayer. When Gloria finally comes home, they have a long conversation in her chambers. You hear pleading and weeping coming from that room. The next morning, when you're gathered around the table, Gloria rises to her feet, her face still red and swollen from a tearful night. Noble Sir Brantes, I, Gloria, lowly daughter of Lady, hereby consent to become the wife of Sir Pelletier, and would no longer impose myself upon you. Oh, thank God. Oh, it's over. Oh my God, we can just end the game here? Oh my God. We're finally done with this stupid bitch. Fuck, man. We are unhitching her from our boat. She is no longer our cement shoes. Holy hell. I am grateful to this house for everything I have received here. I do not want to be a burden anymore and tarnish the Brante name. I don't deserve to be among you. No, you don't. No, you don't. Your father is horrified. Mother nods sadly. Stefan jumps to his feet. Gloria, you have much of the strength to act valiantly. You are dear to our hearts, but we must part ways for the common good. Let us hear nothing more of shame. A family of the highest nobility and a happy husband await you. You will be married to the woman of the sword. I will send a letter to Jose Pelletier at once. Oh, thank God. It's over. Oh my God. Gloria responds to Stefan with a wry smile. Your sister casts an intense look around the room. Who else was behind the scheme to marry Hoff? Me. I jump up, raising my hand. Me. Gloria's eyes fix on you. You hold her stare without flinching. The lying from Gloria. Fuck Gloria. Look. No, it's not a lie. When Stefan says he's dear to our hearts, everything Stefan said was true. He did not lie. Stefan does not lie. Okay, he lied to us that one time, but this is not a lie. Stefan actually cares for Gloria. The problem is 100% with Gloria. Full send. Anyways, the tyranny of Gloria is fucking over. Oh my God. Gloria promises a wife to the noble Sir Pelletier, who... I'm kind of disappointed that he doesn't even get, like, a face. But it's Gloria, so I'm kind of happy that she's getting married off to some faceless whoozits. He's doing everything in his power to give her a happy marriage. If she's not happy with it, it's all on her. Fuck it. I don't care. Get rid of Gloria. Oh my God, I'm so over her. The Archduke relents. After many years of simmering, unceasing hostilities between Overseer Gaius Tempest and Archduke Melanidas have finally come to an end. The Archduke has abandoned all attempts to collect additional taxes from the people. No, he's not a fat bastard, because he's a sword-tourney guy. And he's actually handsome, according to Gloria. Gloria herself called him handsome. And the guy is head over heels for Gloria. So, if Gloria is unhappy, the way Gloria talks about El Pelletier is that she kind of likes him. She's just not wanting to get married to spite us. That's literally all it is. So if Gloria's not happy, she's doing it to spite us. It's all on her. By my grace, I hereby release the common people of Magra from the Archduke's tax. All hail the dynasty of Melanidas, which has protected you since time immemorial. The farmers and merchants can finally heave a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, the Archduke soon withdrew from all provincial affairs, sequestering himself in his ancestral castle of Sappenweda. The gentry who remained loyal to the Archduke are baffled. Has he accepted defeat at the hands of the Overseer, or is this an elaborate ruse? Probably a ruse. Either way, with the Archduke out of the picture, the senior gentry of Magar have lost some of their influence to the Overseer and his retinue of budding dynasties, the nobles of the mantle. The feud between the two Arcanine rulers has ended, but the noble estate has been split nonetheless. The common people see this as yet another reason to demand change. Yay. Oh. Another year of service as a judge is behind you, but you have no time to celebrate. Your days are filled with unremarkable litigation and similar looking complaints. Again and again, you see poorly written complaint forms. Excuse me. They claim that noble landowners are extorting money, punishing commoners for nothing, doing whatever they please. You have noticed a change in tone from pleading to desperate to quietly furious. The lowborn lot is to suffer, but how much longer can they endure? Every day, once the petty litigation has been dealt with, you return to An's case. Again and again, for 2 years now, you search for a way to do the unthinkable, to have an Arcanian, the High Commander, that convicted for his crimes. You have not heard from An since your encounter at the City Hall, but he likely has spies among the judges and gendarmes. Sooner or later, he will realize the true state of your progress and find a way to get rid of the case, and to you, unless we strike the first blow. What should you do? Will you speak against An in public and summon him into trial? Or is there another way to deal with the High Commander? Either way, now is not the time, despite it sounding like being the time. Justice for all! As you approach the steps of the prefecture today, a line of Legion soldiers wearing red cloaks bar your path. They are the personal guard of the provincial overseer. House Gaius Tempest graced you with his august presence. You only after presenting your judge's signet to the guards. The common room of the prefecture is remarkably quiet and deserted. All petitioners have been chased away. The judges and gendarmes do not dare leave their offices. Everyone is afraid to breathe. The overseer, the emperor's own brother, has arrived completely unexpectedly. The guards standing watch say you are expected at the prefect's office. You are escorted upstairs. El Borne is visibly anxious. Your honored guest is here. Reclining in the prefect's comfortable chair, his crimson, fur-trimmed cloak cast over its back, is Overseer Gaius Tempest himself. You bow deeply to the Overseer. He acknowledges your presence with a quick nod and turns back to El Borne. Well, El Borne, I am positively incensed to see what's become of the city under your care. I put you in this seat to instill order under Imperial law, but you have given the commoners too many freedoms. And now they're revolting against their lot in the Emperor's rule, plotting, forming secret societies, and now an explosion in Anazote, an attempt on the magistrate's life. Everyone in the city is talking about some group called the Last Straw. It's unthinkable. El Borne accepts the blame without any sign of emotion, but you notice the muscles twitch behind the wrinkles on his face. I have ordered the secret chancellery to deal with the Last Straw, but their leader, a low-born woman named Sophia, is still at large. Last night, I ordered a Legion squad to set a trap for the Sophia. We almost had her, but then Arcanine appeared and attacked the soldiers. Please don't be Octavia. Please don't be Octavia. El Borne glances at you, confused. An unspoken question in his eyes. Yeah, what? An Arcadian defending a low-born woman? But how? Indeed, Prefect. Oh, thank God, it's not Octavia. A young Arcanian of little note. It seems he now values low-born insurgents more than his high birth, his honor, and his loyalty to the Emperor dynasty. Baron El Ferro, the secret chancellery, has been tracking him for quite some time. The young man began mingling with revolutionary rabble and has since lost his mind. Now he swings a sword about in defense of the common rights of the folk. The rights of the common folk. Let us leave the insurgents to the secret chancellery. That is their duty. What concerns me, however, is Anthony Fess. My legionnaires were nipping at the insurgents' heels, and then this Arcanine appeared and murdered 5 soldiers. Those poor souls were utterly flummoxed, unsure whether to fight back or humbly accept their death at the hands of an Arcanian. The mind boggles, Your Eminence. An Arcanine has broken the law for the sake of the common estate. May I assume your eminence is a plan for Sir Friss? Would that I had even a semblance of a plan. What a sordid predicament. Anthony Fess is a traitor who has committed a great offense against the crown, yet he is an Archnean. I started to think what might happen were he to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. This has never happened in all the province's history. The Archnean dynasties will not tolerate it, and Archduke Melanidas will be swift to take advantage of the situation and undermine my authority in the province. Your Eminence, the law of the Empire is the same for all its subjects. Perhaps it would be better to have its power demonstrated once and for all. Sir Fess challenged more than the soldiers of the Legion. He challenged the rule of the Emperor himself. Oh, Borne, what did I just tell you? Prosecuting an Archnean will represent an even greater threat to my authority. Find another way. This Fess is young and hot-tempered, so push him to the breaking point in the courtroom. Get him to draw his sword. Let everyone see him for the dangerous traitor he is. Even for an Archnean, this would be an unforgivable transgression. Not even Archduke would dispute a verdict against him. Gaius Tempest's gaze focuses on you. You do your best to show no emotion, and remain as invisible as possible until the Overseer gives you permission to speak. Judge Brante, you are here for a reason. You will handle the prosecution. I'd rather have Sir Prefect deal with this mess of a case himself, but he is too powerful to risk it if it fails. Rest assured, many nobles and Archneans will demand you set him free no matter how much evidence you have against him. The traitor Fess must be punished, but I ask you to ensure that my reputation remains untarnished. I have no intention of going down in history as the Overseer who allowed the inviolable Archnean rights to be compromised. That would be crossing the line. Prepare your case. Gaius Tempest rises from his seat in the blink of an eye and walks out, escorted by his guards. For a few seconds, utter silence fills the prefect's office. Then, at long last, Borne feels he no longer has to restrain himself. He blames me for what is going on. Me, his most loyal human. Now I'll do everything I can to have that criminal punished. Do you realize how much it will advance our cause if we can get the Archnean condemned in a court of law? This is the only way we can instill the rule of law in these lands, Brante. The Overseer insists that the trial be scheduled for tomorrow. Anthony Fess has been located. He was found and surrounded by gendarmes on the street. However, he did not resist and gave his word of honor to stand trial. You barely have time to prepare the charges before entering the courtroom. My throat is dying! The normally half-empty seats in the courtroom are crowded today. I'm gonna finish this and I'm gonna stop. This was supposed to be the finale, but my voice hurt. The highest ranks of the aristocracy and the most noble families and dynasties all focus their gaze on you as soon as you step inside. Tempest is basically burning us because we're the most disposable and controversial judge. In the depths of the courtroom, you notice Octavia, surrounded by her retinue of young ladies. The Archduke's daughter watches the trial with a wry, indifferent smile. You ascend the podium. Prefecto Borne himself presides over the board of judges. The courtroom doors swing open, and the defendant, Anthony Fess, enters, escorted by gendarmes. The young Archnean is dressed in a defiantly modest garb for his status. No embellishments, no jewelry, just a simple linen undershirt. However, he still carries a sword, as expected from a highborn noble. You read the charges as procedure demands. Sir Anthony Fess willfully caused the lesser deaths of 5 soldiers of the Legion, thereby allowing a number of the last straw insurgents to escape punishment. Murmuring fills the courtroom. The Archnean's large, dark eyes watch closely, catching every motion in the hall. Then suddenly, Anthony Fess interrupts you to speak for himself. People of Enazote, I was not brought here by force today. I broke the law and I am ready and willing to be held accountable before you all. I fought those Legion soldiers and I killed them. Did I violate an imperial law? I did. Yet does anyone even bother to count the transgressions committed by our rulers on a daily basis? Why does this law exist if no one follows it? I will not accept a law that offers no salvation. from eternal tyranny for the common estate. By my birth, I was given the power to rule over humans, but if suffering is all that rule brings, then I reject it. I am ready and willing to sacrifice my very life for the sake of justice, so that all citizens of the Empire will begin to respect the law. Oh, he's basically exactly what we want. The young Archnean's words, loud and desperately audacious, spark turmoil in the courtroom. The stunned board of judges is at loss for words. The gendarmes freeze in confusion. The nobles are terrified. You hear their screams. Madmen, pull yourself together. You're no commoner, you're an Archnean. The courtroom is on the verge of exploding. We'll get there. The board of judges looks to you. As a prosecutor, you must continue reading the charges against the defendant. The fate of the rebellious Archnean is in your hands, but you have what it takes to make the most of the situation. Alright. First option is as Gaius. We die. We can't do that then. We get a reputation, but we die. We can't do this. This is as Gaius wants us to do. Acquit him, because we're a protector of the people. We get wealth, but lose lose Borny points. We lose justice points as well. Turn to Octavia for aid. Ooh. Interesting. We lose 1 justice point, which isn't huge. What's interesting is that this is a Melanitis move, but it makes Gaius happy. Find him guilty, which we can't do because we lack the reputation and patronage. Damn. Is this it? Is this the finale for the judging? I guess I fucked up by not having I didn't know I needed a patronage. Hold on. Honest sentence. No, this isn't it. Because it would say this is honest sentence as an outcome. And I only need protector of the people with evidence and at justice at 8. I don't think this is the climax. So I'm going to turn to Octavia for aid. Because it'll only bring our justice down to 7. And that's only 1 point away from what we need. The other options, we can't. This will drop our justice even further. And we can't do this because that's dead. And that's our last death. We can't do that. And we can't do this because we lack a patron. And our reputation is too shitty. So, we're going to turn to our girlfriend. As passions in the courtroom run high, you look around to find Octavia. Lady Milanise returns your gaze with a calm, wry smile, elegant as ever. You take advantage of the turmoil to quickly walk over to Octavia and whisper into her ear. You politely ask the Archduke's daughter to save you from the peril of condemning an Archnean. Your entire future could be ruined by this verdict. Octavia's influence is more than sufficient to make everybody take heed. Very well, my sweet human. After all, is there any point of power if you never abuse it? Based. Octavia rises and proceeds elegantly to the podium, her emerald green dress trailing triumphantly behind her. The courtroom immediately falls silent. Everyone pricks up their ears. Ladies and gentlemen, I must confess I've grown quite wary of this trial, but as an Archnean I feel a duty to save my kinsmen from mistreatment of any sort. In the name of the Melanitis dynasty, I hereby pardon Anthony Fess on behalf of the Archduke. May he never again utter rebellious speeches or slay legion soldiers, lest he part with his sword. The Archduke has forgiven you, Fess. For now, you are all free to leave. Octavia nonchalantly returns to her seat. Flabbergasted, Elborny can only announce the end of the trial. The nobles all gasp and shout, gossiping about the deranged act of the Archduke's daughter. Anthony Fess bows stiffly to Octavia and leaves the courtroom. Do you see, Powerlines, I will spare no expense for you, my human, and I have taken somewhat of a liking to this Anthony Fess. He has no qualms about defying rules of any sort. I can already imagine my father's fury when he hears of my pardon. But what's he going to do? Take me to court? Your chance to set a precedent against Acne and his court is gone. Anthony Fess roams free now in spite of his outright call for revolt. A letter arrives almost immediately after trial, bearing the Overseer's seal. You steel yourself for the worst, but, to your surprise, Gaius Tempest is delighted. Splendid work, Judge Brante. I have no idea how you managed to get the Archduke's progeny involved in this case, but the rebellious young Fess is his problem now. I was right to assign a delicate matter of such importance to you. Elborny would be told to promote you as soon as possible. I need more intelligent, reliable men like you at the prefecture. Did he miss the memo that we're the one who's giving the commoners all these rights? Okay, I think we're fine. We only need one more justice point. Okay, Mom's ship is sinking. Okay, that's gonna be it for tonight because I'm fucking dying. Save. Yay! It's the not finale. We didn't finish it. Yay. Probably no stream tomorrow because I just need to rest my throat after today. So what games am I playing right now besides Sir Brante? I actually don't have any plans yet in place. Let me look at my Steam. I'm still taking a break from Doom, honestly. Let's see. What can we play this week? I'll decide later. So, I'll see everyone Tuesday or Wednesday. I need to take at least a day or two off to rest my throat, my voice. So, I hope everyone enjoyed this. If you did, like and subscribe, share with somebody you think who will enjoy it as well. I'll see everyone Tuesday or Thursday at 1:40 p.m. Eastern. Have a fantastic week, everyone. And we will finish Brante next weekend. It'll be totally the finale next time, I swear. See you, everyone. Take care.